Preventing Palestine. A Political History. From Camp David to Oslo. Seth Anziska. Contents. List of illustrations 7. Preface, The Road from Gush Etzion 9. Introduction. 1. Chapter 1 Jimmy Carter's Vision. 17. Chapter 2 Menachem Begin's Reality. 49. Chapter 3 Egypt's Sacrificial Lamb. 80. Chapter 4 Camp David and the Triumph of Palestinian Autonomy. 117. Chapter 5 Neoconservatives Rising, Reagan and the Middle East. 162. Chapter 6 The Limits of Lebanon. 194. Chapter 7 Alternatives to the PLO. 238. Chapter 8 A Stillborn Peace. 267. Conclusion The Consequences of State Prevention. Preface. The Road from Gush Etzion. On September 27, 2017, the Israeli government celebrated a half-century of territorial expansion in the West Bank. The occasion was marked with an official state commemoration in a field outside the Gush Etzion settlement of Alon Shvud. Thousands of guests gathered for 50 years of settlement in Judea and Samaria, referring to the biblical term the government had adopted for the territory in 1967. Featuring music, dancers, and fireworks, the ceremony echoed across the hilltops between Jerusalem and Hebron. Settlement is important to you, my friends, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told the assembled crowd. It is no less important to me, and therefore, I tell you clearly and before anything, there will be no further uprooting of settlements in the land of Israel. 1. The location of the ceremony was historically significant. Gush Etzion, or the Etzion Block, is a cluster of settlements that consists of many heavily populated towns and includes Kfar Etzion, the first religious kibbutz established in the West Bank after the 1967 war. Before the emergence of Israel in 1948, the area was the site of pre-state Jewish agricultural communities founded between the 1920s and 1940s. After the November 1947 UN vote to partition Palestine, the area was designated as part of a Palestinian state. During the 1948 war, Gush Etzion's children were evacuated from the area, but women and men remained behind to defend the settlement. On May 13, armed villagers and the Arab Legion broke into Kfar Etzion, killing over 100 Jewish residents. The neighboring kibbutzim surrendered the following day to the Arab Legion, as the State of Israel was declared in Tel Aviv. 2 Gush Etzion then came under Jordanian control for the next 19 years, until Israel's conquest of the West Bank in the June 1967 war. That war, referred to as the Six-Day War in Israel, and the Nakba, or setback in the Arab world, led to a lightning-fast Israeli victory over combined Arab forces, yielding the capture of the Sinai Peninsula and Gaza Strip from Egypt, the Golan Heights from Syria, and East Jerusalem and the West Bank from Jordan. Having kept the memory of the kibbutz alive while growing up in Israel, the children of Kfar Etzion's former residents immediately sought to return. The Israeli cabinet granted them permission to do so in September 1967, despite advice by the legal counsel of the foreign ministry at the time, Theodore Meron. A civilian settlement would contravene the Fourth Geneva Conventions, Meron argued, as the territory was deemed occupied by Israel after the war. To circumvent these legal strictures, Kfar Etzion was established as a military outpost, even though it was in effect a civilian settlement. 3. The re-establishment of Kfar Etzion, which followed similar initiatives in the Golan Heights, was the basis for a much broader effort by successive Labor and Likud governments to settle Jews beyond the 1949 Armistice Line, known as the Green Line, in the newly occupied territories. 5 decades later, their number reached over 600,000 people, including residents of East Jerusalem. 4 For Israeli government officials in 2017, Gush Etzion was therefore a fitting place to mark the anniversary of the war and the birth of the settlement project. In their planning announcement of the ceremony, Naftali Bennett, Israel's education minister, and Miri Regev, Israel's culture minister, remarked that Israel's glorious victory in the Six-Day War and the liberation of Judea and Samaria, the Golan Heights and the Jordan Valley should be celebrated with the respect it deserves. 5. Government opposition members decried the choice of location, which flaunted the ongoing occupation of Palestinians living in the same territories. Israel has controlled millions of people for 50 years, treads on them every day anew and denies them rights and sovereignty, the left-wing Meretz Party chairwoman Zehava Galon told the Haaretz newspaper. Bennett and Regev want us to continue living with this reality alongside us without considering the heavy price it extracts from us, she concluded. 6. The ceremony and the surrounding debate embodied the dissonant feelings that 1967 still arouses in Israel, of conquest and military victory alongside unanswered questions about the war's consequences and Israeli state control over local Palestinian life and territory ever since. I know Gush Etzion well. In August 2001, when I was 18 years old, I arrived in the settlement of Alanjvut for a year of intensive study at Yeshivat Har Etzion, a preparatory academy of religious learning focused on immersion in the Torah, Talmud, and Jewish thought. The yeshiva, commonly known as the Gush, was originally established in Kfar Etzion in 1968, before it expanded to bigger quarters nearby. It has programs for both Israeli students, who integrate their religious learning with active service in the Israeli army, and overseas Jewish students from across the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and South Africa. My time at the Gush was in line with the expectations of the modern Orthodox American Jewish community in which I grew up, where it was common practice to spend a gap year before college living in Israel. Most young men and women study at a religious seminary, an experience that is meant to strengthen traditional observance and one's connection to the land of Israel. I had been raised with a strong attachment to Zionism, traveling across Israel as part of a summer camp teen tour and participating in a wide array of activities to support the Jewish state. Although I was not particularly eager to pore over pages of Talmud, the social and familial expectations to spend a year abroad were strong, as was the encouragement of my school rabbis. The Gush seemed less restrictive than some of the other yeshiva options. It had a reputation for deep and critical inquiry, where students and teachers drew on ancient and modern Jewish thought to explore the texts of a religious tradition with analytical rigor and robust debate. This particular theological outlook was also coupled with openness to the wider world. With some trepidation, but also a degree of excitement, I found myself arriving in the West Bank for a year of study between high school and university in New York City. My arrival at the Gush coincided with the height of the Second Palestinian Intifada, or uprising. It was a year of extreme violence throughout Israel and the occupied territories, with a stream of suicide bombings and military operations that unleashed havoc on civilian life. The events of that year led to a gradual and painful personal and political awakening about the circumstances that had led me there. I was often close to the violence, making regular trips out of the settlement for weekend breaks. The dark green-egged company buses that I rode to and from Gush Etzion were bulletproof. There were frequent shooting attacks on the cars and buses driving on the settler-only roads in the West Bank, especially near the tunnels that passed under Palestinian villages above. I had macabre thoughts on those trips, wondering where it was best to sit in the event of a suicide bombing and whether a bullet round could make it through the gaps under the double-plated windows. On the announcement board in the yeshiva study hall, or Beit Midrash, small notices regularly went up with the Hebrew names of the injured, asking students to pray for those who had been victims of a terror attack. One Saturday night, headed back to yeshiva after the Jewish Sabbath, I missed a particularly gruesome triple suicide bombing on West Jerusalem's Ben Yehuda Street by just a few minutes. I remember visiting a student from my high school who had been injured in the bombing and can still distinctly recall the ball bearings that had been removed from his body sitting in a small plastic cup nearby. It was hard to focus on tractates of Talmud in this surreal environment. I often retreated to my dorm room, where I read local newspapers and tried to make sense of events unfolding around me. In the spring of 2002, I could feel my room shake as the Israeli army launched Operation Defensive Shield, occupying nearby Bethlehem, as well as Jenin, Nablus, and other major Palestinian cities. The operation was launched following a string of attacks that culminated in a Passover suicide bombing by a Hamas bomber at the Park Hotel in the seaside town of Netanya. It was the largest military operation in the West Bank since the 1967 war. Amid all this upheaval, I recall very little discussion with our yeshiva's rabbis about the drivers of Palestinian violence or the relationship of the yeshiva and the Gush Etzion settlement bloc to the wider context of the occupation. For many Jewish religious leaders in the settlements or elsewhere, this would not be surprising, given their deep-seated belief in the divine right to the land and intimate knowledge of biblical scripture invoked to support continued Jewish presence there, generally to the exclusion of others. But the founder of the institution, an inspiring educator named Rabbi Yehuda Amital, was a figure who possessed a unique worldview. Born in what was then Transylvania, he had survived the Nazi invasion of Hungary and arrived in Palestine in 1944. His entire family had perished in the Holocaust. Rabbi Amital would often tell students the famous story of a rabbinic scholar studying Torah in a room next to his grandson and hearing a baby cry in a third room beyond. The elder rabbi got up to calm the baby, walking past his grandson, who was too involved in the religious text to notice. Returning to his own room, the grandfather criticized his grandson. If someone is studying Torah and fails to hear a baby's cry, there is something very wrong with his learning. This was the founding philosophy of the Gush, to be immersed in the realm of the spiritual but attuned to the everyday concerns of the physical world beyond. After the yeshiva was founded, Rabbi Amital shifted from a messianic view of Zionism toward the idea of territorial compromise with the Palestinians. He had been shaken by the loss of students at the yeshiva who had fought and died in Israel's 1973 Yom Kippur War and 1982 Lebanon War. 7 He founded the left-leaning Mamad, Jewish State, Democratic State, movement in 1988, and served as a minister without portfolio in the Labour government of Shimon Peres in 1995–96. Soon after the November 1995 assassination of Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin by the religious extremist Yugal Amir, Rabbi Amital castigated the religious Zionist community for their role in fostering an environment in which such violence was condoned. 8 On a day-to-day basis, however, I often wondered how he and the other rabbis really felt about living in a settlement and the ethical implications of their actions for the daily lives of Palestinians. In youthful deference to their stature and the environment of the yeshiva, I never asked, even as I increasingly wondered what I was doing in the middle of it all myself. Leaving the settlement for Jerusalem or travels farther afield, the egged bus would often make its way through the nearby settlement of Efrat, a sprawling suburb founded in part by American Jews from New York City's Upper West Side. 9 On Fridays, the main grocery store would be bustling with mothers doing family shopping for their Shabbat meals. Once the route linked up with the main highway, we would pass through a large checkpoint on the outskirts of Beit Jala, a Palestinian town adjacent to Bethlehem. There would always be a long line of Palestinians sitting in their cars or standing nearby, waiting to pass. As our bus bypassed the line and zipped through the checkpoint, I would peer at them from the bulletproof window. Something did not sit right with me on those frequent journeys. The growing knowledge that my ease of access to travel around the West Bank and Israel as an American Jew came at the expense of local Palestinian inhabitants made me uncomfortable. Their conditions seemed bleak, and the contrast with the Jewish population living or traveling through the West Bank was stark. We lived in verdant hilltop settlements with manicured lawns, and from the little I could discern, their town seemed a jumble of unfinished buildings on the horizon that had to be avoided. The entire road system that we traveled on had been designed to bypass Palestinian areas, but we could still see them from a distance. It was strange to inhabit space so close together and yet have no real interaction with these neighbors. While the disparity of movement and restrictions that separated Palestinians from Jews now seems so obvious, it was a slow realization at the time. In the Jewish community of my youth, I had no direct contact with Arabs, let alone much interaction with non-Jews. Ironically, the biblical land of Israel was far more present in my life, a storied place of great religious significance that evoked the long sweep of Jewish history and whose modern redemption verged on the miraculous. As kids, we sang songs of the Jewish return to the holy city of Hebron and the tomb of the patriarchs, and felt strongly that this faraway land belonged to us, the Jewish people. Each year, our school marched proudly down New York City's Fifth Avenue in the annual Salute to Israel Day Parade, blending notions of religious return with the modern miracle of statehood. In our insular context, we did not comprehend or even recognize the presence or rights of another people. This image of biblical Israel cultivated at a distance was shattered on those bus rides, which inadvertently exposed the reality of the West Bank. With the overwhelming obsession over the land of Israel, no one seemed to take much notice of the non-Jewish inhabitants living there. How could we not have seen them? Here were Palestinian mothers and their children waiting at the Beit Jala checkpoint on a Friday morning, not far from their Jewish counterparts in the bustling Efrat kosher supermarket. The cognitive dissonance was astounding. What could possibly explain this disparity? Why were Palestinians unable to move freely, in the very same space where I, a U.S. citizen, could come and go as I pleased? It seemed to me that the only difference was based on religion or ethnicity, one system for Jews and another for Arabs. Friends in yeshiva talked about the need for security, but I felt uncomfortable drawing distinctions along these lines. Over the course of that year in yeshiva, deeply troubled by these questions, I took a much greater interest in the political nature of the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians. My limited but growing awareness of the underlying dynamics was often out of step with the views of many friends and family who did not grasp things the same way I did. For those who did notice something amiss, the disparity was easily justified. Among some friends in Israel or my community back home in the United States, the explanation was that Palestinians brought misery upon themselves. Look at all the violence they perpetrate, they would say. They are not interested in peace, or this is our land, God gave it to us, others would tell me. One particularly savvy educator responded to my piercing questions with the following response: "You know, Seth, as bad as things have gotten, it's important to remember that we need to care about our own first, before we address the needs of the other side." The justifications offered to me did not mitigate the daily reality I was witnessing. I had grown up saturated with conversations about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, yet crucial pieces of the story were missing. Living in the West Bank provided an immediacy that had been lacking in my American context. I had arrived from the United States with a very strong image of the land and a belief in who it belonged to, and yet the visceral encounter with Israel, the occupied territories, and the mechanics of the occupation chipped away at faraway projections. Through conversations with numerous other American Jews over the years, similar moments of disenchantment have often been described to me, the feeling of incongruence and even self-deception that lies at the heart of discovering certain uncomfortable truths about the relationship between Israel and the Palestinians. Moreover, as an American citizen who grew up viewing U.S. diplomacy as a force for good in the Middle East, there was something particularly curious about my own country's role in this disturbing reality. As a child in the 1990s, I remember my family saving a copy of the newspaper with the cover of President Bill Clinton presiding over the signing of the Oslo Accords with the sense that a new reality was beginning. This was encapsulated in the photo of the handshake between Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin and Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat on the White House lawn. Close to a decade later, why was I sitting in bulletproof buses, full of fear that a fellow passenger might be a suicide bomber? And how could those suicide bombers be willing to blow up random civilians on Ben Yehuda Street? These were heavy questions for an 18-year-old and led to many tense discussions with my parents back home in the United States about why I was in the West Bank. A desire to find answers to these and other questions drove me to study the history, languages, and politics of the region following the formative experience in Gush Etzion and eventually led to this book. I became interested in understanding how and why the Palestinians still lived under Israeli control without equal rights, lacking a state of their own. What explained Oslo's unraveling? How had the American government mediated the conflict for so long without an end to the Israeli occupation that began in 1967? I also wanted to understand how the expansion of Israeli territory beyond the Green Line had affected daily reality, and why the very peace process that was presumably intended to address the fate of the West Bank and Gaza Strip had not in fact facilitated the independence of the territories. Rather, the diplomatic process seemed to solidify their absorption into Israel, blurring borders, and making it very easy for me to get on a public bus in West Jerusalem and less than an hour later end up in Gush Etzion without noticing a demarcated crossing. In different guises, the search to answer these questions took me back to the West Bank, this time to Bethlehem and Hebron and Jenin and Nablus and Ramallah, but also to Syria and Lebanon and Jordan and Egypt, to state archives in Jerusalem, London, and Washington, private collections and U.S. presidential libraries, interviews with diplomats and legal advisors, thousands of documents, and unsurprisingly, countless more questions. My inquiry ultimately stretched back to the 1970s, particularly to the emergence of the Camp David Accords in September 1978. This was the first moment since the establishment of Israel in 1948 what Palestinians refer to as the Nakba, or catastrophe that Palestinian self-determination was the subject of international diplomatic negotiations. While much of the focus on issues at the heart of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict like settlements, territory, and political sovereignty dwells on diplomacy in the 1990s, the foundations of that era were actually laid 15 years earlier. A great deal of this early history has been ignored or glossed over in broader accounts of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The complex legacy of Camp David, particularly concerning the political fate of the Palestinians, is often eclipsed by the beaming image of U.S. President Jimmy Carter, hands intertwined with Egyptian President Anwar al-Sadat and Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin. Egypt's accord with Israel is an event that demands broader re-examination, especially given the availability of new historical sources. I arrived at the Israel State Archives early on in my research just as the records from this period were released to the public under the 30-year rule of declassification. While in the archives, I was also among the first to gain access to newly available records about the 1982 Israeli war in Lebanon, which followed on the heels of the political discussions at Camp David and focused on a military solution to the problem of Palestinian nationalism. Taken together and alongside newly available sources that I examined in the United States, Europe, and the Middle East, a clearer picture emerged of a formative moment in the international history of the Arab-Israeli conflict and the battle over Palestinian self-determination. The 40-year anniversary of the triple handshake between Carter, Begin, and Sadat after Camp David coincides in September 2018 with 25 years marking the Arafat-Rabin handshake of the Oslo Accords. Rather than engendering regional peace or statehood for the Palestinians, this fateful twin constellation is marked by an entrenched stalemate. Israel has successfully maintained and expanded its presence in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, even with a withdrawal from settlements in the Gaza Strip, which remains subject to an Israeli blockade. Palestinian geographic and political fragmentation has grown ever more acute, and the lack of meaningful sovereignty remains a formative element of the contemporary Palestinian condition. The celebration of 50 years of the settlement project in Gush Etzion merely underscores the failure of the peace process, highlighting how it has also facilitated Israel's territorial expansion. At the ceremony, Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke to the assembled guests from a stage adorned with a large banner that read in Hebrew, "We have returned to Judea and Samaria, tent for stateless Palestinians living nearby." The echo of the music and fireworks must have been particularly lacerating. Only in retrospect do I recognize that the dissonance engendered by a year living in Gush Etzion launched a much longer quest for historical understanding about Israel's establishment and its control of the occupied territories, the fate of the Palestinians, and the absence of Palestine. This book is an attempt to provide an answer to some of my questions. I am well aware that it lands in a field saturated with fierce debate and a depth of emotion, raising questions of political allegiance, ideology, objectivity, and competing claims of responsibility. But I am also certain that confronting an ongoing tragedy and advancing a conversation about where things might be headed begins with greater consciousness about how we got here in the first place. Preventing Palestine. Introduction. "I fear for the spirit of Camp David," wrote its chief architect, former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, in a 2016 plea to outgoing President Barack Obama. Before leaving office, Carter told Obama, his administration should grant American diplomatic recognition to the state of Palestine. The 39th president invoked his own efforts to reach a peace agreement between Israel and Egypt in 1978, based on United Nations Security Council Resolution 242, passed in the aftermath of the 1967 war. This resolution, Carter underscored, formed the basis of U.S. policy toward the region and should guide a renewed commitment to ensure the viability of a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. By recognizing a Palestinian state, Carter argued, Obama would clear the way for other countries and the UN Security Council to take action, countering the one-state reality that Israel is imposing on itself and the Palestinian people. 1. The primary foreign policy goal of my life has been to help bring peace to Israel and its neighbors, Carter concluded. He recalled with pride his speech to a joint session of Congress in September 1978 after Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin and Egyptian President Anwar al-Sadat had reached their agreement at Camp David. "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God," the president had said to loud applause and a standing ovation, looking at the two leaders in the balcony above. It was a moment broadcast live on television and the radio, etched into public consciousness as the high point of Carter's time in office. 40 years since negotiations were convened in the isolated Kitoktin Mountain Park presidential retreat, Camp David still endures as a moment of rare triumph for a U.S. administration beset by domestic challenges and struggles abroad. Under Carter's guidance, the United States acted as an effective broker to secure a peace agreement between Egypt and Israel that has persisted as the cornerstone of regional politics in the Middle East. For many observers, Camp David's success underscores the importance of skilled American mediation and burnishes the image of judicious U.S. engagement abroad. But could such a positive interpretation be a misreading of history? Is the invocation of Camp David as a model for peacemaking to help solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict truly appropriate? Might Carter's great diplomatic success have helped ensure the prevention of a Palestinian state? There is in fact a competing view of Camp David that focuses on its more troubling legacy for the Middle East. From the vantage point of Palestinian nationalists in Beirut and in the streets of other Arab capitals at the time, the 1978 summit was a formative moment of disenfranchisement. Palestinians, whose struggle for self-determination had been moving definitively from armed resistance to diplomatic engagement in the years prior to this deal, had high hopes for a shift in the American approach to their political fate in the late 1970s. Yet at the very moment when their demands for self-determination were under serious consideration for the first time, they found themselves shut out of an incipient peace process and consigned to the sidelines. In exchange for peace with Egypt and the return of the Sinai Peninsula negotiated at Camp David, Israel was able to exercise continued control of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. The bilateral peace agreement that Carter brokered between Begin and Sadat was therefore castigated as an abandonment of the Palestinian cause. Sidestepping the question of Palestinian self-determination in East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and Gaza Strip, the accords ultimately shifted negotiations to the question of possible local autonomy for Arab residents living in the occupied territories. The emergence of these subsequent autonomy talks, which were held between representatives of Egypt, Israel, and the United States from 1979 to 1982, were premised on a non-sovereign resolution to Palestinian national aspirations. Although often ignored or dismissed as insignificant in accounts of this period, the autonomy discussions became the basis of limited self-rule and, eventually, the emergence of the Palestinian National Authority after the Oslo Accords were signed in 1993. 4 decades since the signing of the Camp David Accords, the Palestinian quest for self-determination remains unfulfilled. Without an independent state in the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem, Palestinians continue to live as non-citizens under Israeli occupation, deprived of basic rights like the freedom of movement. They are stateless subjects under Israeli military control, suspended between limited autonomy within enclaves of self-rule and the continuing encroachment of Israeli settlements. Point 2. This result did not appear out of the blue, nor was it inevitable. A non-statist outcome emerged directly from the diplomatic negotiations meant to resolve their political fate, in line with what Israeli officials intended. Camp David's narrow outcome was not at all what President Carter had envisioned when entering office in January 1977. Unlike his predecessors, Carter sought to include the Palestinians as part of a comprehensive regional peace settlement to resolve the unanswered questions of the 1967 war once and for all. He was the first U.S. president to speak openly of a Palestinian homeland, using the controversial term at a news conference a few months after he took office. Point 3. But through a series of protracted diplomatic negotiations following on the heels of the Camp David Accords, which began while Carter was in the White House and continued after the administration of Ronald Reagan took over, the expansive vision that had guided the 39th president yielded a far more troubling legacy. This book traces the fate of the Palestinian question, the diplomatic negotiations over Palestinian self-determination from its emergence as a central feature of a Middle East settlement under Carter in the late 1970s to the onset of the Madrid and Oslo peace process that finally brought Palestinian leaders to the negotiating table in the early 1990s. It is the first study based on primary sources of how Palestinian self-determination was conceptualized and debated by American, Israeli, Egyptian, Palestinian, and transnational actors in this crucial period, predating the years traditionally demarcated as formative for the negotiations of a Palestinian political future. A tendency to canonize Camp David even by President Carter himself has obscured the structural deficiencies enshrined by these early negotiations. While an Egyptian-Israeli settlement was indeed a significant achievement, it was reached at great and recurring expense. For Israel, the primary outcome of the peace treaty was the end of the traditional military rivalry with a neighboring Arab state. Concurrently, however, it also helped secure legitimacy for the extension of Israeli state sovereignty beyond the 1967 borders. For the Palestinians, Camp David was a crucial moment of state prevention. It marked the first instance of post-1948 discussion of their plight on a global scale, yet excluded them from the negotiations that would decide their political fate. By reassessing the negotiations that led to the summit and its consequences, this account complicates the dominant interpretation of Camp David as heroic diplomacy. For the diplomacy around Camp David actually served more troubling ends. Alongside the linkage to autonomy provisions and settlement expansion plans, it connected directly to Israel's military invasion of Lebanon in 1982, which in turn shaped the outbreak of the First Palestinian Intifada in 1987. Taken together, these successive developments reshaped Israel's relations with the Palestinians as well as broader regional politics in the Middle East during the late 20th century. Given its transnational dimension, Camp David also affected crucial domestic currents in the United States, from the resurgence of Cold War conservatism to the shifting political allegiance of American Jewry. Yet beyond essential accounts of the summit itself, the linkage between Camp David and the wider transformations of this period remain unexamined. Point 5. In order to understand why the Palestinian question remains among the most vexing problems of international diplomacy, we must revisit the years in which the very terms of political engagement were first substantively debated by American, Israeli, British, and Arab officials. In recounting this history, Preventing Palestine demonstrates how a confluence of global and regional politics, as well as shifting local developments on the ground, has produced an outcome of indefinite occupation, statelessness, and deep fragmentation for Palestinians. After surveying Israel's territorial conquest and the resurgence of Palestinian national politics after 1967, as well as the American approach to resolving regional conflict in the wake of the war, Chapters 1 and 2 turn to the rise of new leadership in the United States and Israel in the 1970s. The clash between President Jimmy Carter's expansive vision of Palestinian political aspirations and Prime Minister Menachem Begin's more sobering approach explains how two competing worldviews led to a more limited Egyptian-Israeli peace at Camp David. Chapters 3 and 4 explain how Egyptian and American acquiescence in the face of Israeli statecraft led in turn to the triumph of autonomy as a rubric for addressing the Palestinians, while facilitating the extension of Israeli sovereignty inside the occupied territories. Troubling dynamics unleashed in the 1970s were exacerbated in the 1980s. Rising neoconservative influence and the election of Ronald Reagan, as Chapter 5 examines, positioned the Palestinians as a proxy of the Soviet Union in a revived Cold War and offered legal legitimacy to the settlement project. While bolstering Israel's restrictive notion of autonomy, the Reagan administration facilitated a turn from political suppression to military intervention as the Camp David process gave way to the 1982 Israeli invasion of Lebanon. Chapter 6 explores the central role of the Israeli-American relationship in the lead-up to the war and during the fighting itself, which targeted Palestinian nationalists in their Lebanese stronghold. The unforeseen consequences of the war, from the Sabra and Shatila massacre to Iranian-backed proxy attacks on U.S. Marines, underscored the limits of American support for Israeli actions and undercut U.S. influence in the Middle East. It also highlighted the futility of thwarting Palestinian nationalism, which rebounded in the wake of the expulsion of the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, from Beirut. Continued attempts to sideline the movement, which included economic initiatives and Jordanian circumvention, as Chapter 7 demonstrates, were ultimately unsuccessful. The 1987 outbreak of the First Intifada led to U.S. recognition of the PLO in 1988, one of Reagan's final acts in office. The end of the Cold War reordered U.S. relations with the Middle East, reviving a political track on the Palestinian front. Chapter 8 explores the onset of formal peace negotiations in the 1990s and the continuing influence of diplomatic models first introduced through the Camp David Accords. While the Madrid Conference crucially brought the Palestinians to the negotiating table in 1991, and the secret Oslo Accord of 1993 secured the return of the exiled Palestinian leadership to the West Bank and Gaza Strip, meaningful sovereignty and the possibility of statehood remained elusive. Rooted in the autonomy model enshrined by Menachem Begin, the negotiations ensured an ongoing Israeli presence in the occupied territories. 25 years after the signing of the Oslo Accord and the subsequent establishment of the Palestinian National Authority, the Palestinians are no closer to self-determination. Many would argue that a separate state of Palestine is even farther away from reality and that Palestinians are alternatively no closer to securing equal rights within an expanded one-state entity between the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River. The book's conclusion examines the persistence of statelessness and its long-term consequences against this historical backdrop. At the heart of this story is a struggle between two competing political projects. The first of an Israeli government emboldened by the conquests of 1967 and seeking to extend control into the newly occupied territories while preventing Palestinian self-determination from taking hold. The second is of a Palestinian national movement finding its political voice in the wake of the same war and seeking sovereignty on a portion of their ancestral homeland. 6 The race between these two projects was ultimately won by Israel, in part as a result of U.S. and Egyptian acquiescence in the wake of Camp David, as well as through Israel's military victory in Lebanon. But Israel's success also bred its own version of failure, as the crushing military and political defeat of the PLO brought the Palestinian plight to world attention. This development opened a space for global agitation on their behalf, as the visibility was solidified by the outbreak of the First Intifada. Inversely, the Palestinian achievement in gaining international recognition and opening a dialogue with the United States ultimately yielded a diplomatic agreement that did not resolve the core issues of contention. Diplomacy in the 1990s, like the autonomy talks in the 1970s, helped assure Israel's expansion of settlements in the occupied territories, now extant for more than 50 years. When those territories first came under Israeli control, neither the conquerors nor the inhabitants could have imagined what would follow. In the wake of 1967, for many Israelis and their supporters abroad, the capture of the West Bank, Gaza Strip, Golan Heights, Sinai Peninsula, and the Old City of Jerusalem in June 1967 was greeted with ecstatic revelry. It seemed to fulfill the redemptive hopes of Messianic Zionism, or else a secular variant of nationalist fervor. 7 The swift but surprising war had first been a source of existential dread, ultimately giving way to celebration. 8 At the same time, the expansion of Israel's territory raised profound political and demographic questions for Israeli leaders. During the earliest security cabinet discussions about the future of the newly occupied territories, the specter of how to manage the Palestinian population took on central importance. While the assembled Israeli ministers broadly agreed that the newly acquired Golan Heights and Sinai Peninsula would be bargaining chips for possible peace treaties with Syria and Egypt, the status of Jerusalem, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip remained a matter of extensive debate. 9. The conquest of territory greatly expanded the young state's borders, but it now left Israel in control of more than 1 million inhabitants living on the land that it had occupied. Officials argued over the fate of the Palestinians in the West Bank who had previously been under Jordanian rule. What would become of these residents? Would they acquire rights and an ability to vote in Israel? What of their citizenship? A consensus emerged against either annexation or granting rights to the Arab residents, with the cabinet of Israeli Prime Minister Levi Eshkol making a decision not to decide on the status of the newly occupied territories. The land would be utilized for Jewish settlements, and the Palestinians living there would de facto be deprived of sovereign control or the right to self-determination. 10. The cabinet's decision not to decide evolved into a permanent condition of military occupation, and it enabled the building of settlements under the labor-led government in the decade after the war. 11 Legal and historical arguments about the state's right to the conquered territories expanded with the rise of the Messianic Gush Emunah movement, or Bloc of the Faithful. Founded in 1974 by Orthodox followers of Rabbi Tzvi Yehuda Kook, the group's ideological support base had grown in the wake of the 1967 war. The movement called for the reclamation of land in the territories labeled by their biblical name, Yehuda v'Shamron, Judea and Samaria, to establish Jewish settlements. 12 While nationalists and the religious right were advocating for settlements, secularists from the dominant Labour Party had in fact long been ushering a wave of expansion on the ground in the territories. A project that began under the Labour government of Eshkol expanded dramatically under the Likud-led governments that followed. In combination, Israeli control over the territory yielded one of the longest if not the longest military occupations of the modern era. 13. Beyond the decisions inside the Israeli cabinet room in 1967, a struggle for self-determination was taking shape among Palestinians themselves. A reinvigorated national movement helped revive global attention to the Palestinian plight, which had been sidelined as a humanitarian problem after the creation of Israel in 1948. In the course of the war, over 700,000 Palestinians were expelled or fled from territories that had become the Israeli state. 14 Against the backdrop of dispersion and infiltration that followed, as well as inter-Arab rivalry and internal divisions in the 1950s and 1960s, the quest for self-determination strengthened in the wake of the 1967 war. 15 Disillusioned with the failure of Arab nationalism, Palestinian leaders seized the struggle for their future away from discredited regional power brokers. 16 The PLO, founded in 1964, was given new life in the aftermath of Israel's victory. 17 In their quest for political recognition, the Palestinians found allies across Europe and the global South, seizing on other examples of decolonization, from the struggles of Algerian independence to the Vietnam War. 18. The 1967 war was therefore a watershed moment for the United States in the Middle East and for the re-emergence of the Palestinian question. Israel's rapid defeat of the Arab states was a decisive blow to the prestige of the Soviet military who backed them. U.S. support for Israel during the war placed Washington at the center of post-war diplomatic efforts to resolve the Arab-Israeli conflict. President Lyndon Johnson did not want to return to the status quo that had prevailed before 1967 and supported Prime Minister Eshkol's bid to retain the territories until the Arab states recognized Israel and made peace. 19 This stance was codified in November 1967 via United Nations Security Council Resolution 242, which was understood internationally as a guideline for pursuing an exchange of land for peace, meaning the return of territories for Israel's full recognition by the Arab world. At the same time, UN Resolution 242 did not refer to the Palestinians directly, calling for a just settlement to the refugee problem, without mentioning the fate of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. According to some opinions, it did not call for full Israeli withdrawal from all the captured territories. 20. Nevertheless, by the mid-1970s, the PLO had gained international prominence through a combination of diplomatic overtures and violent acts of political terrorism on the global stage. 21 After first pursuing total liberation over the entirety of historic Palestine via armed struggle, the organization gradually shifted toward territorial partition and separate statehood alongside Israel. Moderating influences within the Palestinian national movement also gained ground after the 1973 war, generating measured support for a negotiated settlement. 22 At the Arab League Summit in 1974, the PLO was officially recognized as the representative voice of Palestinian concerns in the Arab world. But how, exactly, were Palestinians going to be able to get any territory for a state? Beyond armed struggle, the PLO needed international backing for its diplomatic track, particularly from the United States. It was an effort riven with difficulty, given internal Palestinian debates over military tactics and the parameters for diplomatic engagement, as well as long-standing U.S. policy toward Israel and the Middle East. 23. A crucial regional development followed the September 1970 death of the champion of pan-Arab nationalism, Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser. The new president, Anwar al-Sadat, pivoted his country westward, seeking to align Egypt with the United States rather than the Soviet Union. 24 Sadat was also determined to break the hold of Israel's dominant territorial position in the region, seeking to reclaim the Sinai Peninsula. He tried to negotiate a territorial exchange with Israel and signaled his determination to align with Western powers. Israeli officials were not responsive to his overtures, and President Richard Nixon's powerful national security advisor, Henry Kissinger, was determined to maintain the strategic balance of détente. Joining forces with Syrian President Hafez al-Assad, Sadat launched the 1973 October War against Israel as a way to break this regional stalemate and create a crisis of détente. 25. The surprise attack broke out on Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the Jewish calendar. Israeli reservists were not at their bases, as the leadership of the country had not heeded the warnings of intelligence channels on the eve of the fighting. 26 The ensuing battle shattered Israel's cloak of invincibility that had been dominant in the wake of 1967. Although Israel defeated the Egyptian and Syrian forces, Israeli leaders had to seek U.S. military aid to turn the tide of the fighting. A massive American airlift of tanks, airplanes, and ammunition reversed the Egyptian and Syrian advances. With Nixon distracted by the Watergate scandal, Kissinger negotiated the terms of agreement to end the war. These terms were passed as UN Security Council Resolution 338, which called for a just and durable peace in the Middle East along the lines of UN Security Council Resolution 242 after the 1967 war. 27 Kissinger, as Nixon's envoy and later as Secretary of State to President Gerald Ford, pursued a step-by-step approach to achieve a diplomatic solution between Israel and its neighbors. Within Israel, the 1973 war brought the downfall of Prime Minister Golda Meir's government. A committee of inquiry, known as the Agranat Commission, found deep lapses of judgment among the leadership of the Israel Defense Forces, IDF, and held several military leaders to account for Israeli losses. 28 Meir's replacement was Yitzhak Rabin, a Labour Party leader and decorated commander of the Israeli army who had served for 5 years as Israel's ambassador to Washington. Primarily concerned with rebuilding Israeli military deterrence after the war, Rabin entertained U.S. efforts to maintain post-war calm with interim arrangements. Alongside Sadat, who had been seeking out U.S. patronage and aid since assuming the Egyptian presidency, the two leaders helped ensure the success of Kissinger's diplomacy. 29. In December 1973, a few months after the end of the Yom Kippur War, the United States and the Soviet Union convened a short-lived Geneva conference that included representatives from Egypt, Jordan, and Israel. Although largely in a ceremonial role, it was to be the last time the United States accepted the Soviet Union as an equal partner in the Middle East, leading to a period of American diplomatic dominance in the region. The PLO leadership, which thought that Palestinians would be included in these discussions, began to rethink its diplomatic options. 30 While the Geneva Conference did not achieve a comprehensive solution to the Arab-Israeli conflict, it fostered Kissinger's shuttle missions to Egypt, Syria, and Israel between 1973 and 1975. These missions led to disengagement agreements between the three countries, as well as the Sinai Interim Agreement, Sinai II, which signaled a willingness to resolve conflict between Israel and Egypt by peaceful means. 31. While strengthening bilateral relations with Israel and Egypt, the American approach also prolonged broader regional conflict indefinitely. 32 Sinai II included further Israeli withdrawals from the Sinai Peninsula and the establishment of a UN buffer zone in the area. In pulling Cairo out of the Arab-Israeli conflict, the United States hoped to reduce the likelihood of another dangerous armed conflict, which threatened to destabilize great power relations in the Middle East. Kissinger's approach was a means of conflict management. By removing Egypt as a strategic and diplomatic threat, Israel's position would be secured and American dominance in the region would be preserved. Palestinian national aspirations, which remained a central point of contention between Israel and the Arab states during this period, were ignored by Kissinger's diplomatic initiatives. In focusing on limited ceasefires between warring states, Kissinger's effort favored a piecemeal approach that separated the Palestinian issue from broader regional concerns. 33 This served Kissinger's agenda of conflict management, and also assuaged the anxieties of the Rabin government. Israel was deeply opposed to the possibility of Palestinian self-determination, and in 1975 Kissinger formally promised that the United States would not engage with the PLO unless it acknowledged Israel's right to exist and accepted UN Security Council Resolutions 242 and 338. This ban on dealing with the PLO was formative in shaping U.S. relations with the Palestinians, forestalling meaningful engagement just as the PLO was moving purposefully toward diplomacy. 34. During the 1976 presidential campaign, a new U.S. approach to the Middle East began taking shape. Gerald Ford's Democratic opponent, Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter, had grander plans for U.S. foreign policy in the Global South. 35 Carter was viewed in the United States as a political outsider and foreign policy neophyte, but he also ran for office at a time when Cold War détente was under assault and human rights were emerging as an alternative basis on which to formulate the trajectory of U.S. internationalism. 36 The governor was developing a regional, rather than strictly Cold War, approach to foreign policy, marked by a concern with localized political dynamics. 37 In his campaign speeches on the Middle East, Carter stressed a shift away from Kissinger's gradualist approach to regional peacemaking. A limited settlement, Carter argued, leaves unresolved the underlying threat to Israel. A general settlement is needed, one which will end the conflict between Israel and its neighbors once and for all. 38 This comprehensive tone, which sought a resolution with countries like Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and Saudi Arabia, marked a more expansive agenda while privileging U.S. relations with Israel. Carter also placed the Palestinian question at the heart of a comprehensive solution. In a break with long-standing policy, Carter spoke of a Palestinian homeland, offering the possibility of a radically new American policy toward self-determination. 39 For the first time since 1948, U.S. officials had come to recognize the centrality of Palestinian political rather than humanitarian rights. The eventual outcome of the Carter administration's extensive diplomatic efforts in 1977 and 1978 was the Camp David Accords, which secured the bilateral peace agreement between Egypt and Israel. In effect, the accords were the triumph of Kissinger's diplomatic architecture. They left the Palestinian issue subject to further negotiations over autonomy after the ratification of the 1979 Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty. These autonomy talks sidestepped the PLO and served to prevent a territorial resolution of Palestinian national aspirations, solidifying a condition of statelessness and deliberately undermining sovereignty claims. While the peace treaty with Egypt was being implemented, Israel's Likud government introduced new plans for the territories, expanding settlements that had first started under the Labour governments in the decade after the 1967 victory. Despite their significance, the autonomy talks have largely been absent from historical accounts of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Among the leading studies, Israeli historian Benny Morris dismisses autonomy as a non-starter, while other scholars downplay or ignore the negotiations in the wake of Camp David. 40 Dominant narratives of the peace process instead trace the beginning of a serious engagement with the Palestinian question to the Madrid and Oslo negotiations of the 1990s, often ignoring the diplomatic mechanisms that constrained Palestinian self-determination in the 1970s and 1980s. 41 Those who do examine this earlier period, like one recent study of the Carter administration's approach, paint a more sympathetic portrait of American attempts to create a process leading to genuine Palestinian self-determination by challenging the Begin government on settlement expansion and territorial withdrawal. 42 But the U.S. role in the autonomy talks and the very substance of the negotiations themselves actively undermine the prospects of a solution to the Palestinian question. Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin's autonomy scheme was in fact a formidable and sophisticated piece of statecraft. While it was designed to frustrate Palestinian nationalism, its ingenuity was to sustain the fiction of serious movement on the Palestinian front. Far from representing a diplomatic dead end, the talks were an integral, dynamic, and highly consequential component of Israel's diplomatic strategy. The recent revival of interest in the autonomy plan among right-wing politicians in Israel attests to the deep imprint it continues to have on Israel's approach to the Palestinians. 43. While Begin was indefatigable as a negotiator and relentless in advocating for his ideas, he received a great deal of help from his new ally, Egypt. The country's formal withdrawal from the Arab-Israeli conflict as a consequence of Camp David relieved Israel of military pressure from the southwest and enabled the intensification of the occupation of Palestinian land. However, Cairo was also a willing partner in the political project that Begin had conceived for the Palestinians. Despite Sadat's loud exhortations as the chief defender of Palestinian rights, Egypt explicitly countenanced the Israeli notion that autonomy would preclude, rather than facilitate, the achievement of Palestinian statehood. Verbatim records of successive rounds of negotiations between delegations from these two countries reveal how an initial Egyptian insistence on a meaningful outcome for the Palestinians gave way to functional autonomy and the preservation of a bilateral peace alone. 44 Egypt's permissive role underscores a causal link between the breakthrough of Camp David and the subsequent thwarting of Palestinian statehood. Global constraints also played a large part in the limits of Carter's achievements in the Middle East. After Camp David, events in 1979 fueled a shift in Carter's attention, notably with the overthrow of the Shah of Iran and the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. 45 As a result of the Iranian Revolution and the hostage crisis in Tehran, the latter part of Carter's time in office was not devoted to the intricacies of the Arab-Israeli conflict as it had been in the early years. Heightened tensions in the Cold War, which have often been ascribed to Reagan's election and the revival of global conflict in the 1980s, actually emerged in part as a reaction to Carter's actions. 46 By his 1980 State of the Union address, the articulation of a Carter doctrine signaled a more muscular American posture toward the international arena. This would only increase during the early years of the Reagan administration. 47 There are many ways to narrate the Palestinian struggle for self-determination in the late 20th century and a multiplicity of perspectives to account for. I have focused here on the interactions between the United States, Israel, Egypt, and the Palestinians themselves, although the latter were often excluded from the discussions over their political fate. Grassroots activists and various movement-based organizations were also pivotal in framing, and opposing, this struggle, and I have incorporated the constraining voices of domestic groups like the American Jewish community and Cold War conservatives. While examining local developments, This is not an internal history of the Israeli Likud or the PLO's military and diplomatic strategy, although those dynamics are discussed. Nor does this book seek to cover all the developments within inter-Arab politics or international and non-governmental organizations, even as organizations like the United Nations and the Arab League, as well as European governments, played a crucial role and appear as well. Rather, I explain how and why a host of influential state and non-state actors engaged with the question of Palestinian self-determination in political terms and reflect on the broader outcome of those discussions at a pivotal moment in the international history of the Middle East. 48. The persistence of Palestinian statelessness since the years under examination in this book remains intimately tied to the triumph of a political vision for limited self-rule first articulated by Israeli leaders in the 1970s, as well as the very real consequences of settlement expansion in the occupied territories. These processes are linked together. But while visible evidence of Israel's 50-year-old occupation is well documented, the evolution of its intellectual, legal, and political architecture is only recently coming under sustained scrutiny. 49 By examining the genesis of diplomatic negotiations prior to Camp David and the repercussions in the decade that followed, I am therefore suggesting we rethink the conventional periodization of the peace process to more directly account for the 1970s and 1980s. This deeper history is often obscured by the immediate concerns of the present, but the architecture of this process extends much farther back than has been acknowledged. My argument by no means implies that independent statehood was necessarily the preferred outcome for Palestinians, or even considered a viable option as far back as the 1970s. Other ideas were always circulating in diplomatic corridors, from confederation with Jordan to limited self-rule by local elites and other non-state alternatives. Rather than presume statist outcomes, it is important to remember that the articulation of self-determination in the 1970s and 1980s looked rather different than it might in the early 21st century. 50 The central claim of preventing Palestine is also not to say that Palestine, as a real or imagined place, was irrevocably foreclosed in the period under examination. At multiple junctures, horizons had opened for possible Palestinian self-determination, and may very well still exist. But in writing a history of contingent and unfolding events during the formative period between Camp David and Oslo, it is clear that certain avenues for sovereignty were closed down in the process, and the effect, if not the intent, has been the elision of a political solution for the Palestinians. In tracing a history of failure, the genealogy of a non-event, as it were, the historian must be mindful of clashing dynamics at play, haphazard intentionality, and a predetermined reading of the recent past. As this book makes clear, a series of diplomatic decisions and military interventions, shifting legal ideas about settlements, and conceptual debates over the meaning of autonomy and self-determination all contributed to the prevention of Palestine at the very moment when demands for sovereignty were first being heard. Chapter 1. Jimmy Carter's Vision. With a large blue velvet kippah covering his head, former Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter rose to speak to an overflowing crowd of more than 2,000 congregants at the Jewish Educational Center in Elizabeth, New Jersey. It was June 1976, the summer before the national election that would bring Carter to the White House. "The land of Israel has always meant a great deal to me," Carter told his audience. "As a boy I read of the prophets and martyrs in the Bible, the same Bible we all study together." A devout Southern Baptist, Navy veteran, and successful agriculturalist, Carter was largely unfamiliar to American Jews in the Northeast. Many were skeptical of his Southern roots and were wary of supporting an untested politician with no experience in the Middle East. 2 The hostility ran deep. One Jewish campaign advisor recalled the views of his co-religionists. "You mean you are supporting that guy? I thought he was anti-Semitic." 3. To counter these anxieties, the Democratic Party's nominee for president chose a large Orthodox congregation to deliver one of his most important campaign speeches. "As an American," Carter told the audience, "I have admired the state of Israel and how she, like the United States, opened her doors to the homeless and the oppressed. For this affirmation of a deep commitment to Israel in part reflected personal experience, as well as the steady growth of cultural and intellectual bonds between political Zionism and American liberalism since the 1940s. 5. Carter's speech at the synagogue came against the backdrop of tense Israeli relations with the wider Arab world. Attempts at regional peacemaking after the 1973 war had left unresolved core issues of political contention, as well as the fate of the Palestinian question. All people of goodwill can agree it is far past time for permanent peace in the Middle East, Carter told the congregants in Elizabeth that day. This peace must be based on absolute assurance of Israel's survival and security, he assured the assembled crowd. As president, I would never yield on that point. The survival of Israel is not just a political issue, it is a moral imperative. 6. The rising political star argued that only a change of attitudes would lead to Arab recognition of the right of Israel to live as a Jewish state. When speaking of the Palestinians, he stuck with more humanitarian themes. Too many human beings, denied a sense of hope for the future, are living in makeshift and crowded camps where demagogues and terrorists can feed on their despair, Carter remarked. 7 This language was deliberate and designed to assuage the concerns of his audience. Our constant and unwavering goal must be the survival of Israel as a Jewish state and the achievement of a just and lasting peace. 8. Conspicuously absent from Carter's synagogue address was a direct discussion of the Palestinians in national terms. The omission was in line with dominant U.S. policy at the time, given strong domestic American Jewish opposition to the PLO in the United States and the unwelcome claims of self-determination the organization had been making globally in the 1970s. The specter of armed Palestinian resistance had not dissipated, despite the PLO's growing commitment to diplomacy in place of military action. Carter had a national race to win, and in the view of a campaign liaison to the American Jewish community, the Elizabeth speech helped clinch the election by preventing a big loss in the New Jersey primary. 9. The Georgia governor's support for Israel extended well beyond political expedience. In his memoir, Keeping Faith, Carter later reflected on his 1973 visit to the country, which underscored religious attachments as well. In my affinity for Israel, I shared the sentiment of most other Southern Baptists that the holy places we revered should be preserved and made available for visits by Christians. I considered this homeland for the Jews to be compatible with the teachings of the Bible, hence ordained by God. It was a perspective that had direct bearing on his approach to political solutions in the Middle East, as Carter felt strongly that regional stability depended on continued U.S. alignment with Israel. In his view, moral and religious beliefs made my commitment to the security of Israel unshakable. 10. What of Carter's early attitude toward the Arab world and Palestinians? Initially, religious blinders and limited experience in the Middle East precluded a more substantial engagement with divergent perspectives. 11 As the president himself declared in his memoirs, I had no strong feelings about the Arab countries. I had never visited one and knew no Arab leaders. 12 At the same time, Carter took issue with Palestinian political disenfranchisement, growing out of his domestic orientation toward greater civil rights and equality. This was a function of his childhood in the segregated South, where racial inequality was a direct feature of his daily life. 13 He highlighted the linkage in very forthright terms years later, writing in his memoir about the continued deprivation of Palestinian rights and the need for American involvement in securing these rights. It was imperative that the United States work to obtain for these people the right to vote, the right to assemble and to debate issues that affected their lives, the right to own property without fear of its being confiscated, and the right to be free of military rule, Carter reflected. To deny these rights was an indefensible position for a free and democratic society. 14. Throughout his presidential campaign, however, Carter consistently used language that avoided the endorsement of Palestinian statehood, and he continued to avoid it during his time in office. Such a position fit well in mainstream American political discourse, which did not countenance the idea of a state or sovereignty for Palestinians. 15 After the election, closer attention to the region and the complexities of the conflict yielded startlingly original ideas that pushed the boundaries of what might be possible diplomatically, including arrangements for territory administered by Palestinians themselves. While Carter's initial framing of this issue had largely been in the context of human rights and humanitarian concerns, his evolving rhetoric signaled a willingness to engage more directly with the question of Palestinian aspirations in political terms. 16 Over the course of Carter's first few months in office, the evolution of his thinking about the meaning of self-determination and the floating of specific ideas drew fierce opposition from both the Israeli government and domestic constituencies in the United States. Carter's turn. On November 2, 1976, Carter and his running mate, Minnesota Senator Walter Mondale, defeated the incumbent President Gerald Ford and his running mate, Kansas Senator Bob Dole. Carter's foreign policy advisors had been busy outlining priorities for the first 6 months of the administration even before he had won the election. Like many untested transition teams, they were ambitious and envisioned a protracted architectural process to reform and reshape the existing international system. 17 In the realm of the Middle East, they stressed the need to pursue a comprehensive settlement to the Arab-Israeli conflict instead of Kissinger's interim agreements negotiated under Nixon and Ford. Underscoring that a new approach to the Arab-Israeli conflict was under development, Carter's advisors emphasized that this would mean a settlement in which the Arab countries trade full normalization of relations with Israel for return of territories occupied in 1967, with such changes as may be mutually agreed, and some form of self-determination for Palestinians on the West Bank. 18 Rather than put forward detailed American proposals or impose a solution from the outside, the United States would encourage negotiations by working as an external broker. The newly appointed National Security Advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, worked closely with the president to craft this comprehensive approach. Brzezinski was a member of the political science faculty at Columbia University when he first met Carter. He also served as the executive director of the North American branch of the Trilateral Commission, a forum for government, business, and academic representatives from the United States, Europe, and Japan to discuss issues of the developed and developing world. After a 1975 speech in Japan, at which Carter had argued for utilizing a balanced approach to achieve peace in the Middle East, Brzezinski decided to become more actively involved in the campaign and quickly emerged as a top foreign policy tutor to the governor. He saw Carter as realistic and determined, sensing that he was able to combine principle with power, the only prescription for a successful American foreign policy. 19. Brzezinski was a Soviet specialist, a clear indication that the Carter administration was still working in the context of a Soviet power struggle. 20 But the waning influence of détente, which had shaped U.S. foreign policy around the globe in the early 1970s, provided space for a new sort of American internationalism. Carter's aim was to articulate a stance abroad that was rooted in the rhetoric of human rights and that was responsive to decolonization in the developing world. This stance would often be applied unevenly, and its impact would be more rhetorical than substantive. Nevertheless, Carter's intention was to break with dominant Cold War constraints of the decade. 21. Even with this new emphasis, the great power rivalry of the Cold War continued to cast a shadow during the presidential transition. Not long before entering the White House, Carter met with the outgoing Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger. Kissinger had jointly convened a meeting in December 1973 with the Soviet Union under the auspices of the United Nations intended to negotiate a solution to the Arab-Israeli conflict in the wake of the 1973 war. Carter was attuned to this geopolitical rivalry, and off the record he assured Kissinger that he would try to avoid a revival of the Geneva Conference out of concern for the role the Soviets might play there. 22. Two major influences shaped the development of Brzezinski's views of the Middle East. The first, as had been the case for Carter, was a trip to the region in the summer of 1976, right before the presidential election. This visit convinced Brzezinski that security for Israel would depend on formalized borders, close to the 1967 Green Line. Such a conclusion came into conflict with Israeli settlement expansion, which Brzezinski understood as extending Israeli sovereignty beyond internationally recognized borders. 23 Brzezinski's second formative exposure to Arab-Israeli issues was his participation in a 1975 Middle East study group hosted by Washington's Brookings Institution. This was a think tank gathering of leading experts who sought to articulate an alternative for the region through a collaborative effort between pro-Israel, pro-Arab, and non-aligned parties. 24 According to one member of the study group, the Brookings report grew out of the realization that Kissinger's step-by-step approach to Middle East diplomacy, first articulated in the 1973 Geneva Conference, was not working. 25 The Brookings report called for an integrated settlement that would include security for Israel and a territorial withdrawal to the 1967 Green Line. Explicitly, it also argued for some form of Palestinian self-determination. This might take the form either of an independent Palestinian state accepting the obligations and commitments of the peace agreements, or of a Palestinian entity voluntarily federated with Jordan but exercising extensive political autonomy, the authors explained. 26 Rather than a simple matter of human rights, the assembled experts drew a line between the need for permanent Israeli borders and the importance of framing the Palestinian question in national terms. Rita Hauser, a prominent lawyer and former fundraiser for Richard Nixon, emphasized the importance of the Brookings study to Carter's foreign policy. Carter took this report and he read it, and he campaigned on it, and he made it his Bible. 27 In the view of another study group participant, the report stated openly what those in government could not say about the need for a comprehensive solution that would involve the Palestinians. 28 Brzezinski had co-authored a 1975 article in the journal Foreign Policy that called for an independent Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. 29 In his first official meeting with Israeli officials, the National Security Advisor got a sense of how far apart the administration's views were from leading voices in Israel. General Moshe Dayan, a prominent Israeli labor politician and military hero who had been defense minister during the 1967 war, met with Brzezinski on January 31, 1977, to discuss the contours of a peace settlement. While Dayan spoke about interim avenues with Syria and Jordan, he felt peace with the Arab world was far off, even if an end to the state of war might be possible. 30 Dayan took the Arabs seriously in their readiness to sign peace treaties but also told Brzezinski that Israel is not willing to pay the price. The general acknowledged this left Israel in an awkward position with regard to U.S. and world opinion. 31 When it came to territorial division, Dayan was clear that the West Bank, unlike the Golan Heights and the Sinai Peninsula, posed non-security-related challenges. Israel has every right to be there, Dayan remarked. Any division of the area is unacceptable. A West Bank Gaza state is not a solution. 32 Dayan would soon be appointed foreign minister in the Likud government of Menachem Begin, where he would help negotiate the Camp David Accords. In January 1977, however, he made it clear that if Israel were offered peace tied to full withdrawal, he Dayan would oppose peace. 33 Like Brzezinski, Carter's newly appointed Secretary of State, Cyrus Vance, was convinced of the need to address the question of Palestinian self-determination. Vance was a graduate of Yale University and a veteran of the U.S. Navy who joined the New York law firm of Simpson Thacher and Bartlett after completing his military service. He later transitioned into the government as General Counsel of the Department of Defense and Secretary of the Army in the administration of John F. Kennedy, followed by a stint as the Deputy Secretary of Defense under President Lyndon B. Johnson. 34 In his memoir, Vance wrote explicitly of the Palestinian plight. He described how they were ejected from their homes, embittered, radicalized, living in squalor and desperation, and argued that the Palestinian question remained the central, unresolved human rights issue of the Middle East. Reflecting on his approach to diplomacy in the region, Vance wrote that he and Carter were convinced a lasting solution to conflict in the Middle East required a just answer to the Palestinian question, one almost certainly leading to a Palestinian homeland and some form of self-determination. 35 Vance was also mindful of the constraints inhibiting a change in U.S. policy after 1967. He pointed out that UN Security Council Resolution 242 only dealt with the Palestinians as a refugee problem, not a political group seeking self-determination. The international community was not initially focused on statehood. It was only in 1969 and 1970 that serious attention began to focus on the Palestinian people and their aspiration for a homeland in the West Bank and Gaza. 36. A Palestinian evolution. Part of the reason for the delayed engagement with the political dimensions of Palestinian self-determination was a result of an evolution within Palestinian nationalism itself. The 1967 war had revitalized the national movement, which was easily eclipsed by inter-Arab political rivalries before Israel's victory. There was a split between the PLO, created by the Arab League in 1964 as a means to defuse nationalist agitation among Palestinians, and the Fatah movement, an independent liberation movement whose founders included Yasser Arafat. 37 Arafat was born in Cairo to parents from Gaza and Jerusalem, and he engaged in politics early on, demonstrating against British colonial rule in Egypt and then fighting in the 1948 war. While completing his engineering studies at Cairo University, he became the head of the Palestinian Studies Union, drawing the attention of the secret police. He left Egypt for Kuwait in 1957, where he headed a successful construction company but remained involved in political activity through the creation of Fatah in 1959.38. In 1965, Fatah began launching guerrilla attacks into Israel from Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon to liberate Palestine and keep the national struggle alive. The movement gained a great deal of attention and prestige after 1967, seen as the only legitimate resistance movement against Israel. Fatah soon joined the PLO and became the dominant force of the umbrella organization, with Arafat taking over the leadership in 1969.39. There were several constituent factions within the organization, including the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP, headed by George Habash, and the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, DFLP, headed by Naif Hawatmet. Smaller groups included the Syrian-backed Al-Sika Force and the Iraqi-backed Arab Liberation Front. All of these groups utilized armed violence, and some engaged in highly visible global attacks like plane hijackings to advance their struggle, while also balancing the use of force with the need to maintain relations with Arab states from where they operated. Arafat was at the helm of the PLO throughout this formative period, balancing various factional interests through challenges like the Jordanian Civil War. He was an indomitable force, although he ruled by factional consensus and was therefore heavily constrained by other resistance actors within the organization. There is a risk of reading Palestinian national history exclusively, though his actions given the wider balance of power between clashing factions. 40. Figure 1.1. Leader of the PLO Yasser Arafat by John Austin Hanna. 1982. Courtesy of Liberation Graphics and the Palestine Poster Project Archives. Between 1969 and 1973, the PLO's primary objective was the recovery of a Palestinian homeland and the establishment of a secular democratic state, without leaving Israel in place. Tactically, this included armed struggle as well as diplomatic means. 41. The 1973 war launched a new phase in the PLO's struggle, oriented toward partition and the acknowledgement of Israel's presence. In the aftermath of the October War, the PLO sought a place within the comprehensive diplomatic negotiations, which required political compromise and the eventual embrace of a state on far less territory than historic Palestine. 42. This was not a simple position to take, nor did it elicit uniform support, with early stirrings for a political solution leading to a violent backlash by more extreme factions. In June 1974, the Palestine National Council, the PLO Parliament in exile, passed a 10-point program that denoted a more targeted struggle for every part of Palestinian land that is liberated, implying an acceptance of a political solution on a limited piece of territory. 43. By the time that Carter took office in 1977, advocates for a separate state on a part of Palestinian territory had gained ground within the PLO, and the national movement's political demands were increasingly visible on the global stage. 44 The United Nations General Assembly had granted the PLO observer status in 1974, and Arafat had spoken in the chamber, a signal that the national movement was increasingly acceptable as a political interlocutor. The U.S. government, however, continued to officially oppose diplomatic engagement with the PLO, codified by the 1975 ban on discussions with the organization. Palestine, the PLO's information bulletin published in Beirut, noted the movement's growing international prominence and the attendant constraints of American policy. Describing hard-won victories in forums like the United Nations, the magazine's editors asserted the centrality of the Palestinian cause to regional stability even as mounting violence in Lebanon's civil war was generating new complications. 45. The views articulated by Carter's advisors were discussed widely in the American media and think tanks, strengthening Palestinian hopes that the incoming administration might be open to the notion of Palestinian statehood. For the PLO, this new U.S. attitude denoted a break from the previous administration. Yasser Arafat had singled out Henry Kissinger, the architect of the 1975 ban, for his intransigent approach. If the imperialist forces are unable to liquidate the revolution, then they are not averse to taming it or trimming its wings, turning it into a disarmed, restricted entity, void of the active militant spirit which disturbs the dreams of the imperialists and Zionists. 46 Skeptical of American attitudes, Palestinian nationalists had looked elsewhere for diplomatic backing. Over the course of the mid-1970s, the PLO was making quiet inroads with Western diplomats in Europe. British embassy officials across European capitals, the United States, and the Middle East had regular discreet and informal contact with the PLO, including monthly lunches between the Middle East desk officer in London and Said Hamami, the PLO representative in the city. 47 UK officials were mindful of Israeli opposition to these contacts but stressed the importance of hearing the PLO's ideas and feeding ideas directly to them. 48 In France and Belgium, the PLO had attained some official recognition, and the organization was gaining ground with the German government as well. Among Europeans, there was a growing consensus to support the organization, increasingly seen as the legitimate vehicle for achieving Palestinian self-determination. 49. Israeli leaders, long opposed to Palestinian national rights and deeply shaken by the violence of armed groups during the 1970s, sought to quash any effort to engage with Palestinians as a national entity. This position was bolstered by Kissinger's promise to the Israelis not to speak with the PLO as long as it refused to accept UN Security Council resolutions 242 and 338.50. By contrast, Carter's incoming administration included critics who had opposed the PLO ban and were more attuned to the broader sweep of decolonization across the global South. They found themselves in a position to craft Washington's new Middle East policy in a way that accounted for Palestinian aspirations as well. Possible elements of a Middle East settlement. Since 1967, America had played the leading role in conflict mediation between Israel and the Arab states, working to shape diplomatic efforts as part of what had become known as the peace process. 51 While not always perceived as a balanced mediator, Washington was the driving force for a regional settlement. 52 With Carter assuming office, several key State Department experts collectively began formulating a comprehensive approach to solving the Arab-Israeli conflict, including the Palestinian issue. 53 They suggested Carter embrace U.S. mediation as the lead driver for talks in the region as he sought to break from Kissinger's shuttle diplomacy. Carter's European allies voiced private skepticism of his administration's ambitions. Israel is enormously dependent on the United States, British Ambassador John Mason wrote from Tel Aviv, but the scope for the new U.S. administration to use this dependence to force the Israeli government to concede points which they judge vital to their security is subject to severe constraints. 54. Aware of these difficulties, Carter's National Security Council settled on the idea of arranging a new version of the brief 1973 Geneva Conference, which had been premised on a comprehensive solution before yielding Kissinger's narrow shuttle diplomacy. They hoped to convene such a gathering in the fall of 1977, with the goal of negotiating the large and seemingly intractable policy questions prior to that date. Kissinger's unwillingness to confront the Israelis directly on a permanent settlement had undermined the effectiveness of his shuttle diplomacy, and Brzezinski believed that a breakthrough would only occur if the American government took a harder line against Israel by demanding the establishment of permanent borders. 55 Such a confrontation could not be sustained indefinitely in light of Israeli dependence on their American allies. Most Israelis would instinctively shrink back from overt defiance of the United States, Brzezinski remarked, provided they were convinced the United States meant business. 56 With the model of a Geneva-like conference that included U.S. and Soviet co-chairmanship as well as UN endorsement in mind, State Department experts prepared detailed proposals focused on content. In a closely held secret proposal circulated to the President, Brzezinski, and Vance, a striking vision emerged of a possible comprehensive settlement that included an entity akin to a Palestinian state. 57 The details of the plan covered Israel's relations with Egypt, Syria, and the Palestinians and examined the fate of Jerusalem while providing maps of possible permanent borders. Egypt was viewed as a key component in the settlement, but a separate peace between Egypt and Israel was not in the cards. 58 An agreement that included the Palestinians was intended to proceed along with the participation of other Arab states, particularly Syria, in direct contrast to Kissinger's bilateral approach. The State Department was hopeful that Syrian President Hafez al-Assad could endorse a settlement and provide explicit acknowledgement of Israel's right to exist, which had been out of reach since the emergence of the Israeli state in 1948. 59 This would include support for a solution to the Palestinian refugee question and recognition of a final, sovereign border between Israel and a Palestinian entity. 60 In return, Syria would regain control over the Golan Heights, captured by Israel in 1967, and full diplomatic relations would be established between the two countries. In the West Bank and Gaza, the details of a possible agreement focused on a viable resolution that would balance Palestinian national aspirations with Israeli concerns. Several political configurations were offered, but two extreme outcomes were eliminated. The first was a reconstitution of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan on a pre-1967 basis, which would fail to address Palestinian self-determination. The second was a radical Soviet-armed PLO-dominated state on the West Bank and Gaza, which would be unacceptable to Israel and could be a destabilizing force in the region. Instead, the study suggested that the areas from which Israel would withdraw would be administered by the Palestinians and would have a recognized Palestinian political identity. 61. State Department analysts envisioned a Palestinian homeland linked to Jordan in loose confederation, with an elected administration supervising the police, courts, a capital, flags, taxation, and passports. The Palestinians would be allowed internal security forces without heavy military equipment crossing the Jordan River. Jordan would be responsible for foreign policy and defense, and could intervene for internal security matters. Any arrangement would rely on political and economic relationships between the Palestinian entity and Jordan, with Palestinian representatives participating in negotiations and approval being secured by local referendum. In essence, an interim Palestinian administration would work with Jordan to set up this confederation, cooperating with the United Nations prior to internal elections. Carter wondered whether a Palestinian commitment to the terms of a peace agreement including Israel's right to exist as a sovereign state would require the PLO's participation at a Geneva conference, a matter of some debate in the ensuing weeks. 62 But the initial plan called for an agreement on the West Bank and Gaza signed between Israel, Jordan, and Palestinians accepted by these Arab governments and the PLO as representative of the Palestinian people. Syria, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia would also associate themselves in the pursuit of this political entity constituting a homeland for the Palestinians. 63. The recommendations outline the borders of such a homeland. Aside from the Israeli government's unilateral annexation of East Jerusalem in June 1967, the rest of the territory captured during the war had not been formally annexed and boundaries remained indeterminate. The administration sought a first-stage Israeli withdrawal to the 1967 lines, excluding a 15-kilometer strip along Jordan and the Dead Sea with West Bank access via Jericho. Furthermore, it envisioned that the strip would be extended to embrace Israeli settlements in Hebron and around the Latron area near Jerusalem. A further 10-kilometer strip would remain under Israeli control along the western boundary of the West Bank north of Latron, the Gush Etzion settlement block, and a 2-kilometer strip either side of the Jerusalem corridor. After a second stage of withdrawal, Israel would still retain Hebron and half the area north of Latron. 64 Demilitarized security zones would follow in the West Bank, Gaza, and a portion of the Jordanian side of the border, with Israeli surveillance stations on high points over the Jordan Valley and UN observer posts at the border crossing. This peace would require mutual recognition, free access for Israelis and Palestinian entity residents in each other's territory, and eventual diplomatic recognition. If Israel would not withdraw from most of the territories without mutual security offers from the United States, the proposal recommended a separate treaty to come to Israel's defense in the event of aggression. The status of Jerusalem was to be adjudicated with particular criteria in mind. These included the requirement that the city would be undivided physically, with the Jewish population remaining part of Israel. Israelis would control Jewish areas in what was described as their capital, although the plan stipulated that no authority has sovereignty over the entire city. Later, the report expanded, it is important, but probably not such an imperative, that the local Arab entity, whatever it may be, has its capital in Jerusalem as well. 65 The proposal for Jerusalem included a Jewish mayor and Arab deputy, Jewish and Arab community councils, respective courts and schools, unhindered access, and an international commission under the United Nations to oversee free operation and use of religious institutions. 66 As for the Israeli settlements that housed 50,000 Jewish inhabitants in the East Jerusalem neighborhoods of French Hill and Neve Yaakov, what the report euphemistically called Jewish housing projects in Arab Jerusalem, options included representation on Jewish or Arab councils or the abandonment of these settlements and the movement of people and institutions to Jewish areas in the West. 67. Among the most charged issues addressed was the long-standing dilemma of the Palestinian refugee problem. According to Carter's Middle East advisors, it would be resolved primarily through compensation and resettlement in the West Bank Jordan area, with only token repatriation to Israel. 68 In detail, the principles of a settlement included the acknowledgement of injustice, the stipulation that refugees have rights to homes but developments since 1948 affect practicality, and offering compensation as a replacement where necessary. Carter, who had closely commented on this plan, scribbled on the side, "Most will not want to live there, this is my guess." 69 Furthermore, the memo stated that Jews who left Arab countries have claims, but not against Palestinians. A special Israeli-Palestinian/Jordanian commission under UN auspices, intended to organize refugee choices, screen returns, and calculate compensation, would facilitate the practicalities. The actual movement of the refugees would be done under direct UN auspices, via a Refugee Resettlement and Development Commission that would initiate development for resettlement and eventually subsume the operations of the long-established United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine, UNRWA. As a statement of the opening U.S. position for peace in the Middle East in early 1977, the State Department proposal was a bold document. Its contents, many of which have since returned as the central components of any negotiated settlement, outline the beginnings of what at the time was an equitable solution to Israel's conflict with the Palestinians and the wider Arab world. Arguably, it was the first detailed American outline of a grand regional settlement, placing territorial division at the core. It can also be read as an early iteration of what would eventually emerge as the two-state solution. Although the Palestinian component was limited to a homeland linked with Jordan rather than an independent state, it contained the seed of plausible sovereignty to address Palestinian aspirations for self-determination. In dealing with the most contentious aspects of the conflict, including refugees and the right of return, the status of Jerusalem, and the demarcation of a permanent border, this February 1977 plan was the first comprehensive U.S. idea for resolving the unanswered questions of the 1967 war. Carter himself was well aware that the State Department proposal went beyond the existing ceiling of negotiations, which had been limited to bilateral truces in the Nixon and Ford administrations. On the cover note of the entire memo, which had been distributed on National Security Council stationery to only 8 people aware of its existence, the president wrote that it probably asks too much of Israel. He suggested his advisors limit themselves to specific items, which he listed in his handwriting as A. 67 borders and minor adjustments, B. Real peace, C. Palestine homeland, refugee problem resolved, D. No specifics re Jerusalem, no PLO contact absent UN 242 endorsement, etc. J.C. 70 The new president was certainly thinking beyond the existing script of Middle East diplomacy but remained attuned to the limits of what might be possible. Vance to the Middle East. To initiate movement on this new approach, Secretary of State Vance made plans for an extensive trip to the Middle East. A series of meetings were arranged in Washington at President Carter's behest throughout the spring of 1977, including with Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin in March, Egypt's President Sadat and King Hussein of Jordan in April, and Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Fahd in May. Optimism abounded among regional experts. The U.S. Consul General in Jerusalem, Michael H. Newlin, wrote to Vance of the real possibility of peace given Arab willingness to recognize Israel's legitimacy in exchange for territorial withdrawal along the lines of UN Resolution 242. The complicated and interrelated problems of peace, withdrawals, security, a Palestinian entity, and the future of the PLO, while truly formidable, do not appear inherently insoluble. 71 Newlin was, however, aware of the irony that inhabitants of the Palestinian territories themselves would be excluded from the negotiations. 72. Gaps between the initial American position and the views of regional leaders did not take long to appear. Vance's first stop was in Jerusalem, where he had an official lunch with Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, Defense Minister Shimon Peres, Foreign Minister Yugal Alon, and several leading diplomats from both countries in Rabin's private office. Rabin had taken over from Golda Meir in June 1974 at the age of 52, the first native-born Israeli leader. He had transitioned from a soldier to a diplomat and finally to a Labour Party politician, an evolution that his biographer explains was neither smooth nor easy. 73 In his meeting with Vance, Rabin spoke of Israel's readiness for territorial compromise to advance peace, but he said it would not be a total withdrawal to the 1967 borders. The Prime Minister suggested that changes to sovereignty and questions about the control over territory would be subject to negotiation. 74. In an evening telegram to the State Department in Washington, Vance recounted Rabin's views about normalization with Arab states and the establishment of defensible borders rather than full withdrawal to the 1967 Green Line. 75 The Prime Minister's stance was a clear sign that the expansion of settlements would still be encouraged by the Israeli Labor government, despite American fears that these settlements would undercut Palestinian claims for territorial control. Vance's telegram contained a great deal of eye-opening reportage. Defense Minister Peres, who would later be celebrated as a leading Israeli dove, had defended the situation in the occupied territories. 76 Peres had spoken of an open bridge policy facilitating population movement between the West Bank and Jordan, and praised the rise of employment and improved living conditions among local residents. He also complimented Jordan's shadow role in the West Bank, where it was paying local salaries of public officials and supporting municipalities. With regard to the Gaza Strip, Peres spoke proudly of Israeli housing schemes and employment opportunities for Palestinians. It is the most tranquil part of the area under Israeli administration. Israel feels that whatever happens, it must behave as a responsible government and permit a normal life for the Gazans. This nod to a policy of pacification drew on a longer tradition of colonial control over native territories, a stance that was common within the Labour government since the 1967 war. 77 As Peres told Vance, Israel hopes to maintain a humane presence in the territories. 78. Arriving in Cairo for meetings on February 17, Vance joined Deputy Egyptian Prime Minister Ismail Fahmy and his advisers to discuss the state of U.S. Egyptian relations and the peace process. Fahmy was a close confidant of Sadat, who had appointed him as the foreign minister after the 1973 war, a position that had exposed Fahmy to Kissinger's negotiations of the Sinai disengagement agreements. Vance stressed that the United States hoped to be a facilitator of peace but that it also has no plan, and he had come to learn 79. The sentiment underscored the American approach of gathering information and gauging positions rather than suggesting parameters for diplomatic negotiations, even as it had developed ideas privately. Fahmy stressed the importance of engaging with the PLO directly on matters related to the Palestinians. Despite Kissinger's earlier promise to the Israelis on non-engagement, there was already formal American communication with PLO leaders in the context of security procedures around the Lebanese civil war that had broken out in 1975, and a modus vivendi had emerged between U.S. officials and Yasser Arafat's organization. This had expanded into more general discussions over the organization and its role in the region. 80 The Egyptian minister had met with PLO leader Yasser Arafat the same morning that he saw Vance and was pushing the Palestinians toward a more moderate stance that might yield American recognition. But Fahmy stressed to Vance that he could not and would not wish to negotiate for others, including the Palestinians. 81 Fahmy elaborated on the willingness of the Egyptians to reach a comprehensive settlement with Israel, including full recognition in exchange for complete withdrawal and secure boundaries. That evening, Vance met with Egyptian President Anwar al-Sadat and Vice President Hosni Mubarak. He was assured that for the first time in over 25 years, Arabs and Israelis both now have full confidence in the U.S. and in President Carter to act as a mediator. 82 Sadat was born to a poor Nubian family in the Egyptian Nile Delta, one of 13 siblings, later graduating from the Royal Military Academy in Cairo. He met Gamal Abdel Nasser in the army, where several junior officers formed the secret Free Officers Movement, which sought to free Egypt and Sudan from British rule. In the Egyptian Revolution of 1952, the group overthrew the corrupt King Farouk, and Sadat went on to serve under Nasser's government as vice president. The curtailed influence of Egypt's secret police and the empowering of Egypt's Islamist movement, which Nasser had suppressed, bolstered his political rise. 83. Sadat spoke of his own efforts to reach out to the United States from the time he came to office in 1970, recalling his statements of support for a peace agreement with Israel and his proposals to complete such an agreement swiftly. 84 He also recalled his decision to order Soviet troops out of Egypt and his work with Kissinger on the disengagement agreements. The Egyptian president was caustic about the Soviet Union, saying they had nothing to offer except their ability to undermine and create chaos so that the Arabs will have to ask for Soviet assistance. 85 As for the Palestinians, Sadat believed they should have a state on the West Bank and Gaza Strip connected by a corridor running through Israel. Vance reflected on the dissonance of his meetings with Israelis one day and Egyptians the next in a telegram to Carter that evening. The suspicion and distrust of each other's intentions are profound and are matched by an almost total inability on each side to understand the other's political realities. 86 The Israelis sought a peace process at a measured pace, stressing their need to retain some Arab territory for security purposes and opposing a separate Palestinian state or dealings with the PLO. The Egyptians viewed PLO participation and the establishment of a Palestinian state as the crux of the problem and were willing to find creative ways to ensure their participation in Geneva. 87 Sadat privately assured Vance that he was deeply committed to a peace deal, and he said he could bring the other Arabs along by virtue of his substantial influence. 88 Before returning to Washington, Vance shuttled to Amman, Beirut, and finally Damascus, where he met with President Hafez al-Assad on February 20. 89 Assad, like King Hussein of Jordan and President Elias Sarkis of Lebanon, agreed that a comprehensive solution to the Middle East conflict was a necessity. He was adamant that a withdrawal from the territories occupied during the 1967 war signified the areas in their entirety. Even if a state of war continued for hundreds of years with clashes every other year, Syria would not give up 1 inch of its territory under any pretext or condition, Assad stressed. 90 Privately, Vance spoke with Assad about the Arab states finding common ground on the Palestinian issue. 91 Back in his room at Damascus's Hotel Meridian that evening, Vance scribbled out the areas of agreement and division that had emerged during his visit to Arab capitals. All the parties, Vance wrote, were willing to go to a Geneva conference in the second half of 1977, and they were prepared to have substantive discussions on the core elements of a final settlement, peace, withdrawal, resolution of the Palestinian question. 92 The disagreements that Vance described centered on the method of resolving these issues and the question of PLO participation. Vance reported back on his trip to President Carter, Vice President Mondale, Brzezinski, and several other senior officials at the National Security Council, NSC. He reiterated the common agreement on going to Geneva for an overall settlement and the essential U.S. role in facilitating these discussions. The question of Israeli withdrawal divided the Arabs who were demanding full pullback from the 1967 lines and the Israelis, who held onto the notion of secure recognized borders. As Vance relayed, there was little consensus on the Palestinian question, even among the Arabs. 93 America's role, the NSC meeting participants agreed, was to help the parties articulate their positions and to outline general principles governing a settlement. Brzezinski stressed the need to deal with substance ahead of Geneva, like separating out the discussion of security and sovereignty and a sharper definition of the Palestinian issue. 94. In their discussion of Israel's position on negotiations, Carter wondered about the impact of an impending Israeli election on foreign policy and the willingness of any Israeli government, left-wing or right-wing, to recognize the PLO. The organization remained a pariah group in the view of leading Israeli politicians. Vance suggested more U.S. willingness to grant visa applications to PLO spokespeople wanting to travel to the United States, a limited sign we are prepared to move off dead center. Carter entertained the idea but also raised his concern about U.S. conformity with the Helsinki Agreement, which necessitated the preservation of civil and human rights. Can we keep people like this out of our country? This is not so much a question just of the PLO, but we have to be clean on the human rights issue. 95. Following up with Carter after the meeting, Brzezinski argued that permitting the PLO to come to the United States would be a major concession requiring something in return. The National Security Advisor warned that Carter should only add to the PLO's prestige when the timing was right for broader American efforts in the Middle East. The moderate Arabs are making an effort to get the PLO under control, Brzezinski suggested, and this would diminish their stature. Such action was in the U.S. interest, Brzezinski concluded, and we should not undercut them by suddenly giving the PLO a big public shot in the arm. 96 On the margin of the memo, Carter noted his agreement. The president's position underscored the dissonance between his invocation of human rights as a replacement for Cold War détente and the reality of subjecting regional politics to a strategic advantage. Brzezinski worked to develop a strategic view of the American approach to peacemaking. He advised Carter that Israel had to understand that a Geneva conference was not a substitute for stalemate. Rather than simply attend and let the conference stumble, Brzezinski argued that in Carter's upcoming talks with Rabin, the president should emphasize real movement, and the administration should not be shy to contribute substantive thoughts of its own. Carter underlined not shy on the memo, writing that we should play a strong and discreet role, but first we must decide what we want ultimately and step by step. 97. Rabin to the White House. Rabin's March visit presented an opportunity for the two leaders to discuss the substance of a possible settlement to the Arab-Israeli conflict. In his first meeting with Carter, the Israeli Prime Minister emphasized an approach to territorial compromise that did not denote full withdrawal, especially in the West Bank. At the same time, he stressed that the territories were not being annexed. Under international law, these are administered territories under Israeli control, but they are not part of our sovereign territory. We believe that their future is still to be decided in negotiations. 98 But when Rabin was pushed by Vance to clarify whether Israel required or claimed sovereignty in occupied territories like the Golan Heights, the Israeli Prime Minister was non-committal. We may claim it, but we have not annexed any other territory. We have left it open. 99 The echo of the Eshkol government's 1967 decision not to decide was unmistakable. Figure 1.2. Jimmy Carter with Yitzhak Rabin, Prime Minister of Israel. March 7. 1977 White House staff photographers collection at the Jimmy Carter Library. The talks between Carter and Rabin also highlighted the difficulty of the U.S. convincing Israel to yield on the Palestinian question. In Rabin's view, there should be two states, Israel, as a Jewish state, and a Jordanian-Palestinian state, not an independent Palestinian entity between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean. According to Rabin, this Jordanian-Palestinian state would be the only address for the Palestinians. How the Palestinian identity is worked out within that state is not our business. It is up to them. But we want two states. It can consist of two entities, but there can only be one state. 100 Carter pushed Rabin, asking about a possible U.S. model of two states within a federation, where Jordan would control defense and foreign policy and the West Bank state would be demilitarized. Rabin reiterated that there can be no third state. 101 In his view, negotiations should only proceed between governments, underscoring the limits of Israeli willingness to accommodate any Palestinian national entity with attributes of sovereignty outside of a Jordanian context. Later that evening, Brzezinski noted the Israeli Prime Minister's firm positions and encouraged Carter to make clear to Rabin that we want greater specificity, we are prepared to support Israel in a genuine search for peace, but that he should have no illusion about the United States indefinitely supporting a stalemate. 102. Rabin had also made it clear that forging any agreement with the PLO at a possible Geneva conference was out of the question, as the organization refused to recognize Israel or accept UN Resolution 242.103. These procedural difficulties would complicate preparations for a possible conference, given the Arab demands for Palestinian participation. In an earlier meeting with Israeli Foreign Minister Yigal Allon during his February trip to the region, Secretary of State Vance broached the possibility that the PLO could amend its charter to accept Israel and adopt UN Resolution 242, to which Allon responded, a PLO that accepts 242 would no longer be the PLO. 104 As Vance's visit to the Middle East had signaled, the administration was already pursuing the possibility of PLO reform and discussing modes of engagement with the organization in successive talks with Arab leaders. During the second extended session between Rabin, Carter, and senior advisors from both countries, Carter more firmly articulated the American position on territory and the Palestinian question. Your settlements in the occupied territories are illegal, Carter told Rabin. Your control over territory in the occupied regions will have to be modified substantially in my view. 105 As for the PLO, Carter invoked global comparisons to soften Rabin's opposition to engagement. We, of course, deplore terrorism, but even we sometimes have had to swallow our pride. We talked to the North Koreans and the French talked to the FLN Front de Libération Nationale. We don't know of any Palestinian leaders other than the PLO. He called for greater Israeli flexibility on moving toward Geneva with Palestinian representation, and Rabin's response evinced frustration with such an activist U.S. stance. I hope that you, Mr. President, will not take clear substantive positions before negotiations. 106. For Rabin, a broader Israeli position on the Palestinian issue could be separated from the question of PLO representation, which he opposed. But Carter and Vance made it clear that the issues were intertwined, and the U.S. government would not shy away from either. As Carter concluded, my only goal is to bring about a permanent peace in the Middle East, and this would require movement from all parties. We will be just as insistent in dealing with the Arabs, Carter added. We will insist that they recognize you, that they open their borders, and that they end belligerency. But I do not intend to tell them where the borders should be. The president did not share the same skepticism toward the Arab states as Rabin. We want a partnership with you in peace, and I understand how difficult it will be for you to accept the proposition that the Arabs really do now want peace. 107. Personal accounts of the visit underscore the deep divide that was emerging between the United States and Israel. 108 Rabin recalled his meeting with some disdain in his memoirs. It seemed to me that Carter was set on the Brookings report and intended to sell it to me piecemeal. 109 In Rabin's opinion, the Brookings plan had absolutely nothing in common with Israel's views about final borders. 110 The Israeli Prime Minister was especially frustrated with Carter's insistence on frank talk and clear objectives, growing increasingly concerned about the effect his new style would have on our region. If he publicized his views on the Middle East, Rabin noted, he would bring comfort to the Arabs and weaken Israel's negotiating position. 111. Carter also felt uneasy about his meetings with Rabin. 10 days later, aboard Air Force One, he told a domestic affairs advisor he liked Rabin but didn't think Rabin liked him. In private talks in the White House residence, Carter had asked Rabin about a possible peace and promised that he could raise with Saud at any point on behalf of Israel that Rabin wanted. But Carter had been disappointed by Rabin's lack of response. 112 In the context of American ambitions to solve the Arab-Israeli conflict, Rabin's circumspect reaction was disheartening. Tensions generated by the visit also worried leaders of the American Jewish community. On the evening of Rabin's departure, a delegation from the Conference of Presidents of Major Jewish Organizations gathered in the State Department with Secretary Vance. 113 The conference had been founded in 1954 during the administration of Dwight D. Eisenhower, in response to an Israeli military massacre of Palestinians in the West Bank village of Kibbutz. American Jewish leaders had mobilized during this crisis in U.S. Israeli relations and sought to facilitate a central address for engaging the growing and often fractious communal organizations. 114 Rabbi Alexander Schindler, the chairman of the organization and the leader of the Union of American Hebrew Congregations, the congregational arm of Reform Judaism in North America, expressed concern over Carter's meeting with Rabin. Vance assured the assembled Jewish representatives that the special relationship between the United States and Israel was as strong as ever. His assurance would not last very long. A Palestinian homeland. The breaking point between the Carter administration and American Jewish supporters of Israel came just 10 days after the talks with Rabin. At a town hall meeting in Clinton, Massachusetts, Carter responded to a question on the Middle East saying there has to be a homeland provided for the Palestinian refugees who have suffered for many, many years. 115 The frank language and insistence that accommodating Palestinians was central to any movement on Arab-Israeli policy fit with Carter's decisive break from his predecessors. In particular, Carter's choice of the word homeland, which was actually invoked with similar language in both the Brookings report and the State Department secret memo, elicited a great deal of public criticism from Israeli and American Jewish leaders. 116. Almost 70% of American Jews had cast a vote for Carter in the 1976 election, but deep suspicion lingered with regard to the administration's policy toward Israel. The remarks at the Clinton town hall bolstered these anxieties. Time magazine printed scathing reactions to the homeland comment from communal leaders, with sources commenting that Carter's pronouncement seems both premature and imprecise. 117 The President's Chief of Staff, Hamilton Jordan, recognized this mounting concern and worked to rectify it, along with other members of the administration including Stuart Eizenstat, the leading domestic policy advisor, and Mark Siegel, the administration's designated Jewish communal liaison. Their reactions to the Clinton remarks and the subsequent discussions about Carter's approach to Israel indicate that the domestic pressures on the administration's approach to the Middle East were real and ongoing from the very first months of 1977. 118. The brunt of the internal effort to soothe relations with American Jewry fell under the remit of the Office of the Chief of Staff. As Hamilton Jordan's young deputy in charge of Jewish outreach, Siegel was an active advisor who guided the early response of the White House to criticism of Carter's policies on Israel. Siegel had been appointed executive director of the Democratic National Committee, DNC, in 1974, leading to his position within the administration. 119 In the wake of the Clinton town hall, Siegel co-authored a breathtaking White House memo titled Jewish Identity, Zionism, and Israel. The internal document demonstrated increased executive branch awareness of the need to be cognizant of domestic Jewish concerns in the articulation of foreign policy. Siegel later recalled scrambling to finish the memo for Jordan, who feared that domestic support was slipping away. In the memo, Siegel referred specifically to Carter's Homeland Statement, writing that the Jewish community here is in almost morbid fear of a separate, politically independent Palestinian entity on the west bank of the Jordan River 120. Siegel captured the zeitgeist among American Jews in his memo, describing how the fear and disgust of the PLO reaches almost Nazi-hating quality of emotion. This disgust is what animated domestic criticism to the town hall statement. The American Jewish community, Siegel explained, was terribly concerned by the president's reference to a Palestinian homeland. The liaison also made several recommendations for Carter to reach out to American Jews, who were convinced that the State and Defense Departments are populated with anti-Semitic Arabists. As Siegel suggested, a token of objectivity must be introduced into the departments, even if it is the placement of one obviously sympathetic, non-career person, in each. At the very least, this will give the lobby someone to bitch to that they feel will at least listen. A similar suggestion was made regarding the National Security Council and the White House, in line with the belief that a better explanation of administration policies would have long-lasting strategic benefits. As Siegel concluded, above all, the American Jews must come to feel that their voices have been heard and that they have been part of the process. Only then could they be called on to help sell the result to their people and the Hill. 121. As a constituency long engaged in political activism, the American Jewish community had been working tirelessly to tighten its support among Congress and among sympathetic allies in the White House, building a powerful lobby to steer its agenda. This increasing focus on Israel was a pronounced shift in the activity of organizations like the American Jewish Committee, AJC, and the Anti-Defamation League, ADL. Older advocacy groups traditionally focused on domestic matters of concern like civil rights and immigration. 122 The effort to shape American policy through domestic lobbying grew exponentially during the 1970s, with the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, making significant inroads alongside other American Jewish organizations. 123 This domestic mobilization was partially rooted in the psychologically damaging effects of Israel's military losses in the surprise attack of the 1973 war, which still hung over Jewish organizational life. The negative reaction among American Jewish leaders was largely the result of a mounting perception that Carter was taking sides in the Middle East debate, to the detriment of Israel's national interest. Brzezinski admitted in his memoir that without any Arab concessions, the town hall remark helped to create the impression that the new administration was tilting away from Israel. 124 It was coupled with decisions around the same time not to sell cluster bombs to Israel or allow the sale of Israeli-made Kfir bombers to Latin American countries. As a result, the Carter administration was viewed in some quarters of the American Jewish community as having distanced itself from its alliance with Israel. By June 1977, the perception among domestic supporters of Israel that the country was being unfairly targeted by the administration led members of AIPAC to compile a list of 21 grievances, demanding the dismissal of Carter's Middle East experts. The White House was inundated with letters attacking Carter's pro-Arab policies. 125. Carter attempted to counter this public outcry, saying he never called for an independent Palestinian country and expressing support for the idea that if there is a Palestinian entity established in the West Bank, it ought to be associated with Jordan. 126 Brzezinski, too, reassured Israeli officials that the term was far more innocuous than they imagined, calling Ambassador Simha Dinitz to clarify that the word change was not monumental. 127 One administration official, however, portrayed Carter's statement as deliberate, arguing that the president wanted to move the negotiating process forward in his first year. 128 The concept of a homeland implied certain inalienable rights for Palestinians, addressing the refugee issue and acknowledging Israel's role in fomenting the dispossession of 1948. That may have been too much for some allies to countenance. In the late 1970s and 1980s, many supporters of Israel took issue with the view that Palestinians were an actual nation, a position that persisted well beyond Carter's time in office. 129. Outside of the United States, the American call for a homeland was a welcome development. Carter's remarks were considered a sign of the administration's seriousness in advancing toward Geneva and resolving the Palestinian question. The British Foreign Office emphasized their agreement. "We consider that the Palestinians should have a land of their own," one official wrote. How this should be realized is one of the matters for negotiations between the parties. 130. The PLO leadership in Beirut also praised Carter's declaration as a step forward in U.S. Middle Eastern policy, and an encouragement for the Palestinian people in their resistance to Zionist expansion and settler colonialism. 131. PLO officials still sought out a more specific reference to the location of this possible homeland, insisting on an independent state rather than a confederal arrangement with Jordan. 132. While mindful of declarations that had not altered the situation on the ground, the Palestinian reaction reflected a wider embrace of a diplomatic solution in the 1970s and a grudging willingness to live side by side with Israel. 133. The president's broader appeal for human rights elicited particular praise, with the hope that he would relieve the sufferings of all oppressed peoples of the world, including the Palestinians. 134. This linkage of the administration's Middle East stance with an emerging human rights agenda was touted as a successful departure from the approach of earlier decades domestically as well. As Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote to the president, the public clearly understands that the Carter foreign policy is derived from an affirmative commitment to certain basic human values. Moreover, you have defined these values as human rights, which is both broader and more flexible than such words as liberty or freedom. This gives our foreign policy a wider appeal, more in tune with the emerging political consciousness of mankind, which is concerned both with liberty and equity. 135. Brzezinski suggested that the vision offered by the president contained the kernel of an entirely new way of conceiving of the U.S.-dominated Arab-Israeli peace process, one based on greater flexibility in dealing with intractable issues. He believed the parties would see that the United States was serious about its peacemaking efforts, which could lead to more substantive negotiations. This is a significant step forward from almost anything that the United States has said on the subject for at least 10 to 15 years, the NSC advisor concluded. 136. Arab dissonance. What did other Arab parties think of this new American approach to the region? Continuing the series of meetings that Vance had initiated on the Middle East, Carter hosted Egyptian President Sadat at the White House for his first face-to-face conversation with an Arab leader. At their discussion in the cabinet room on April 4, the connection between the two men was immediate. Sadat spoke of the common principles shared by the two villagers, both from religious backgrounds. "You have to be optimistic if you are a farmer," Carter replied. "You have to always believe that things will be better next year." 137. Their discussions about the Palestinian issue, representation at Geneva, and Egypt's willingness to pursue a permanent peace with Israel were frank and far-reaching. Sadat was eager to establish his unique role for Carter: "I am the only leader in the Arab world who can take real steps toward peace. No other Arab leader, even in Jordan, will go as far as I will." 138. Underlying Sadat's optimism about peacemaking was an acute concern about the state of Egypt's economy and the need for greater Western investment to bolster the country's domestic and regional security. 139. King Hussein of Jordan visited the White House after Sadat, and Carter pushed him on the specifics of Jordanian-Palestinian relations in the West Bank. 140. Hussein, the long-standing monarch of the Jordanian kingdom since 1952, had a storied secret relationship with successive Israeli leaders. 141. It remained unclear how sovereignty for Palestinians in the West Bank would affect Palestinians in Jordan, and how to achieve an independent entity given the dominance of the PLO. As King Hussein argued, the PLO prefers its own state before discussing the future, and they realize the need for close links with us. The PLO is the creation of Arab summits, not the choice of the Palestinian people. 142. Hussein had been pressured to agree to the 1974 Rabat Summit Declaration, in which the Arab League members recognized the PLO as the sole representative of the Palestinian people, with inducements of annual subsidies from oil-producing states. His antipathy toward organized Palestinian nationalism was a legacy from the 1970 civil war in Jordan and the Hashemite kingdom's long history of control over the West Bank. Jordan's direct annexation of the West Bank in 1950 had a formative impact on the Palestinian national movement, and it lasted until King Hussein formally relinquished claims on the territory west of the Jordan River in 1988. In the interim, it was difficult for Palestinians to represent their own interests on a global stage, as demands were made that they participate in diplomatic discussions jointly with Jordan. This was a core structural impediment to the possibility of direct contacts with the PLO, which officials in the Carter White House sought to address. 143. The paramount concern within the administration during these consultations was not PLO representation but the composition of a defined territorial entity for Palestinians and how to account for refugees from the 1948 war. Carter raised these matters directly during his first meeting with Syria's President Hafez al-Assad, which took place in Geneva's Intercontinental Hotel on May 9. "How do you see a practical solution?" he asked Assad. "I don't believe that Israel can agree to take all of the Palestinians into their territory. What does Arafat have in mind that is practical?" Assad searched for an answer. He felt that any Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza would be too small to accommodate the refugees, and Israel would have to accept some. Carter asked him how many there were. Assad was taken aback, whispering to his foreign minister about the numbers of Palestinians in each Arab country. "I am anxious to provide you with a reply, but I don't want to mislead you," he told Carter. The conversation turned to the possible formation of a Palestinian homeland, and Assad admitted that there was internal dissonance between King Hussein and the Palestinians. Carter sensed the Arab states do not favor a fully independent Palestinian nation. It could become radicalized with a Gaddafi-like leader. The Soviets might gain influence there. Assad explained the divergent schools of thought, one that saw Jordanian hegemony over the West Bank and Gaza preventing the emergence of a Palestinian state, and the other saw a demilitarized entity for Palestinians as part of a Jordanian state. These propositions would divest the Palestinians of anything allowing themselves to demonstrate their own personality, Assad concluded. 144. Inter-Arab disagreements about the nature of Palestinian self-determination persisted throughout Carter's bilateral discussions with the Egyptian, Jordanian, and Syrian leadership. The problem for the Carter administration was not merely a question of internal Arab confusion about how to manage the fate of the Palestinians. It extended into questions of representation, the nature of political sovereignty, and the extent to which the United States might recognize the possibility of self-determination for Palestinians. 145. This was particularly vexing in light of shifting PLO views about how best to exercise national aspirations after the Rabat summit. Arab recognition had spurred Arafat's diplomatic gains at the United Nations, while also raising the expectation of a showdown with the more extreme guerrilla organizations skeptical of the diplomatic track. 146. If a homeland was a dangerous prospect for Carter to float in the United States, Palestinians themselves were still debating the nature of a political outcome that would be premised on independent statehood alongside Israel. The Carter administration's planning for a comprehensive peace was upended by a sea change in Israeli politics in the spring of 1977. In a startling development, Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin announced his resignation from office on April 8. The decision was a consequence of a bank account scandal involving his wife while he was ambassador to the United States. Coming on the heels of several corruption and nepotism investigations, the dollar account affair set in motion a political upheaval in Israel. 147. The electoral success of Menachem began in May, and the arrival of a Likud government to power would further challenge the possibility of Palestinian national sovereignty inside the West Bank or Gaza Strip. Carter's early efforts to reorient American involvement in the region, away from Kissinger's limited ceasefires and toward a comprehensive solution involving the Palestinians, now faced new hurdles in Jerusalem. Chapter 2. Menachem Begin's Reality. In his memoir, President Carter recalled watching an interview when Menachem Begin was running for prime minister, in which the candidate stated that the entire West Bank had been liberated during the Six-Day War, and that a Jewish majority and an Arab minority would be established there. At the time Carter exclaimed, "I could not believe what I was hearing." But Begin's views were not at all surprising to anyone paying attention to his long career in politics. Begin was a leader of the revisionist faction of the Zionist movement and a disciple of its founder, Ze'ev Jabotinsky. His early years had been marked by the upheaval of war in Europe and the tragedy of losing his parents and brother in the Holocaust. After arriving in Palestine and commanding the underground Irgun militia, Begin headed the opposition in the Israeli Knesset as the head of the Herut and then Likud party, a position from which he passionately articulated his views on a host of fractious issues, including the territories. 2. Begin saw the West Bank as central to Israeli identity, always referring to it using the biblical name of Judea and Samaria. 3. When the territories were first conquered by Israel in 1967, Begin was deeply opposed to granting Arab inhabitants political rights or any form of territorial control that could lead to Palestinian statehood. 4. Running counter to this exclusivist approach was Begin's more inclusive conception of nationalism, based in part on the model of European thinkers who had elevated a progressive version of the nation-state that should provide individual rights to minorities. 5. Together, the influence of Jabotinsky's ideas about Jewish territorial dominance and the discourse of liberal nationalist thinkers fed Begin's emerging conception of Palestinian Arabs as a minority that could be granted rights under Israeli rule rather than a self-determining political entity deserving of sovereignty. This inherent tension engendered an evolution in Begin's thinking as he campaigned for the 1977 elections a decade later. 6. In the lead-up to the May election in Israel, Begin stressed the impossibility of a Palestinian state or some form of national self-determination for Arabs in the West Bank or Gaza Strip. The Labour Party that had been ruling Israel since 1948 was no less opposed to such a development but remained wary of the political limbo that confronted the young country after the territorial conquests of the 1967 war. Leading Labour politicians like Levi Eshkol, Golda Meir, and Yitzhak Rabin therefore had spoken publicly of offers to exchange territory for peace between 1967 and 1977. At the same time, they had facilitated the installation of military outposts and civilian settlements in the territory itself. 8. The grounds for this encroachment were always articulated in terms of security, although common cause was made with the religious right and secularists involved in the Greater Land of Israel movement, which sought the expansion of Israel's borders. Unlike Labour politicians, Begin was less circumspect about Israel's choices regarding the territories and did not try to hide his views. "To whom are we going to give it back?" Begin responded to one interviewer. "In 1948 King Abdullah invaded this country from Jordan, he killed our people, destroyed our synagogues and he occupied part of it. Then in the early 50s he annexed it. Nobody recognized that annexation but Britain and Pakistan. The US never recognized it. So give what back? It doesn't belong to them." 9. In the style of liberal nationalists in interwar Europe, Begin viewed the Arabs of Judea and Samaria as a minority that should be treated with a degree of fairness but without collective rights for self-determination. The Likud election platform had provisions for dealing with the Palestinians in Israel as well as the West Bank and Gaza Strip. It delineated their choice to adopt Israeli citizenship, which would provide full rights and include voting for the Knesset. Alternatively, if Arabs in the territories chose not to take up Israeli citizenship, they would retain full rights without voting. In either circumstance, the electoral platform stated that the Arab nationality in Eretz Israel will enjoy cultural autonomy, a term that was distinct from political sovereignty and would emerge as a central tenet of Begin's approach to the Palestinians while in power. 10. The Likud Revolution. In an unexpected political earthquake, Begin's Likud party emerged 11 seats ahead of the Labour Party's forerunner, the Alignment, in the Knesset elections of May 17, 1977. Long relegated to the opposition, the Likud shocked the dominant political forces inside the country with the surprise victory. As the results were announced on Israeli television, the news anchor Haim Yavin declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, a revolution." 11 Begin's rise was especially jarring in Washington, where the settlement issue had already become a point of contention with Rabin. Carter was deeply attuned to Israeli claims being made on the West Bank and Gaza Strip. He had warned Israeli leaders of the dangers of land seizures and settlement expansion before the election. 12. This opposition to settlement building was even more relevant after the Likud victory. On May 18, Secretary of State Cyrus Vance received a memo from the State Department reporting on the stunning defeat of the ruling Labor alignment with the projection of Likud's large electoral success. The Tel Aviv embassy reported on the uncertainty of U.S. Israeli relations as a major factor in the left's poll showing. The Israeli electorate foresees hard times ahead and has prepared to batten down the hatches by taking a strong swing to the right. 13 Officials in Washington feared that the results of the election would herald the end of Carter's comprehensive peace plan for the region. After the news of the political realignment reached the White House, NSC Middle East advisor William Quandt recommended a policy review. Much of our strategy toward the Arab-Israeli conflict has been predicated on the assumption that a strong and moderate Israeli government would at some point be able to make difficult decisions on territory and on the Palestinians, Quandt told Brzezinski. The Arabs will no doubt read the Israeli election results as signifying an end to the chance of getting to Geneva this year, and possibly the end of any hope for a political settlement. All in all, the short term looks rather bleak in the Middle East. 14. Rather than turn their backs, Carter's Middle East advisor argued that the administration should engage with the new government. The best course of action was to withhold any outward disappointment with the Likud's victory, stick to the plans for Geneva, and invite Begin to Washington in the event he was chosen as prime minister. Nevertheless, Quandt wrote, Israeli voters should know that a hardline government will not find it easy to manage the U.S.-Israeli relationship. Intransigence must be seen to carry a price tag, but we should not be seen as the bully. Begin should be allowed to make his own mistakes. 15 Sounding a note of optimism, Quandt suggested that American public support for a Likud government would be less than their support for earlier governments, giving the U.S. government room for maneuver. 16. Carter adopted this cautious approach to the Israeli elections in his conversations with allies. He told British Prime Minister James Callaghan that regardless of the change in Israel's administration, the United States would continue to pursue efforts for a comprehensive peace. If the Likud government was intransigent, Carter told Callaghan, the United States might have to move away from a commitment to Israel. 17 Callaghan discussed the possibility of internal splits within British and American Jewry over the election, mentioning Jewish leaders with whom he regularly consulted, adding that he rather kept away from them this week whilst they are suffering from shock. 18 Carter agreed, noting similar dynamics in the United States. If it became obvious that there was a choice between Begin and an unpopular government on the one hand and the security of Israel on the other, there is no doubt that they would go with the security of Israel. 19 A fault line seemed to be opening up between supporters of centrist Israeli leaders and the new right-wing government, although this gap may have been less pronounced than Carter surmised. Internal discussions among domestic American Jewish leaders reveal discontent over Begin's victory, but ultimately a calculated decision to support Israel's newly elected leader despite the troubling policies he began to espouse. 20. Carter and Callaghan, whose relationship was warm and trusting, spoke of mutual concerns over Begin's political views and compared their respective plans to speak with the new prime minister. Callaghan had met Begin in 1974 and found him extremely charming yet extremely hard-line. Recalling the era of the British Mandate in Palestine, Callaghan told Carter that Begin had fought very bitterly against us and has the respect that old enemies have. Carter voiced concern over Begin's more recent unwarranted statements about settlements in the West Bank, or Judea as he calls it. He could at least have kept his mouth shut for a few weeks, Carter remarked. Callaghan's response was revealing. But it is unrealistic to expect him to do so. He has been saying this for 30 years. I don't think he will modify that policy unless you can apply some leverage. 21 The British leader's comments were an early indication to Carter that U.S. aspirations for a shift in policy toward the Arab-Israeli conflict would require exercising active American pressure where it had not been heavily applied before. In contrast, discussing Arab leaders, Carter told Callahan he was favorably impressed. "They may be wonderful con artists, but my impression is that they genuinely want to make some progress." Callahan agreed. 22. The British and American concerns over Israeli territorial aims and settlement building were prescient. In his first speech to the Israeli Knesset as Prime Minister on June 20, Begin declared the government will plan and establish and encourage settlements, both rural and urban, on the land of the homeland. 23 Among Palestinian leaders in exile, Begin's initial moves merely substantiated their deep antipathy. In Beirut, the editors of the PLO Information Bulletin wrote that Begin's election was a confirmation of the long-held PLO line that unmasks the fascist and aggressive nature of the Zionist entity. The editor's diagnosis of Begin suggested impatience with international rhetoric about Israeli policy in the territories. It proves the rightness of the PLO's attitude, that Zionist expansionism and aggression cannot be deterred by mere words, they concluded. 24. Formulating a negotiating position. The extent of the Begin government's position on the Jewish right to settlement in the territories and cultural autonomy for Arabs would become clear as Carter continued his efforts to lay the groundwork for negotiations at a Geneva conference. In proceeding with Middle East discussions, the president sought the help of other regional powers who might provide a mediating influence. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Fahd was welcomed to the White House on May 24. Fahd was considered the de facto leader during the reign of his half-brother King Khalid, who ascended the throne in 1975 after the assassination of King Faisal. Given his financial support for the PLO and Arab leaders, Fahd was seen as the linchpin of any American-led peace process, someone who had the ability to set a moderate regional agenda. 25 The president had been encouraged by Brzezinski and Vance to indicate a willingness to work with the Saudi leader on efforts to reach a settlement, providing security guarantees and attesting to U.S. friendship with the Gulf monarchy. Fahd himself was a great advocate of closer U.S. Saudi ties and sought to capitalize on emerging Saudi leadership in the Arab world. 26 Only a few years after the 1973 oil crisis and OPEC embargo, the kingdom had flexed its political and economic muscle. As the largest oil exporter to the United States, Saudi Arabia had become a regional and global power. 27 During their opening discussions, the U.S. president stressed the close alignment between the two countries, telling Fahd there is no other country with whom we have closer or more friendly relations than Saudi Arabia. At 28 Fahd articulated the Saudi position on the Arab-Israeli conflict and stressed his willingness to follow the U.S. lead in negotiations. He explained, however, that Saudi Arabia and the other Arab states would not agree to a joint Palestinian entity with Jordan, rather favoring an actual homeland. 29 In their private conversation the next day, Fahd agreed to induce the PLO to endorse United Nations Resolution 242, which would be a prerequisite for U.S. discussions with the PLO. The Saudi Crown Prince reiterated his commitment to the pursuit of a comprehensive settlement in the months ahead. 30. Fahd's departure from the United States concluded the administration's extensive outreach to Arab leaders in the first half of 1977. In early June, U.S. officials began to strategize domestic outreach for promoting a comprehensive peace. The case must be carried to the American people as a whole, including the Jewish community, Brzezinski advised the president. This means stressing not only that a settlement is good for Israel, but also emphasizing explicitly that the national interests of the United States require a settlement. 31 For Carter's Middle East policy to work, he would need the support of American Jews, who remained skeptical of his intentions since the president's Palestinian homeland remark. Brzezinski's advice underscored the need to frame the entire undertaking in terms of the national interest, appealing to American Jewish patriotism and allegiance, rather than driving a wedge between their support for Israel and for the United States. As the Carter administration planned its next steps, the Israeli Foreign Ministry was assessing the American approach for the new government in Jerusalem. 32 Begin announced a set of 15 guidelines for his government's approach to key issues, revealing his commitment to settlement in the entirety of Israel and the territories. 33 Begin's guidelines asserted that the right of the Jewish people to the land of Israel is eternal and inalienable, and called for an increase in the setting up of defense and permanent settlements, rural and urban, on the soil of the homeland. 34 At the same time, Begin's points included agreement to attend the Geneva Conference and an invitation to Israel's neighbors to conduct direct negotiations for the signing of the peace treaties between them. 35 This dual approach emerged as a hallmark of Israeli diplomacy under Begin. On the one hand, it expressed a willingness to negotiate bilaterally with Arab states, albeit without the Palestinians. At the same time, it premised these negotiations on the assertion of Israeli sovereignty in the occupied territories and allowance for expanded settlement building. The approach was cleverly designed, and fundamentally at odds with the US and Arab positions. To dispel any criticism of the Israeli strategy, Begin deployed his close confidant Shmuel Katz and Israel's ambassador to the United States, Simcha Dinitz, to meet with Brzezinski and other advisors in the White House. 36 Katz was a founder of the right-wing nationalist Herut Party, the forerunner of the Likud. He was also a co-founder of the Movement for Greater Israel in 1967, a group that advocated for permanent settlement in the occupied territories. 37 Dinitz had been a political advisor to former Prime Minister Golda Meir and was ambassador to the United States during the 1973 war, when he coordinated weapons shipments to Israel with Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. In their meeting with Carter's representatives, the gap between Israeli and American views was clearly articulated. Katz affirmed Begin's position on abiding by UN Security Council Resolutions 242 and 338, although he took issue with the notion that the question of a Palestinian homeland or refugee compensation fell under these resolutions. This claim was an early indication that the Begin government did not accept the applicability of Resolution 242 to the West Bank, disputing that withdrawal from territories signified a need to leave Judea and Samaria and ensuring a collision with his American interlocutors. The logic of the new Israeli government was challenged on the issue of settlements. Brzezinski explicitly asked about their status, and Katz restated the Likud position on the basic right of the Jewish people to Western Palestine as a whole. 38 He invoked international law, arguing that the rejection of the 1947 partition plan by the Arabs restored the full legal basis for Israeli claims to the territories. This inherent contradiction, claiming to abide by 242 and believing in the basic right of the Jewish people to Western Palestine, reflected a core element of the right-wing government's approach to the settlements, explicit and unapologetic. 39 Katz stressed that Israel's position would not preempt negotiations, while at the same time insisting that settlement building would continue. Brzezinski asked him about building in areas populated by Arabs, and Katz acknowledged that there was some controversy on this matter. He stressed that the Likud government was hoping to persuade Arabs not to force an Israeli withdrawal. If I can give you the vision that I have, after 40 years of contacts with the Arabs, Katz remarked, I would try to convince the Arabs in Western Palestine that their greatest chance for security and prosperity, without loss of their cultural identity and with local autonomy, lies in a unitary state under an Israeli government, with the right to citizenship for those who want it, or they can remain Jordanian citizens. The notion of a political solution to Palestinian aspirations was an anathema to Begin's envoy. If an Arab entity of any kind is formed west of the Jordan River, it would be a threat to Israel. 40 In essence, Katz had provided the Americans with a recipe for a one-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, an Israeli state in full control of territory and inhabitants on both sides of the Green Line. Brzezinski pushed Katz to explain how such a vision squared with the demographic reality of a possible eventual Arab majority over Jews. Katz spoke of the hopes among the Likud for mass immigration so that we could at least keep the ratio in our favor. He refused to accept any proposition that a mere Israeli withdrawal to the 1967 lines would yield peace with the Arabs. We believe that the 1967 borders constitute a death trap. 41 Rather than concede that peace required giving up land, Katz reinforced the notion that Israel would emerge more vulnerable, lecturing his American interlocutors about the conflict, which he argued stems from the Arab refusal to recognize our existence in any area. You know, Katz concluded, 100 years ago Palestine was almost empty. Most of the Arabs came after the Zionists already made the area livable. There was no such thing as an Arab Palestine that existed for 1,300 years before we came. 42 It was the clearest statement yet of a divergence between American and Israeli views about the causes and possible outcomes of the conflict. Despite these irrefutable warnings of the Begin government's ideological shift and overt commitment to settlement expansion, Carter believed he had to try to bring the Israeli leader into his own political orbit. The president sent a warm note of congratulations to Jerusalem and invited Begin to the White House in July 1977. I would welcome your ideas on how progress towards peace can best be achieved, Carter wrote. I believe it important that we meet at an early date to establish a personal relationship and exchange views on the negotiation of a peace settlement and on other matters of mutual concern. 43 U.S. officials worked on a strategy to keep the focus of the meeting on elements of a comprehensive solution, seeking a clear Israeli endorsement of Security Council Resolution 242 along favorable lines as well as restraint on settlement building. 44 They also reached out to President Sadat of Egypt to encourage public statements reaffirming his commitment to a comprehensive peace with Israel. 45 Several U.S. senators endorsed Carter's approach, issuing a bipartisan letter signed by the likes of Robert Byrd, Abraham Ribicoff, and Edward Kennedy. 46 As a means of shoring up domestic support, Carter, Vice President Mondale, Vance, and Brzezinski gathered with Jewish leaders in July, ahead of Begin's visit. Mondale had been a senator from Minnesota before Carter selected him as a running mate, and he was viewed as more sympathetic to Israel than other members of the administration. He often led discussions with pro-Israel lobbyists and was a favored conduit with the leader of AIPAC. 47 In the meeting, which was reported in full by the administration to Israeli embassy officials in Washington, Vance provided updates of his discussions with Arab leaders while Brzezinski affirmed three underlying principles in the U.S. approach. 1. We will not deceive Israel nor the Jewish community. 2. We will not betray the fundamental moral problems Israel faces, and 3. We will not compel or threaten Israel's security. 48 The necessity of reiterating these points was a function of growing anxiety among Jewish leaders. Rabbi Alexander Schindler, attending as the head of the Conference of Presidents of Major Jewish Organizations, spoke of a perception of the erosion of America's commitment to Israel. 49 Carter tried to reassure the participants that the United States would not impose a settlement and that he would personally work with Begin when he came to Washington later that month. While the administration worked to implement its foreign policy in the Middle East, domestic pressures from American Jews were a clear factor that had to be accounted for. The lack of parallel pressure from Arab Americans was a function of a less developed lobbying arm, although their own political voice had begun to take shape as well. 50. Begin visits Washington. On July 19, 1977, Menachem Begin arrived at the White House for his first face-to-face meeting with President Carter. During their morning discussion in the Cabinet Room, Carter laid out the central principles of the U.S. approach to the Middle East conflict, which included a comprehensive peace based on UN Resolutions 242 and 338, a resolution of territorial boundaries, and the question of the refugees. We have set a homeland tied into Jordan, Carter told Begin, but we have no plan. 51 This was not entirely accurate, given the well-developed and confidential plan that had been laid out in February. But the president did not seek to preempt the parties themselves. Carter accordingly concluded his opening remarks with a reflection on the American role. I am sure that not every side completely trusts us. We will try to act as best as we can. We will be eager to see you and your own neighbors negotiating directly. We have no desire to be intermediaries. 52. The Israeli Prime Minister used the occasion of this first bilateral meeting to launch into a swift historical review of the Jewish fight for Palestine, typical of his grandiose rhetorical style. He first recalled the Israeli victory in 1948, during which time he was a leader of the Irgun militia, the group responsible for the infamous wartime atrocity at Deir Yassin. While the massacre was seen as a primary driver of forced Palestinian migration, Begin characterized the consequences of the violence quite differently. It is true that some 450,000 Arabs left, he told Carter. We did not want them to go. I myself wrote a pamphlet appealing to the Arabs not to flee. Their leaders told them to leave, promising them that they would take over Tel Aviv once the Arab victory had been won. 53 As with most historical work on the 1948 war, the afterlife of the massacre was subject to clashing interpretations, a reflection of unsettled questions about the causes and consequences of the Palestinian refugee crisis. Historians generally agree, however, that at least 700,000 Palestinian refugees were either forced out of their homes by Jewish fighters or fled as a result of violence and fear of transfer during the course of the war. 54. Begin also recalled the feeling of existential threat followed by a rapid Israeli victory in the June 1967 war, leaving President Carter a small map outlining the short distance between the Green Line and Israeli population centers. It was Begin's way to illustrate the mortal danger of his country returning to the pre-1967 borders. Such a restored situation could mean the mutilation of our country, Begin remarked. 55 Choking up as he continued reviewing the history of Jews unable to defend themselves, Begin added, "This is our concept of national security, Mr. President. Our fathers and mothers got killed because they were Jews. We don't want our grandchildren to suffer the same fate." 56. Carter, sidestepping the emotional aspects of the discussion, was encouraged by Begin's apparent willingness to proceed to a Geneva conference for broader diplomatic talks on the basis of UN Resolutions 242 and 338. Such a position seemed to open the door for Egypt's Anwar al-Sadat and Jordan's King Hussein to participate in regional negotiations. Yet Carter also saw major differences that would have to be resolved, most notably on the question of continued settlement expansion. As far as you and your people are concerned, Carter told Begin, the question of the West Bank is going to be important as an open subject for discussion. Israel's divergence from the U.S. position was openly acknowledged. The attitude of your government at permitting new settlements these very well might prevent the peace conference itself, Carter continued. One of the acute concerns here has been the attitude of you and your government to the West Bank that almost closes off future negotiations. 57. Another central point of contention remained the role of the PLO. Carter explained to Begin that he had notified the PLO through Arab leaders that if they would fully endorse the UN resolutions and acknowledge Israel's right to exist, we would begin to talk and listen to their positions. This is a very difficult thing for us, Carter added. It is our impression that the Israeli people would be prepared to talk to them if the PLO acknowledged Israel's right to independence. 58 Carter's vision for PLO recognition was not a fanciful wish. In the weeks prior to Begin's visit, PLO Chairman Arafat relayed a message to President Carter implying the PLO's willingness to live in peace with Israel. His condition was a U.S. commitment to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state unit entity. 59 Although the form of such an entity remained a matter of fierce disagreement, the principle of Palestinian diplomatic engagement was clear. Begin, however, would not countenance PLO involvement in Carter's Geneva initiative. Carter suggested instead that perhaps the Palestinians would not be invited to the opening of Geneva but that the question of the refugees be put on the agenda. Begin, invoking the plight of Jews who had been forced out of the Arab world in 1948 as a counterweight, quickly added, both the Arab and the Jewish refugees. The president replied he had no objection. 60 Like Rabin before him, Begin agreed to a Jordanian delegation representing Arab inhabitants of the West Bank as long as PLO members did not participate. We too are Palestinians, Begin said. We are prepared to agree that in the Jordanian delegation there should be Palestinian Arabs. We will not investigate their private credentials but not the PLO. 61. The Israeli Prime Minister then invited his advisor Shmuel Katz to discuss the Palestinians and the refugee question. Turning to Carter and his advisors, Katz pulled out a large map of the Arab states and Israel. Every child in the Arab states is taught from an early age, now there are new textbooks recently surveyed, that this triangle, Israel, must as a patriotic duty and a moral imperative be eliminated as a decisive and immoral element in the Arab world. 62 This was a markedly charged tone in Israeli messaging about the fate of the Palestinians. It was the start of a public relations offensive that would recur with great frequency in meetings between Likud politicians and their American counterparts. The new Likud leadership worked to reframe their views about Israel's internal conflict with the Arabs as part of their diplomatic offensive at the Carter White House. In the working dinner that evening, Begin's toast was a reflection of his deep-seated belief in the shared values between Israel and the United States. "We are a guardian of human liberty and democracy in the Middle East," Begin proclaimed, marveling at the peaceful transition from his predecessor in a region where such shifts were so often marked by violence. The Israeli Prime Minister summed up his view of why there was still no peace: "It is an historical conflict. It is not a territorial problem." He expanded on this point, emphasizing the lack of peace that existed between 1948 and 1967, before Israel's territorial expansion. "We came there. We have come there by right of our ancestors. But it was not recognized, and time and again attempts were made to destroy us." 63. The clear distinction between historical and territorial conflict enabled Begin to situate the Palestinians as merely Arab inhabitants of Judea and Samaria, neither a nation nor a people in their own right. It was a radically different post-war vision than the collective rights of self-determination that the Palestinians demanded and the Americans had begun to recognize by the late 1970s. Begin concluded his toast by returning to his earlier theme about the Arab displacement in 1948. "We don't hate our neighbors," he told Carter. "We don't want to humiliate them at all. We never wanted to defeat them. We never wanted to wrong them. But we had to defend ourselves." 64. Territorial retention. In light of the Begin government's position, what might the territorial contours of a Palestinian political solution include? Before Carter and Begin began formal talks on the morning of July 20, the President and Secretary Vance relayed their initial negotiating position to the Israeli Prime Minister via Connecticut Senator Abraham Ribikoff. Any territorial withdrawal, the President and his Secretary of State explained, would have to consist of mutually agreed and recognized borders on all fronts, and a settlement would have to include provisions for a Palestinian entity. Such an entity would not be militarized, just as the administration's secret February study had recommended, and provisions should be made for an open and economic and social relationship with Israel. The Carter administration was even more specific on the makeup of this entity. Means should be sought to permit self-determination by Palestinians deciding their future status, the U.S. position conveyed, like trusteeship for 5 years in which Israel would be co-trustee with Jordan of West Bank along lines of Functional Plan 6 suggested by Dayan. 65. General Moshe Dayan had joined Begin's government as foreign minister after a long association with the Israeli left. His functional plan for the West Bank had emerged in response to the Allon Plan of 1967, conceived in the aftermath of the war by Israeli minister and labor politician Yigal Allon. The Allon Plan mandated a redrawing of the map of Israel to extend Israeli sovereignty in much of the occupied territories. In order to secure a permanent Israeli presence in the Jordan Valley, Latron Salient, and the southern Gaza Strip, as well as the Golan Heights and Rafah approaches, Allon suggested annexing a large chunk of this territory and returning the remaining populated parts of the West Bank to Jordan or creating autonomous Palestinian enclaves. 66 Beyond the stated security concerns, the plan was premised on demographic considerations. Israel would acquire further territory without the Arab inhabitants who threatened to undermine the Jewish majority of the state. Dayan, unlike Allon, felt there should be a greater degree of Palestinian autonomy in West Bank municipalities, and his plan called for shared administrative responsibilities between Israel and Jordan with more territory under Israeli sovereignty. The specifics of any such arrangement had not been fully outlined, and Carter and Vance suggested that a plebiscite should be held after 5 years to determine the specifics and how to relate to Jordan and Israel. 67 The introduction of a conditional model of trusteeship and a plebiscite was a means to defuse some of the thorniest aspects of Arab demands and account for the Israeli ideas already in circulation. While these elements of a possible settlement accounted for Palestinian aspirations in political terms, it was a model that necessitated the deferral of actual sovereignty. Although Begin may have signaled a degree of flexibility about Geneva in his meetings with Carter, his stated territorial position tells a more intransigent story. Declassified Israeli records reveal that on July 13, Begin sketched out his peace principles, which he delivered privately to Carter during their initial meeting at the White House and in writing to Secretary Vance. The Israeli Prime Minister indicated a clear willingness to withdraw forces substantially in the Sinai as part of a peace deal with Egypt and seemed prepared to withdraw forces from the Golan Heights in the context of a peace treaty with Syria. 68 But the West Bank and Gaza were not ever part of his negotiations. Concerning Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza Strip, our position is that we shall not place them under any foreign rule or sovereignty on the basis of two factors, Begin explained. 1. Our people's right to the land, it is our land as of right. 2. Our national security, which concerns the defensive capability of the state and the lives of our civilian population. 69. After his private meeting with Begin on July 19, Carter made notes about Begin's approach to territory and expansion. He will try to accommodate us on settlements, Carter wrote. Wants to carry out Mappé plan at least, the president continued, referring to the ideas of Dayan and Alon. But Begin was reluctant to delay his expansion plans. Carter therefore suggested that Begin wait until after the Geneva talks and restrict new settlers to existing settlements. The president was clearly aware of the diverging views. This is difficult for him. Will stay on Golan. I told him Syria won't agree. Bank, Gaza, Jerusalem. No foreign sovereignty. Sinai substantial withdrawals. 70 Given these clear parameters by Begin on the possible Israeli negotiating position at Geneva, any diplomatic endeavor spearheaded by the United States would have to address a central dilemma: what to do about the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem. In spite of a clear divergence, U.S. officials agreed not to publicly discuss their concerns over the fate of the territory itself. Carter seemed to think he could keep Begin and the Israelis in play as negotiating partners. During the final meeting between U.S. and Israeli officials on the morning of July 20, Carter announced that he had agreed not to talk openly about Israeli withdrawals to the 1967 lines with minor adjustments before checking with Begin. As they discussed preparations for their joint press conference, Carter asked that Begin mention UN Resolutions 242 and 338. As far as our agreement that I will not mention minor modifications in the 1967 lines, I hope that you will not say that you have my commitment not to talk about that. 71 Carter was in essence offering Begin his silence on the inviolability of the 1967 border in exchange for some Israeli movement on other issues. In spite of their clear differences, the visit had encouraged the U.S. president, who wrote in his diary that he found Begin to be quite congenial, dedicated, sincere, and deeply religious. This was in contrast to Rabin, who, Carter simultaneously wrote, was one of the most ineffective persons I've ever met. 72 Begin's visit had managed to assure the U.S. administration that there was some room for diplomatic maneuver. 2 days after Begin's trip, Carter was therefore shocked to hear that the Israeli Prime Minister had returned home and legalized 3 West Bank settlements, declaring them permanent. Secretary Vance sent a critical telegram to Dayan, who had been working with the White House on this issue. Particularly coming at this time, Vance wrote, any new settlements, wherever located, would tend to confirm the fears of the Arabs that the new Israeli government intends to pursue an essentially annexationist policy with regards to the West Bank. 73 Vance reiterated the U.S. belief, as Carter told Begin, there should now be a moratorium on any Israeli settlements in the occupied territories. 74 Responding to a public barrage of questions about this provocative move at a press conference, Carter was forthright in his approach. I let Mr. Begin know very clearly that our government policy, before I became president and now, is that these settlements are illegal and contravene the Geneva Conference terms. Mr. Begin disagrees with this. 75 Deftly trying to steer away from an outright break with Israel, Carter posited that Begin was continuing the policy of earlier Israeli governments and expressed his hope that this shift was not insurmountable. 76. Figure 2.1. Prime Minister Menachem Begin is welcomed by children of Ilan Moret. Minister Ariel Sharon on the left. February 27, 1981. Herman Chanania, courtesy of Israel's government press office. The American desire to reconcile views on territory with Israel belied all the strong indicators of an inevitable collision. Begin had a very clear idea of his ceiling on withdrawal. At no time during his subsequent discussions with Carter or eventually Egyptian President Anwar al-Sadat did the Israeli Prime Minister ever relent on his basic stated principle of no foreign sovereignty for the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and Jerusalem. It was a position he had taken for many years, well before the 1977 election that brought him to office. His government's declaration of permanence secured subsidies for the settlements, further legitimizing Israeli claims in the territories. 77 The PLO was acutely aware of this growing threat, taking heed of Begin's decisions in official communications. 78. Secretary of State Cyrus Vance later explained how the American and Israeli divergence on territory amounted to a conceptual as well as political split. Our approach is from point of view that Israel must ultimately turn over West Bank to Arab sovereignty, once borders, security arrangements, and political status are agreed. Israeli approach is from point of view that it does not agree to ultimate Arab sovereignty, even as part of Jordan. It sees West Bank as permanent self-governing colony. Fundamentally, what is needed is for Israel to relinquish now its claim to sovereignty and refocus issue on security, which would require fundamental reversal of Begin's political ideology. 79. This clear explanation lay bare the core difference between the US and Israeli positions on sovereignty. Vance understood that any attempt at resolving the Palestinian question as part of a comprehensive peace initiative would ultimately fail if the issue of control were left in dispute. Carter's negotiating style evinced a strong conviction that he could assess Israel's opening position and gradually work to bring the sides closer together. Both the President and Vance clearly understood the challenge of reconciling Begin's views with their own comprehensive ideas. But a crucial element of possible success was the timing and nature of U.S. mediation and the degree to which the administration would exercise pressure to achieve its goal. In the absence of such external pressure, the Israeli plans would continue apace. A bumpy road to Geneva. Against the backdrop of Begin's July 1977 visit to the White House, the Carter administration continued to hammer out a set of draft principles for a revival of the Geneva Conference. Secretary Vance traveled once again to the Middle East to meet with Arab and Israeli leaders in August. He intended to finalize discussions at the UN General Assembly in New York in September and issue invitations for a conference to convene before the end of 1977. 80 Vance carried with him 5 draft principles. These included a comprehensive settlement based on UN Resolutions 242 and 338, the establishment of peaceful relations between Israel and the Arabs, phased withdrawal to secure and recognized borders with mutually agreed security arrangements, and a non-militarized Palestinian entity with self-determination by the Palestinians. 81 Before even leaving Washington, Ambassador Deinitz visited the Secretary of State at Begin's request to inform him that the Prime Minister had agreed to Resolution 242 but did not accept that this required withdrawal on all fronts. Vance was furious at what he perceived as backsliding and surmised correctly that the Israelis wanted the United States to refrain from mediating with the Arab states in a manner that exposed Begin's disagreements on substance and procedure. 82 The acceptance of the logic underlying the UN resolutions that had been negotiated after the 1967 and 1973 wars, a variant of Land for Peace, would be a difficult pill for the Begin government to swallow. During early stops in Egypt, Syria, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia, Vance sought Arab agreement on the Palestinian question, an issue of particular concern to U.S. officials. The U.S. Secretary of State had been examining various perspectives on Palestinian self-determination and the status of the occupied territories. 83 In discussions with Arab leaders, he introduced the idea of a transitional arrangement, which was intended as an alternative to outright statehood so that the Palestinians could demonstrate whether they were prepared to govern themselves and live peacefully beside Israel. 84 Removing the word trusteeship from his proposal after Syrian and Lebanese leaders expressed their distaste for a term that harkened back to colonial rule. Vance secured support from King Hussein of Jordan and Prince Fahd in Saudi Arabia for an arrangement that would defer self-determination in favor of an interim solution on the road to a more permanent outcome. 85 This idea gained traction and became an early influence on the autonomy provision of Camp David, ostensibly offering a temporally circumscribed period that could prepare Palestinians in the occupied territories for self-rule. The PLO still had to be convinced of such an arrangement, alongside the more immediate concern of participating in the Geneva process and resolving an ongoing debate over the acceptance of UN Resolution 242. Palestinian leaders strongly objected to the resolution on the grounds that it said nothing explicit about Palestinian national rights or the guarantee of a homeland. Yet the organization's thinking had evolved in a more accommodating direction. As early as June 1974, PLO officials had adopted a 10-point program, which implicitly accepted the principle of partitioning Palestine into two states, one Arab and one Jewish. 86 This was a crucial step on the road to embracing a diplomatic solution alongside Israel, but it did not have the full support of all the PLO factions. Many within the national movement denounced the program, leading to a split within the PLO. This dynamic made it a sensitive moment for considering U.S. diplomatic initiatives. Saudi Arabia acted as the conduit between the PLO Executive Committee and Vance in his attempts to further engage the national movement. The Secretary of State suggested that an official dialogue with the organization would be possible if they accepted 242 with the reservation that it did not deal adequately with the Palestinian issue. 87 During his meeting with Saudi officials in the city of Taif, Vance offered specific language for a reserved endorsement of 242 to be passed on to the PLO. If the PLO would accept this language, Vance told the Saudis, thereby publicly acknowledging Israel's right to exist, we would have met our commitment under the Sinai II agreement and would be willing to meet with the PLO immediately. He added that while his goal was to achieve a Palestinian homeland on the West Bank, he could not offer such a guarantee. The Saudis shared this offer with PLO chairman Yasser Arafat directly, as the executive committee of the PLO was meeting the same evening that Vance was in Saudi Arabia. After vigorous debate, the PLO Executive Committee voted against such an endorsement of 242. The result was due to strong opposition among hardline factions who would not give up a chief bargaining tool, namely conceding the acceptance of Israel without the assurance of a Palestinian homeland in return. 88. Official U.S. discussions with Arab parties on the inclusion of the PLO were leaked to the press before the Secretary of State arrived in Israel. Prime Minister Begin was adamantly opposed to these efforts, and he lectured Vance on the 1975 U.S. commitment not to recognize or negotiate with the organization. Begin read out sections of the PLO covenant to Vance that called for the destruction of Israel, and he questioned the morality of the American position. The leading American diplomat stood his ground and defended his pursuit of an opening with the PLO on the condition they accepted 242, which would have superseded the PLO covenant had Arafat and the Executive Committee agreed. Clearly PLO objections deferred certain diplomatic options, but the Americans were also constrained by the straitjacket of Kissinger's earlier commitment to Israel. 89. Begin's strong opposition to the PLO revealed a deeper hostility, one that extended beyond political grievance. Vance was accompanied to the Middle East by his wife, Grace, who kept a detailed diary of the visit, which provides a sense of how Israeli officials conceived of the Palestinian national movement. After being taken to settle in at the King David Hotel by Foreign Minister Dayan and his wife, Grace was brought to Yad Vashem, Israel's Holocaust Museum and Memorial. Her guide was Gideon Hausner, the lead prosecutor in the trial of the notorious Nazi official Adolf Eichmann. Hausner took Mrs. Vance through the avenue of righteous Gentiles, marking non-Jewish heroes who had saved Jews during the war. She was shown photographs and documents of the Nazi killing of Jews and the overall plans of Adolf Hitler's final solution to exterminate the Jewish people. Grace wrote that she was told 2 times by Hausner and later by Mrs. Diane that Israel can never again be taken in by enemies, that Nazis and PLO both dedicated to the destruction of Israel. Therefore, no compromises can be made. She recalled being drained by the visit, too sad to comment on whole period. But, she added, did feel that I was leaned on heavily re-PLO problem through visit to this Memorial 90. At a Knesset dinner in honor of Secretary Vance that evening, Grace was seated between Diane and Begin, and she described the Israeli Prime Minister as his usual pleasant dinner self, rather pixie, from time to time. Her reflections quickly shifted. When he rose to his feet to make toast, surprise, surprise. Had with him copy of PLO manifesto vowing destruction of Israel, which he read aloud with appropriate comments. Then Sector 242, with appropriate comments, compared PLO to Nazis, swore eternal opposition to those who would destroy Israel. 91 Begin's continuum linking the PLO with a broader history of anti-Semitism had been asserted in earlier meetings with Carter at the White House. The Secretary of State's official visit only drove home the ideological gulf separating American and international perspectives on the future of Palestinian nationalists, compared to the derisive attitude of the Begin government in Jerusalem. In condemning the PLO as a successor organization to the Nazis, Begin conflated genuine Israeli concern over terror attacks in the 1970s with existential fear of Palestinians. This distortion of a historical analogy served to elide Palestinians as a national group while linking Israeli political aims with a lachrymose reading of the Jewish past. 92. The origins of autonomy. In his visit to Israel, Vance reported on his meetings with Arab leaders to Begin and continued to search for a way to bring the Palestinians into the process. He mentioned the suggestion of a transitional administrative regime to facilitate Palestinian self-determination, along with a plebiscite and other options to deal with the relationship between an eventual Palestinian entity and its neighbors. 93 Begin rejected this idea. His uppermost concern remained the content of the PLO charter and the organization's opposition to the creation of Israel, as well as the violence of the PLO. "We unhesitatingly call this organization genociders," exclaimed the Prime Minister. "Their aim is to destroy our country, our people, and their method is to kill civilians." The Israeli Prime Minister entirely ruled out the PLO's involvement at a Geneva gathering but made a non-national distinction. "We agree to the participation of Palestinian Arabs. This is the proper expression, not Palestinians, because we are all Palestinians," Begin insisted. 94. Among the other topics that surfaced during Vance's time in Jerusalem was the increasingly vexing issue of settlements. In his meeting with the U.S. Secretary of State, Begin, whose government adopted an entirely different line than the United States on settlement legality, asked Aharon Barak, Israel's Attorney General, to read out a memo asserting his position. Barak explained that the provisions of international law only dealt with the forced transfer and removal of a population in occupied territories caused by movement of population into the territories, which he argued was not the case in the building of Jewish settlements. The Attorney General argued that Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which was widely seen by international jurists as applicable to the territories occupied in the wake of the 1967 war, did not apply to Jewish settlements. Article 49 must be understood against the background of World War II, Barak told Vance. It was aimed in part against such horrors at the barbarous extermination camps in occupied Europe to which Jews and others were taken by the Nazis, and in part against the displacement of the local population with a view to making room for the German invaders. In light of this context and particular history, Barak asserted, it is clear that the situation envisaged by Article 49 does not apply to the Jewish settlements in question. No Arab inhabitants have been displaced by Jewish settlements or by these peaceful villages and townships. 95. The United States did not see this issue in the same light. After hearing the Israeli position articulated by Barak, Vance replied, "Our legal advisors have come to a different conclusion." Begin interjected a final word before a brief adjournment of the meeting, "Perhaps one day we have a meeting between our legal advisors and your legal advisors and there is no doubt they will reach a disagreement." The verbatim text notes that the collective response from the assembled delegations was laughter. 96 In the official U.S. report on Vance's visit, NSC member Gary Sick recalled the increase in settlement activity that surfaced in the discussions, including Begin's legalization of 3 settlements and indication he would limit activity to another 6 or 8 settlements to be established on land within present military bases or on government-owned land. Dayan assured the Americans that these settlements might be closer to the center of the West Bank, posing no problem to an eventual peace settlement since they could be moved. From all indications, Sick wrote, Dayan believes there will be no real difficulties so long as present inhabitants are not displaced. 97. The report of a private meeting about settlements between Vance, U.S. Ambassador to Israel Samuel Lewis, Begin, and Dayan on the morning of August 10 expands on the content of these sensitive bilateral discussions. As Dayan explained, we cannot stop settlements altogether, or even suspend new settlements for any substantial period of time. Such an effort would not be sustainable, just as the British effort to limit or suspend immigration into Israel during the Mandate period never proved enforceable or sustainable. 98 In explaining Israeli policy, Dayan promised that the settlements were located within 25 kilometers of the Green Line near Jerusalem, not in populated Arab areas. Vance asked for an explanation of why this was necessary, and Begin invoked historic arguments and referred to the wonderful youth generation, especially religious Israelis, determined to till their historical lands. He also explained that unlike his Labour Party predecessors, he would not wink at illegal squatters but was being straightforward and honest. What we ask for, Begin told Vance, is not your blessing but your understanding. Now you know what we intend to do. Please talk to President Carter and explain our position. Vance assured Begin he would talk to Carter when he returned, but I said that the president already understands this problem but is deeply convinced that any new settlements will greatly complicate the peacemaking process. 99. While making the Israeli case for continued settlement building, Dayan asserted that these policies were compatible with long-term U.S. efforts toward Geneva. The foreign minister provided a flat assurance that no settlement would be an impediment to a peace agreement, promising that the Israeli government would move such a settlement. This logic served as a justification for building while negotiations were ongoing, rooted in official practice since 1967. There had never been an Israeli government which did not authorize new settlements, that the ongoing settlement process of the land is and will remain a fundamental principle for the Jewish state, Dayan concluded. All the vocal criticism, he assured Vance, was focused on the taking of new lands from Arab hands, and that no such thing would be occurring. 100. Dayan's defense of the settlements emanated directly from the office of the legal advisor to the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Meir Rosenay. 101 To justify their logic, Israeli legal experts like Rosenay navigated a series of high court decisions about the settlements and formulated an alternative reading on the Geneva Conventions and the status of the occupied territories under international law. 102 This approach came into sharper focus during future negotiations over Palestinian autonomy and would be endorsed by neoconservative U.S. legal scholars in the Reagan White House. But the discussions in 1977 demonstrate how the initial articulation of these ideas was presented to the Americans and further developed in the months that followed. This Israeli official consensus on settlements was inextricably linked with an emerging conception of limited autonomy for Palestinians, a dual approach to the contested sovereignty of the territory itself and the political rights of the inhabitants who lived there. The suggested status of the inhabitants in the territories, as Begin explained to Vance in Jerusalem, was complete cultural autonomy, municipal and religious autonomy, not to interfere with their lives at all. Rather than force citizenship upon them, the option of Israeli citizenship and voting in the Knesset elections would be extended. It would be completely on the basis of equality of rights, Begin explained, comparing those Arabs who did not take citizenship to Jewish residents in Israel who were also non-citizens. So it will be complete equality of rights of Arabs and Jewish residents or Arab and Jewish citizens, the Prime Minister told Vance. 103. By situating the Palestinian question as a national minority issue, Begin was stripping away claims of collective self-determination in favor of a narrow focus on the individual as a loyal citizen to the State of Israel, like the Arab citizens within the 1967 borders. 104. His attitude toward the Arabs was reflected in an interview he gave to the Israeli newspaper Yedioth Ahronoth in early September. I want to say that I have a profound respect for the Arab nation. The Arab nation made a very great contribution to human culture. In my opinion, the past decade has seen a growing rapport between the Arabs living in Israel and ourselves. Unpleasant incidents from time to time notwithstanding, I believe that the two people can live side by side in mutual respect based on understanding, peace, economic and social progress, and the building up of this country to a state of glory. 105. This benevolence toward Arabs writ large, rather than Palestinians as a distinct national group, underpinned Begin's insistence on the possibility of coexistence within a Jewish state with Arabs as a minority. It was not clear what would happen if all the Palestinians took on Israeli citizenship and shifted Israel's demographic a different way, or how such an arrangement could be sustained in the occupied territories. To understand the emerging Israeli view of autonomy, Begin's perception of the Palestinians as distinct from the PLO is therefore instructive. For the Israeli Prime Minister, the PLO was Israel's implacable enemy, while the problem of Jews and Arabs living together and the human problem of the refugees was another matter. He explained his views to Vance by returning to the consequences of the fighting during the 1948 war. We would like that wound which was opened in 1948, not as a result of our guilt whatsoever. Their leaders asked them to flee and promised them to come victoriously to Tel Aviv. We didn't want to create that problem of refugees, but we know that in cruel wars, such problems always arise, and this should be healed. 106. The distancing of Israel's leadership from guilt over the creation of the refugee problem enabled Begin to present the Palestinians in a humanitarian light, rather than in national terms. 107. As a minority in need of protection, Begin suggested, the Palestinians in the territories should be provided with economic opportunities and housing, but not political rights. He singled out Gaza as a model. We want to solve the problem, and we did quite a lot in the Gaza Strip for the humane solution of this problem, Begin emphasized. Now they have proper houses, permanent jobs, have an income. Of course, we know that there are refugees on the other side, so the Arab countries should take care of them. 108. Diane added that the refugees from Gaza were working in Israel and increasingly tied together with the Jewish population. We don't like this business of the Gaza Strip with refugees and everything. I can't see any other way but being combined with Israel, providing them with work and surrounded with Israeli settlements. 109. To further emphasize the benevolent character of Israel's control of the territory, Begin told Vance, if you go via Judea and Samaria, perhaps you won't see for miles on end one Israeli soldier. We don't interfere in their lives. 110. Despite popular recollections about the ease of travel for Jewish Israelis to cheap weekend markets in Gaza and the West Bank in the 1970s and 1980s, the experience of Palestinians was very much affected by the military presence. 111. After leaving Israel, Vance had further consultations with President Sadat of Egypt and stopped in London to coordinate regional policy with the British Prime Minister. 112. In discussions with Carter back in Washington, Vance reviewed his trip and told the president that if there were no serious movement to Geneva by September, the U.S. strategy of bringing all the parties together for comprehensive negotiations would falter. 113. Carter agreed, and was especially encouraged by the consensus emerging from the Arab states. He was aware of the divergent position of the Israeli government on the key issues, however, writing in his diary that the Israelis are going to be typically recalcitrant, but the more we go public with a reasonable proposition, the more difficult it will be for them not to make an effort. 114 This underlying frustration with the Begin government characterized much of the administration's private correspondence, evincing impatience with the ideology of the ruling Likud party in light of U.S. efforts to work toward a significant diplomatic achievement. 115 The question of sovereignty. Even as the Carter administration worked to find ways of bringing Palestinians to the negotiating table, the Israeli and Egyptian leadership were consulting secretly to advance their own bilateral interests. Foreign Minister Moshe Dayan, disguised with a wig, mustache, and dark glasses, flew to Morocco and met with Sadat's deputy prime minister, Dr. Hassan Tuhamai, at King Hassan's palace on September 16. Tuhamai, a confidant of the Egyptian president, presented Sadat's precondition for peace, which was the evacuation of Arab-occupied territories. 116 This would be the only condition for Sadat meeting Begin. The Palestinians, Tuhamai stressed, should be left to Egypt and the Arab nations, who would see to it they were not radicalized. Sadat's emissary was confident that the two parties could reach an agreement independently, barring Israeli retention of the territories. Places are negotiable. Administration is negotiable. But sovereignty is not, Tuhamai said. 117 This was the central principle of the Arab states in discussions about the West Bank and Gaza Strip, as well as the other territories captured by Israel in 1967. The Israelis were operating under altogether different expectations. In his draft peace treaty prepared for Vance that month, Dayan had already provided the basic position of his government on the occupied territories in relationship to Jordan. A. In Judea and Samaria equal rights and full coexistence should be ensured between Jew and Arab. B. No part of this area should be subject to any foreign rule or sovereignty. C. Any settlement should take Israel's security needs fully into account. In this context, our position is that Israel's security on the eastern border should be based on the Jordan River. 118. In asserting Israeli security needs as the basis for continued control of all territory west of the Jordan River, a collision on the place of Palestinian aspirations and the negotiation of a comprehensive peace was inevitable. Dayan traveled to Washington shortly after meeting Tuhamai to discuss modalities toward Geneva and the settlements with Vance and Carter. His positions in the draft peace treaty were questioned, and Dayan responded that there were no musts in Israel's paper, rather, it served as a basis for exploration. 119 Dayan explained that while Israel would avoid discussing sovereignty, it would only construct settlements in places where there were security concerns. He hoped to work with local Palestinians, like mayors not affiliated with the PLO, to determine what the population wanted. Jordan, Dayan believed, would one day be Palestinian, and they would rule both sides of the river. While not specifying Israeli sovereignty for the area, he preferred that the issue be deferred until practical questions would be answered on the ground, like who will repair the roads. Vance wondered if leaving this question of sovereignty unresolved might be possible through the introduction of a local administration. As Dayan suggested in response to Vance, Israel would have military posts, but these posts would not interfere in the daily life of the population of the West Bank. This idea of a nominal occupation was presented along with the assertion that settlements would also not interfere. In Dayan's view, the situation on the ground would be one of mutual interest. Arabs could work in Israel or not, as they want, and Israelis could travel to the West Bank, as they want. Israel would not run the West Bank schools, providing the schools were not used for inciting terrorism, Dayan remarked. He assured the Americans he would ask West Bankers what kind of autonomy they themselves want. A Palestinian state is out of the question, Dayan concluded, but otherwise we would consider their desires. 120. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Samuel Lewis sensed the inconsistencies in this approach and pushed Dayan farther. The perceptive diplomat posed a hypothetical scenario of a terrorist attack on an Israeli military installation in the mountains of the West Bank that was found to be the work of a terrorist cell based in Nablus. What would Israel do? Lewis asked. Dayan responded that Israel would search for the cell and get them. This means Israelis retaining security responsibilities. Lewis replied. Theoretically, if the local forces would do it, we would leave it to them, Dayan responded, but in practice they won't. It would be far-fetched to think that they would. 121 The Israeli delegation was suggesting a different modus vivendi for the West Bank, neither a Palestinian state nor control by Jordan. This would provide Israel with de facto control over security, a position that would serve to solidify a non-national outcome for Palestinians in the occupied territories. In Carter's subsequent discussion with Dayan about these issues, the president reaffirmed the U.S. view that settlements were illegal. At the same time, he acknowledged that Dayan's promise of limited expansion in only 6 existing settlements would be preferable to Israeli Minister of Agriculture and Settlement Zar Ariel Sharon's plan for more extensive building. 122 This back-and-forth discussion, which characterized so much of the Israeli-American meetings over the course of 1977, never fully resolved the status of the territories themselves. 123 As Carter's questions and follow-ups to Dayan made very clear, the Israeli Foreign Minister sought to defer any real consideration of the future of the West Bank. Instead, Dayan suggested models of splitting off the territorial question from joint discussion of the refugees or returning to the status of the West Bank at a later date. William Quandt, in his role as NSC analyst on this issue, prepared a short study for interim rule in the West Bank and Gaza that highlighted the risk of not addressing their future directly. 124 The American concern about the status of the territories remained consistent in broad policy discussions as well as private meetings with the Israelis. Before concluding his meeting with Dayan, Carter again raised the problem of Israeli settlement policy. How the settlement issue is handled in public causes me concern. If Hussein and Sadat want peace, and I assume that they do, it is hard for them to listen to your talk about thousands of new settlers, about no foreign sovereignty over the West Bank, and about the West Bank being part of Israel. In Carter's view, this approach almost forecloses the chance of a Geneva conference. The president told Dayan, with great frustration, I was really angry watching Ariel Sharon on television saying that there would be hundreds of settlers, maybe in the millions. That is not what Prime Minister Begin had told me, or what you have said. 125 A rift had opened between the United States and Israel on the road to Geneva and pointed to more systemic differences over the fate of the territories and the Palestinians themselves. The opaque nature of Israeli policy on the question of sovereignty within the territories was clear to Carter and members of his administration, as well as Arab interlocutors. In conversations that Secretary Vance held with senior Jordanian diplomats some days later, Dayan's proposal of continued Israeli control in the territories was heavily criticized. It would amount to helping Israel achieve its goal of staying in the West Bank, argued Abdul Hamid Sharaf, the minister to the Royal Jordanian Court. 126 Sharaf suspected the Palestinians would therefore come to Jordan, since they held Jordanian nationality and would not want to stay in the West Bank. The Israelis, in Sharaf's view, would talk about negotiations being open, but they would never be prepared to seriously talk about the fate of the territories. Menachem Begin's ascent to power in 1977 threw a wrench in Carter's plans for a comprehensive peace. The United States had worked to promote a revival of the Geneva Conference, meeting with key Arab leaders, and even tried to secure PLO acceptance of UN Resolution 242. But there was a fundamentally different political vision offered by the Begin government, predicated on continued Israeli settlement in the occupied territories and adamantly opposed to the PLO or Palestinian statehood. The Israeli Prime Minister had a very different idea for limited Arab autonomy, which was rooted in his view of the Palestinians as a national minority rather than a self-determining collective, a vision that was clearly at odds with the Carter administration's view of self-determination. The failure to address these differences regarding self-determination meant that the status of the occupied territories themselves remain unresolved. The rhetoric of the Israeli leadership toward the 1967 land acquisitions, first under Rabin and then under Begin, was in clear opposition to foreign sovereignty in the occupied territories. The Israeli position stood in direct contrast to the U.S. stance and Arab demands, and it was clear and consistent throughout Begin's time in office, specifically when it came to the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem, where territorial withdrawals were precluded from the start. The return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt was a different case, as the turn to bilateral negotiations with Egypt would soon underscore. Chapter 3. Egypt's Sacrificial Lamb. People call me a politician, but I am a revolutionary realist who believes in facts, PLO chairman Yasser Arafat told a visiting journalist in the summer of 1977. There is a limit to my moderation, the Palestinian leader continued. He was willing to make a deal with the American government, but not without certain guarantees. Please tell Roy Atherton and William Quandt I have a red line, Arafat instructed his guest, referring to Carter's Middle East advisors. In comments that Arafat knew would be conveyed back to American officials, he spoke of the PLO's legitimacy and willingness to accept 242, as long as it dealt with Palestinians as a people with national rights and aspirations, not simply as refugees. This was an alternative vision to that of the Israeli government, which was premised on the denunciation of the PLO and the suppression of Palestinian nationalism that had intensified in the wake of Menachem Begin's victory. Arafat was cautious of U.S. entreaties to concede diplomatic recognition of Israel without securing something in return, just as the Palestinian national movement was consolidating its diplomatic strategy. Maybe Carter can solve the problem, Arafat surmised, but settling the problem without the Palestinians is like cooking something without leaving it to stew. 1. The PLO leader spoke just months after the 13th gathering of the organization's highest policy-making body, the Palestine National Council, PNC. Meeting in Cairo, the PLO's legislative arm had explicitly called for an independent national state for the first time. This crucial March 1977 declaration did not refer to total liberation, signaling a major advance in the acceptance of the idea of national independence in only part of historic Palestine. 2 Factional infighting about the form and content of possible political configurations for the future reflected a dramatic internal transformation within Palestinian nationalism. The PLO was gradually accepting the reality of partition and giving up on earlier commitments to a singular democratic Palestinian state, suggesting a growing readiness to come to terms with Israel. 3 Such a shift can easily be obscured by a sole focus on terror attacks in the late 1970s, which were often carried out by dissident factions who rejected this move toward accommodation. Without ignoring the violence, it is possible to highlight a strategic rethinking of Palestinian national aims and motivations that was underway on the eve of crucial Arab-Israeli negotiations. At the end of 1977, this diplomatic effort within the Palestinian national movement was thwarted as the PLO's political project hit up against countervailing forces. Backlash by Cold War conservatives and pro-Israel American Jews over a joint communiqué with the Soviet Union halted the U.S. advance toward a comprehensive peace at Geneva, while Egyptian unilateralism and Sadat's surprise visit to Jerusalem severely undercut the PLO's advances. These twin developments were formative in halting Palestinian efforts at a national solution to their plight, underscoring their precarious global position and the need for support from external parties, including the United States and Arab allies. Secret talks with the PLO. Arafat's message to the visiting American journalist indicated that while the earlier effort undertaken by Secretary Vance and the Saudis to engage the PLO through an agreement on UN Security Council Resolution 242 had not succeeded, there was still room for further negotiation. The U.S. Secretary of State continued to pursue PLO recognition via a secret back-channel with the Palestinian leadership in August, this time through the mediation of Walid Khalidi, a prominent Palestinian academic. 4 Vance conveyed that Carter had spoken openly of his support for a Palestinian homeland, in effect recognizing that the Palestinian question is not just a refugee issue but one involving the political status of the Palestinians. The Secretary of State wanted Khalidi to communicate to the PLO that the U.S. government was committed to self-determination, and that even with the reservations over 242's elision of the Palestinians, the United States would open official contacts if the PLO accepted the resolution. Vance also warned Khalidi of the consequences of inaction. If the PLO did not accept 242, it will risk seriously overplaying its hand and may end up with nothing and find itself on the outside looking in while the negotiating process goes forward. 5. PLO officials remain deeply hesitant about the acceptance of 242 without a guarantee of substantive promises in return. At the same March 1977 PNC meeting in which they had endorsed an independent state, the PNC members had also rejected 242 and any diplomatic action taken on its basis, declaring that Security Council Resolution 242 ignores the Palestinian people and their inalienable rights. 6. Alongside U.S. pressure to reconsider, the PLO was also navigating the demands of several other parties. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the Soviet Union were pushing the leadership to accept 242, while the Syrians were strongly advising against such a move. The Palestinians, Arafat argued, had already demonstrated a great deal of moderation by agreeing to establish their national authority on a small piece of land, 23% of Palestine. 7. What would they get in return for Vance's offer? Although endorsing 242 would allow the PLO to talk with the United States, it would still leave their political future up in the air. In mediating between the United States and the PLO, Khalidi tried to clarify the specifics of Vance's promise. Would there be the possibility of American support for a Palestinian state? In response, Khalidi was told that the United States would not endorse a particular solution, although Carter had spoken of his commitment to the principle of Palestinian self-determination. 8. After debating Vance's offer a second time only a few days after he had made his first attempt from Saudi Arabia, the PLO Executive Committee decided against acceptance of 242 for the time being. 9. Rather than countenance Begin's offer of limited autonomy without collective political identity, Arafat was insisting on the assertion of national rights of Palestinians. The PLO leader still wanted to pursue avenues with the United States, even with his lingering suspicions of American diplomatic intentions, but he had very little room to maneuver. Internally, there were disagreements between Fatah factions who wanted to begin a dialogue and other factions who were opposed, often fueled by external Syrian pressure. 10. Yet attempts to meet the American requirements were ongoing, and Carter remained informed of the PLO's internal discussions. 11. The U.S. administration still hoped that movement on 242 might provide an opening toward Palestinian representation at a Geneva conference. 12. The administration's secret talks with the PLO continued in September, this time via Landrum Bolling, another trusted back-channel between the Carter White House and Arafat. Bolling had been a journalist and president of Earlham College, a Quaker institution in Indiana. He held extensive conversations with the PLO leadership in Beirut, sending summaries and full notes back to Washington. 13. In one meeting with Arafat and senior PLO leaders at the apartment of Arafat's secretary, Nasser, Bolling was told that the organization did not reject UN Resolution 242 but that there had been a great deal of pressure to do so. 14. The Palestinian leadership voiced frustration at the shifting U.S. position on a Geneva conference, first offering a dialogue and participation on the basis of support for the creation of a Palestinian state, then promising only dialogue and a trusteeship over a disarmed, vague Palestinian entity. The Palestinian leadership viewed such a plan as a scheme to destroy rights. Sick of Palestinians. 15. Bolling's mediation made clear that Arafat was being pulled in multiple directions. When the American intermediary pushed Arafat in this meeting to publicly support 242, the PLO chairman gave a lengthy and tortured explanation, admitting that he was suffering from Arab blackmail. He was referring to Syrian and other hardline pressures, fearful that he would be denounced for making concessions by leaders who try to be more Catholic than the Pope, more Palestinian than Arafat. 16. The PLO leadership was working on a new formulation to satisfy the Americans and promised to report on developments to Bolling. As one of his moderate contacts, who was close to Arafat, told Bolling, "If only the Americans will promise they will give their support to our claim to a state, we will give them anything they want from us." 17. Arafat's own position focused on the vagueness of the U.S. assurance to the Palestinians and the shifting language being employed. What do the terms mean? Homeland, national rights, Self-determination, entity. Arafat asked. The United States should make up its mind what its policy is on the question. 18. He also wanted Bolling to understand the pressure of navigating critics who denounced any move toward the recognition of Israel and raised the possibility that some Arab leaders might go it alone with the Israelis. The PLO leader doubted this, having spoken with Sadat and Assad and King Khalid of Saudi Arabia. The truth is the Arab governments are stuck with us and they cannot leave us if they wanted to. That, of course, is the scheme the Israelis are counting on, but it won't work. 19. PLO exclusion from international diplomacy in the late 1970s was not solely the result of external pressure from Israel or fitful American promises. There was also a great deal of internal inconsistency within the national movement, as the range of voices hampered the emergence of a unified PLO stance on negotiations. Among the most revealing aspects of Bolling's meeting with the PLO was the window offered into the fierce contestation inside the organization, which Arafat described as a true democracy. There was room for many different views, including moderates like Issam Sartai, who had reached out to Jewish progressive forces with PLO authorization. Sartai, who was later assassinated by the virulently anti-PLO Abu Nidal organization, was bitterly attacked by more extreme members of the PLO and certain Arab states. Certainly, Arafat told Bolling, "We have our rejectionist elements in the PLO and they are free to express their views. I do not try to suppress them, but they do not control the PLO." 20. The exchange highlighted an inherent problem with PLO operations, as Bolling pointed out to Arafat. If you allow such glaring contradictions to be expressed with regard to crucial policy matters, you should not be surprised if you are misunderstood. 21. The multitude of voices served in part to undermine Palestinian policy formulation. Bolling worked to convey this internal complexity to the Carter administration. A great deal of Arafat's time and energy goes into efforts to keep everybody on the reservation, Bolling wrote. An outsider has to wonder, why bother? By the very structure of the P.L.O., the assorted extremist groups get representation in the various organs of the PLO out of proportion to their numbers. By the freewheeling democratic tradition of the PLO, each faction has extraordinary freedom to go its own way in setting policy, committing acts of violence, and interpreting the PLO to the world. It is a mad situation. 22. There was not a viable alternative to the organization, Bolling explained, and there were also doubts and apprehensions voiced among some Palestinians, who fear that Arafat and his team may not be quite up to the leadership role that would be required of them if independence should come. These critics worried that extremists attached to the PLO will do more foolish things that will produce consequences for the Palestinians under Israeli occupation, Bolling concluded, while at the same time they doubt that the Israelis will ever willingly leave the West Bank on any terms whatever. 23. The limits and strategic missteps of the PLO were clearly evident in the secret dialogue with the United States, but so were the very real constraints and contradictions of the Carter administration, especially regarding the true meaning of self-determination. 24. Domestic pressures and the U.S. Soviet joint communique. Alongside the unsuccessful U.S. PLO secret discussions over the adoption of 242 and the organization's inclusion in Geneva, domestic American pressures were also mounting from two influential constituencies at great odds with the Carter administration's pursuit of comprehensive peace. The first was the leadership of the American Jewish community, which remained anxious about the administration's policy toward the Middle East while moving decisively closer to supporting the Begin government. The second were Cold War conservatives, who bitterly opposed détente and dismissed Carter's new focus on human rights in his foreign policy. This latter group railed against the inclusion of the Soviet Union in U.S. negotiations, a stance that bolstered the growing migration of hawkish Democrats into the Republican camp and fueled the strength of an emerging neoconservative ideology in foreign policy circles. 25. Preparations for the Geneva Conference lay at the crux of this dual-fronted domestic opposition and highlighted the degree of political capital that Carter was expending in his efforts. From the moment the results of the Israeli election had been announced in May 1977, the leadership of mainstream American Jewish political institutions grappled with the question of whether to support Menachem Begin as prime minister. After the early ambivalence of many American Jews toward Zionism, communal organizations aligned with Israel's labor-led governments, especially in the aftermath of the 1967 and 1973 wars. American Jewish leaders felt comfortable with Golda Meir and Yitzhak Rabin at the helm of the Israeli state, as their worldview seemed to underscore the linkage between domestic liberalism in the United States and the kibbutz-inflected Zionism of the Israeli state's early years. Even with the evolution of American Jewish politics in response to upheaval in the Middle East during the late 1960s and early 1970s, the affinity for a liberal politics remained intact. 26. This balance was upended by the rise of the Likud and Menachem Begin to power, as more particularistic communal instincts took hold. Through a process of extensive internal deliberation, a decision was made to support Begin and rally behind his government as a means of bolstering American Jewish support for Israel regardless of who was in power. Rabbi Alexander Schindler, the leader of the Reform movement and chairman of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations, explained this rationale. "We were never pledged to a party as American Jews," Schindler told an interviewer in 1977. "We were not members of the labor alignment by any manner of means. We were pledged to a cause, the cause of Israel's security. We were motivated by a love for the people of Israel. But it is impossible to express that support by fighting the leader of that country." At that point Begin was the only prime minister Israel had. 27. The clear shift to support Begin was a risky move, bound to alienate more liberal voices within the community. As one authority on the history of American Jewish politics explained, instead of publicly differing with Begin's policies, they Jewish leaders began to circle the wagons to defend against Jimmy Carter's policies. 28. Alongside contrarian voices in the wider public, several leaders of major Jewish institutions were also critical of this move, signaling a growing fracture in the nature of domestic support for Israel. 29. The approach of supporting the ruling government at any cost emerged in the late 1970s as the blueprint for American Jewry's future relationship with both Israel and the U.S. executive branch. 30. It was part of a pattern that led communal politics in more conservative political directions into the 1980s. 31. Frustration among American Jewish leaders toward the administration's Middle East policy had been mounting over the summer. In a September memo for Carter's Chief of Staff Hamilton Jordan and White House counsel Robert Lipschutz, two Jewish leaders warned of a growing crisis over Israel policy which is boiling just below the public political surface. 32. The primary concern was the attempt by the Carter White House to reach a formula with the PLO and initiate contacts with the organization. Invoking the 1975 Kissinger Agreement, critics worried that there had been too much movement toward a possible official dialogue. The Palestinians appear to be far more popular in the administration than in the country at large. 33. Furthermore, these critics argued, the administration was too vocal on the settlement issue and was developing an image of harshness towards Israel. Starkly put, the authors concluded, despite its rhetoric on human rights, the Carter administration is seen as less friendly to the Israeli democracy than its predecessors. 34. The simmering discontent gave way to visceral outrage over a joint U.S. Soviet communiqué intended to guide the Geneva Conference, which was issued in New York City on October 1, 1977. In Cold War terms, given the broader geopolitical landscape of the 1970s, such a communiqué was a very significant departure for both the United States and the Soviets. It was the first joint statement on the Middle East by the two powers. While it had been suggested that the Soviet Union would be kept out of pre-Geneva discussions, Brzezinski felt they should be consulted to launch the Geneva Conference before the end of the year. Vance echoed this sentiment, reporting to Brzezinski that the Soviets had moderated their position and were not insisting on a separate Palestinian state but rather something closer to the vague political entity the Americans had in mind. 35. Most of the language in the communiqué emanated from Resolution 242, but it went farther in articulating a future for Palestinians. The United States and the Soviet Union believed that, within the framework of a comprehensive settlement of the Middle East problem, all specific questions of the settlement should be resolved, including such key issues as withdrawal of Israeli armed forces from territories occupied in the 1967 conflict, the resolution of the Palestinian question, including ensuring the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people, termination of the state of war and establishment of normal peaceful relations on the basis of mutual recognition of the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence. 36. For the first time, the United States was officially calling for Israeli territorial withdrawal while asserting the importance of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. It also stressed the need to deal with sovereignty, which was at the heart of a resolution to the Palestinian question, even as the particular mechanism for fulfilling self-determination remained vague. Arab states reacted rather favorably to the joint communiqué. Advocates for engagement like Egypt saw the implied reference to the legitimacy of the Palestinian claims of sovereignty as a move by the Carter administration toward recognition of a Palestinian state. 37. The PLO expressed genuine excitement over the communiqué and its bearing on Geneva, across political factions. 38. There was even hope of a new resolution that might be passed by the UN Security Council, one that would combine the main points of 242 with renewed demands for Palestinian self-determination. 39. Critics, like Syria and Iraq, remain skeptical of the possibility that Israel would ever participate in a Geneva conference given what the content of the declaration implied. The Israeli government was extremely displeased with the announcement. 40. The opposition extended well beyond Begin's Likud party. Yitzhak Rabin, who was now a Knesset member in the opposition, told an Israeli interviewer that the statement reflected a shift in gravity between the United States and Israel that we have not experienced since the end of the Six-Day War. 41. He felt Israel was being coerced into a political solution, undermining all the diplomatic efforts since 1967. Rabin blamed both the Carter administration and the Likud government for policies that would lead to the imposition of an external solution, denouncing a move to Geneva on these terms. 42. An advance copy of the statement was provided to Israel's foreign minister, Moshe Dayan, who did not immediately raise any criticisms. In his memoirs, Dayan argues that Carter had assured him that he would be careful to use the term entity and not state in the context of addressing the future of the Palestinians. 43. Neither term was used, but the formulation exceeded the limited Israeli vision for the conference. In talks with Carter a few days after the statement, Dayan focused on Israeli opposition to a Palestinian state, again revealing the extent of his government's ongoing claim to sovereignty in the occupied territories. For us it is unthinkable to withdraw from the West Bank and Gaza, and turn those areas over to the Palestinians, even if they are in federation with Jordan, Dayan explained. We must come to terms with the Palestinians who live there, and we must keep some of our military installations and some of our settlements, and we must continue to be able to buy land. 44. For Dayan, even the most flexible arrangements with the Palestinians were predicated on the continuation of an Israeli presence in the same geographic space. In reacting to the communiqué, Dayan invoked the language of security to justify Israeli fears of a PLO presence on its borders. He impassionedly sought Carter's guarantee not to endorse a national outcome for the Palestinian question. We do not say the Palestinians have nothing to say about their future. We have to come together. But if we have to pull out our military installations, that would be unacceptable. We will not negotiate over a Palestinian state. Dayan opposed pulling out of the territory and yet claimed he was not asking for Israeli control or annexation. We want to live together in the territories and we don't want to give them back. 45. He was both telling the Americans that Israel's basis for negotiations at Geneva rested on the fundamental premise of continuing de facto control over the very space that was being contested and seeking an American endorsement of such a position. Like the tactical avoidance of negotiating the fate of the territories after 1967, Israeli leaders were in fact proffering comprehensive negotiations as a means to maintain indefinite political sovereignty over the territories. The Israeli position on the communiqué was mirrored by an outcry among American Jewish leaders. AIPAC widely distributed a scathing critique of the document, claiming it disregarded U.S. commitments to Israel and undermined prospects for a negotiated settlement. 46 Mark Siegel, the White House liaison with the American Jewish community, wrote of its devastating effect and told Hamilton Jordan that it had driven Jimmy Carter's stock in the American Jewish community substantially below any U.S. president since the creation of the State of Israel. 47 During discussions with Vice President Mondale and Hamilton Jordan, Hyman Bookbinder, the Washington representative of the American Jewish Committee, targeted the phrase of legitimate rights, which had until then not been part of the formal American foreign policy lexicon. Obviously you do not apparently really understand what those words mean, Bookbinder told the administration officials. The mistake you make is you go to the dictionary to ask what those words mean. That's not where you look up that phrase. That phrase is not in the dictionary. The individual words are. Those words in context are, Palestinian rights means to the Jewish community the destruction of Israel. And by being willing to leave those words in the document you betrayed an insensitivity and a lack of awareness, and you've just got to make up for it. 48. Bookbinder's insistence that the articulation of rights for Palestinians signaled the destruction of Israel formed the core of a deeply rooted fear of Palestinian nationalism among American Jews. Such an instinctive inability to see the Palestinians as anything other than a threat to Jewish national interests was bolstered by successive incidents of Palestinian militancy in Israel and abroad in the 1970s. But it also tapped into a more pervasive cultural milieu of suspicion and existential fear that propagated myths that denied Palestinian existence as a collective. Communal anxieties, as expressed by Bookbinder, also fit within the idiom of Cold War national security concerns, linking Jewish political interests with neoconservative priorities in the Middle East. One Jewish democratic activist remarked that Jews feel Carter is using Israel as a bartering tool to get concessions from the Soviet Union on much broader issues, like arms limitations and trade and so on. At this moment, most Jews hope he'll be a one-term president. 49. The joint communiqué outraged American conservatives as well, who decried a shift in U.S. policy to include the Soviets in negotiations. The right flank of the Democratic Party, along with their Republican colleagues, saw the statement as an indication of détente's weakness. It signaled a partial re-entry of the Soviets into the Middle East. These critics included Eugene Rostow, a founder of the Anti-Soviet Committee on Present Danger, which opposed Soviet military expansion. 50 The communiqué seemed of a piece with Carter's broader policies around arms reduction, which Rostow and his colleagues discussed with the president over the summer. 51 The group suspected they were being used to bolster Carter's claim of speaking with hawks, and they were not favorably impressed by the president's performance. The president's personality and style came through as pathetic, almost pitiful, Rostow wrote in a personal account, referring to the meeting as claptrap. This lingering perception that Carter was soft on communism and was staffed almost entirely by pronounced doves would trail the president in the midterm elections and into the 1980 campaign. 52. In spite of these criticisms from American Jewish leaders and Cold War conservatives, the joint statement of the United States and the Soviet Union underscored the fundamental difference between Carter's foreign policy and that of previous administrations. It also fit with Carter's May statement about a Palestinian homeland and sustained attempts to reformulate U.S. policy toward Israel and the Palestinians. Given the domestic ramifications, these were bold moves with serious electoral repercussions. But they did not always remain in place. With time, and political heat, Carter's statements on the Palestinians became more circumspect, eventually replacing vocal support for a homeland with opposition to an independent Palestinian state. 53. Sadat's unilateral move and the demise of Geneva. During the UN General Assembly in New York in late September 1977, Secretary Vance continued to hash out the points of contention over the possibility of Geneva in negotiations with the Arab states and Israel. 54 In a discussion with Diane, Vance reiterated the U.S. belief in a Palestinian entity, not a state, preferably linked with Jordan as the best option, a position still at odds with Israel's. To find a way out of this contradiction, Dayan suggested that parties refrain from defining the specific political formation under consideration. The subject can be mentioned, and each side can interpret it as it sees fit. Vance agreed this was a constructive idea. Such a tactical move on Dayan's part deferred discussion of the most divisive issues to a meeting in Geneva itself, which was the opposite of the prior agreement that Egyptian President Sadat had hoped for. 55. Dayan's Geneva working paper, developed in meetings with the Americans on October 5, 1977, called for the negotiation and completion of peace treaties between Israel and Egypt, Israel and Jordan, Israel and Syria, and Israel and Lebanon. The language for the territories, however, signaled a move away from political treaties. The West Bank and Gaza issues will be discussed in a working group to consist of Israel, Jordan, Egypt, and the Palestinian Arabs. 56. The paper quickly secured Israeli cabinet approval. 57. Rather than seek to resolve the fate of the territories, they would be subject to a discussion, which deferred the West Bank and Gaza territorial question from consideration. The mechanics of diplomacy had already begun to prevent the possibility of settling the Palestinian question in political terms. Sadat watched these maneuvers with growing frustration. Ever since his country's acceptance of the Rogers Plan for Arab-Israeli peace in 1970, Egypt's leader had been looking to the United States as a regional patron. Carter's active interest in securing a comprehensive settlement had encouraged Sadat, and the two had developed a close working relationship. But the Egyptian president did not like the petty procedural debates around Palestinian representation and format of a hopeful summit. His apprehension over the preparatory discussions about Geneva between Carter, Begin, and the Arab leaders mounted in the wake of the joint communiqué. 58. Wary of jeopardizing the possibility of peace with endless bickering over procedural issues, Sadat proposed an international summit for peace in the Middle East to be held in Jerusalem in December, before the meeting in Geneva. 59. This gathering would include the Soviet Union, China, France, the United Kingdom, the United Nations, and Yasser Arafat as the head of the PLO. Such an international effort, Sadat believed, would constitute the bold gesture that was needed for peace. Carter disagreed, expressing his concern that it would lead to a public rejection. 60. Instead of making an announcement about a new summit, Sadat's speech to the People's Assembly in Cairo on November 9 contained an altogether different yet no less dramatic promise. The Egyptian leader vowed in emotional terms to go to the Knesset itself in order to secure Israeli withdrawal from the territories and legitimate rights for the Palestinians. 61. PLO chairman Yasser Arafat, whom Sadat described as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, was sitting in the audience next to Vice President Hosni Mubarak. It was a stunning and unexpected remark. 62. As U.S. Ambassador to Egypt Herman Eilts wrote from Cairo, Sadat's offer to go to the Knesset was the first for an Arab leader, but should be seen as his way of dramatizing lengths to which he prepared to go to achieve peace, not as a serious possibility. 63. The Americans had fundamentally misread Egyptian motivations. Sadat's rationale for a dramatic announcement about his willingness to travel to Jerusalem is not easy to discern. In part, it reflected the decisive strategy he had pursued since the early 1970s. By moving away from the Soviet orbit toward the American sphere of influence, the Egyptian president sought out Western backing for internal reforms and the modernization of Egypt's economy. He was also navigating an internal rivalry with the military, which had consumed Egypt since the 1952 revolution. At the same time, he carried the mantle of serving as Nasser's successor, projecting Egypt's regional strength and continued patronage of the Palestinian cause. 64. This required decisive regional action, most notably achieved with the launching of the 1973 war. But it also required diplomatic follow-up, like the convening of a regional peace conference under American guidance. Without movement in this direction, the U.S. ambassador to Egypt argued, Sadat may find he has gotten out uncomfortably far beyond his Arab brothers. 65. In this light, Sadat's decisive shift away from the Geneva Conference and the international protections it offered was a risky gambit that undermined his stated aims and left the Palestinian question vulnerable to Israeli designs. 66. 10 days later, Sadat defied the expert assessments and mounting criticism with an unprecedented trip to Jerusalem. The official visit, which began on Saturday evening November 19, came after Begin extended a formal invitation. 67 In breathless American and Middle Eastern media coverage, Egypt's leader was praised for boldness on the one hand but accused of betraying the Arab world's stance toward Israel on the other. Sadat's trip generated tremendous internal dissent in Egypt, leading to the resignation of Foreign Minister Ismail Fahmy and his deputy, Mohammed Riyad. 68 The visit was met by wide disapproval across the Arab world, with especially strident opposition emerging from Syria. The PLO view, as reflected in the organization's Beirut-based mouthpiece, was to condemn Sadat's decision. Officials believed it would only strengthen Begin's hand, a useless step which will give the Israelis prestige and recognition. 69 Beyond the symbolism, critics wondered, what exactly would Sadat be able to secure from Begin? 70. The sheer visual power of an Arab leader landing at Ben Gurion Airport, greeted by a retinue of Israeli officials including redoubtable military rivals, captured global attention. An honor guard carried Egyptian and Israeli flags, both national anthems were played, and Sadat even interacted warmly with former Prime Minister Golda Meir. 71 Sadat's entourage was driven up to Jerusalem, where the Egyptians spent the evening in the King David Hotel. After attending Eid al-Adha prayers in Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque on Sunday morning, Sadat made his way to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and then joined Begin for a visit to the Holocaust Memorial of Yad Vashem. In a remarkable speech delivered in Arabic in front of the Knesset that afternoon, Sadat spoke of a durable and just peace. While he did not mention the PLO by name, he stressed there can be no peace without the Palestinians. The cause of the Palestinian people and their legitimate rights are no longer ignored or denied today by anybody. Even the United States, your first ally, which is absolutely committed to safeguard Israel's security and existence, and which offered and still offers Israel every moral, material, and military support. I say even the United States has opted to face up to reality and facts, and admit that the Palestinian people are entitled to legitimate rights and that the Palestinian problem is the core and essence of the conflict, and that, so long as it continues to be unresolved, the conflict will continue to aggravate, reaching new dimensions. 72. In focusing so centrally on the Palestinian question, the Egyptian leader had reintroduced the concept of a permanent home into Israeli and broader public consciousness. 73. Alongside the public gesture toward comprehensive peace, the trip did not yield a substantive indication of how it would be achieved. 74. During their working meetings in Jerusalem, Sadat reiterated Egyptian impatience with procedural issues around Geneva and evinced a desire for substantive talks with the Israelis. Both the Egyptian and Israeli delegations worked on a joint communiqué that was issued at a press conference by the two leaders at the Jerusalem Theater. Praising Sadat's sincere and courageous move, the statement proposed further dialogue between the two countries and movement toward negotiations, leading to the signing of peace treaties in Geneva with all the neighboring Arab states. 75. As Sadat described the main motive of his visit, it was to give the peace process new momentum and to get rid of the psychological barrier that, in my opinion, was more than 70% of the whole conflict, the other 30% being substance. 76. Looking at the content of Sadat's private conversations with Begin, however, it is clear that the differences in Israeli and Egyptian positions on the purpose of Geneva and the prospects for peace were no less contradictory than they had been before Sadat landed in Israel. Tensions remained between Sadat's stated desire for a comprehensive peace and his unilateral actions, which undercut the support of other Arab states and shifted political developments in more troubling directions. During a meeting after Sadat's visit with Prime Minister Begin and Foreign Minister Dayan, U.S. Ambassador Samuel Lewis asked for a report of their conversations in Jerusalem. Both Begin and Dayan stressed Sadat's disinterest in the procedural issues around Geneva, at the same time claiming he did not want to reach a separate deal. For Sadat, the Palestinian question comes first, Dayan explained. 77. The Egyptian motivation for boldly coming to Jerusalem, Dayan continued, was not the return of the Sinai Peninsula and the city of Sharm el-Sheikh. Sharm is desert and it won't change the economy of Egypt. Their real target is to improve the economy of the country. In this connection much depends on America. Begin concurred, and added what Sadat told him in private about the state of the Egyptian economy. He said the problem was horrible and he complained about the military expenditure 78. In light of these concerns, the Israelis anticipated that plans for a comprehensive peace might actually be falling to the wayside. Part of the Israeli assessment on shifting priorities relied on a reading of the regional atmosphere toward Egypt. Dayan explained to the U.S. ambassador that for Sadat, diplomatic momentum does not lead directly to Geneva. I feel, Dayan continued, that Sadat is less anxious to go to Geneva with Syria, the Russians, and the PLO. He is obviously very hurt by their attitude. They call for his blood. 79 Lewis, in his report to Carter, concurred that from Begin's account it looks as though our Geneva scenario has been considerably modified and the new track has, obviously, a heady odor of Israeli-Egyptian bilaterals. 80 The Americans nevertheless decided to stick with their more ambitious plans for a comprehensive peace, even as a conference in Geneva looked increasingly unlikely. 81. Amid all the global attention given to Sadat's trip to Jerusalem, there was mounting concern that the Palestinian question could fall to the diplomatic wayside. Sadat conceded as much privately very soon after he returned to Cairo. He told Ambassador Yields that he sensed the concept of an independent Palestinian state did not appeal to Begin or Defense Minister Ezer Weizman. As a compromise, Yields reported, the Egyptian president was toying with the idea of turning the West Bank over to the United Nations Emergency Force, UNEF, established after the 1956 Suez Crisis. It could be for a period of 5 years, and a plebiscite could be arranged for self-determination. Alongside the West Bank, Sadat proposed that the Gaza Strip become the main weight of a Palestinian state, to which he would even give part of the Sinai, including Egyptian Rafah and the settlement of Yamid. 82 Subsequently, while explaining what self-determination would mean in this context, Sadat said merely a plebiscite on the question of federation or confederation with Jordan. Upon further reflection, he said West Bankers should also be given the option of independence, but it was not a real option as the PLO was losing ground. 83. This stark retreat of the Egyptian leader from a staunch position as defender of a Palestinian state drew fury from other Arab countries. Leaders from the PLO, Libya, Syria, Algeria, and southern Yemen met in Tripoli on December 2 to take action after Sadat's visit. Rather than enact economic and diplomatic sanctions, the group formed a resistance front, issuing the Tripoli Declaration of December 5. Egypt, in response, broke diplomatic relations with the four states. 84 The major sticking point in this roiling internal Arab debate was Sadat's seeming willingness to cede the West Bank in favor of a bilateral peace. Egypt, it seemed, had sold out the Palestinians for Sadat's internal gain. Ismail Fahmy, who had resisted Sadat's Jerusalem trip from the start, later remarked that it was a shock to the Egyptian people, the Arab world and the Palestinians. In Fahmy's view, the trip certainly destroyed Egypt's crucial role in helping the Palestinian people to regain their own land and statehood. 85. These fears were not overstated, given the signals that were being conveyed in private diplomatic discussions. In reports from various Middle Eastern capitals, a number of U.S. ambassadors spoke of this sudden shift toward bilateralism and the threat to the Palestinians in light of Israeli aims. 86 Ambassador to Israel Samuel Lewis explained that the key obstacle to moving beyond a bilateral agreement with Egypt is the current Israeli position regarding the West Bank. 87 In the opinion of the U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon, Richard Parker, something well short of the PLO maximum demands could eventually be sold to Palestinians, but Parker saw no signs that the Israelis were going to meet even minimalist demands. 88 As part of a bid to help Sadat face his mounting critics, Carter actually urged Begin to make a public statement showing Israeli willingness to withdraw in principle from lands occupied in 1967 and to resolve the Palestinian question. 89 Begin was of course unwilling to offer such a statement, but he was thinking about an entirely different plan for the West Bank. It had started to emerge in Dayan's meetings with the Americans throughout 1977 and was reiterated in Morocco during a secret conversation with Sadat's confidant, Dr. Hassan Tuhami. There would not be an Israeli withdrawal, Dayan told Tuhami, but a new proposal was being prepared in Jerusalem. 90. The autonomy offer. This proposal, Menachem Begin's home rule for the Palestinian Arabs, was officially unveiled on December 16, 1977. Begin personally presented the plan to Carter in Washington after mentioning it to Secretary Vance in Jerusalem a few days earlier. "I hope the president will accept my plan," Begin told Vance. "It is not a Palestinian state, but it is a dignified solution for the Palestinian Arabs. It is home rule of the inhabitants, by the inhabitants, for the inhabitants." 91. Begin's plan was a sophisticated piece of statecraft, perfectly timed to neutralize the Palestinian issue after Sadat's trip had called into question the ambitious U.S. approach to a comprehensive peace. There was a diplomatic vacuum that the Israelis were eager to fill on more favorable terms, and the presentation of autonomy fully reflected the political aims of the Begin government. 92. It stemmed from ideas about limited individual rights for Arab inhabitants of Judea and Samaria that Begin had been contemplating ever since the 1967 war. Begin's approach was distinct from a collective or national solution to the Palestinian predicament and would not require Israel to relinquish control over the territory itself. He prefaced his presentation to Carter by reiterating that he envisioned an administrative council representing Arab inhabitants that will be able to deal with all the problems of daily life. 93. Israel, however, would have to have the right to deal with public order. He acknowledged the open-ended question of sovereignty and Sadat's rhetorical safeguarding of Palestinian rights, even as the Egyptian leader had privately sacrificed them. "We do claim sovereignty over Judea, Samaria, and Gaza. We think this is the right of our people, but Sadat says that the Arabs also claim sovereignty. So there are two claims and we will leave the issue open. It cannot be solved for now." 94. This was a formidable innovation in his negotiating tactic, helping to stymie Palestinian national demands. In Begin's mind, it was better not to contest sovereignty in negotiations, for neither side would budge. Rather, Israel should offer ideas to make peace a possibility, which in his view could deal with human beings. He saw that Arab populations were living under oppressive conditions and believed Israel was poised to alleviate their situation, a shift that he thought could be achieved with mechanisms of local rule. In terms of citizenship, Begin proposed that inhabitants could have freedom of choice where the situation remained unclear, like Jerusalem. In Judea and Samaria, the Palestinian Arabs are already Jordanian citizens. This will not be changed. Begin, like Dayan, framed his position into terms of security. "If there are Arab guns on the Green Line, all of our civilians will be in mortal danger." 95. The ingenuity of the offer was to portray restrictive designs in a benevolent light. The evening before Begin's presentation, Vance and Quandt recommended that Carter not endorse such a proposal but rather tell the Israelis to introduce it during formal negotiations as their opening position on the Palestinian issue. 96. Begin nevertheless read out the 21 articles of his proposal to Carter, see box on page 100. In his proposal, the Prime Minister was promising local authority for elected Arab officials to guide decisions in areas like commerce, education, health, and transport. But Israel would maintain control of security over the territory, and residents within Israel would be entitled to acquire land and settle in the areas of Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza district as well. In a direct challenge to the PLO's political vision and the claims of Palestinian nationalists, Begin's plan was predicated on Israel retaining the territories acquired in 1967 rather than returning them in the context of a negotiation. President Carter responded in detail to Begin's extensive presentation. He invoked UN Security Council Resolutions 242 and 338, which called for Israeli withdrawal from occupied territories in exchange for secure borders and permanent peace. While acknowledging the Israeli view that withdrawal was not a total withdrawal, the president understood that Begin was intent on keeping the West Bank and Gaza Strip. He therefore asked the Israeli leader three questions. The first dealt with Israel's commitment to withdrawal from the West Bank, even with minor adjustments. The second question dealt with Palestinian Arabs from other countries, and the third question with sovereignty. Begin responded by repeating his concern about security and the incompatibility of the Green Line as a defensible border. If we withdraw to the 1967 lines, there will be permanent bloodshed, the Prime Minister insisted. The 1967 line did not constitute a border. Begin intimated that Israeli state sovereignty would end at the 1967 line, but security would extend to the Jordan River. 97 Brzezinski, sensing the political problem that this position caused, then addressed the question of sovereignty. Begin insisted that it was merely a legal issue to be sorted out and that a local administrative council could manage complex questions like land expropriation and immigration. These issues, as Begin saw them, were also caught up with security. We could only accept new immigrants up to the point where our own security would not be affected. Vance interjected, so this would be dealt with by the Administrative Council, subject to Israel's view on possible security problems. The Council would not have total authority. Begin agreed. Proposal. December 15, 1977. Proposal subject to the confirmation of the Government of Israel. Home rule, for Palestinian Arabs, residents of Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza District. 1. The administration of the military government in Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza District will be abolished. 2. In Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza District, administrative autonomy of the residents, by and for them, will be established. 3. The residents of Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza District will elect an administrative council composed of 11 members. 4. Any resident, 18 years old and above, without distinction of citizenship, or if stateless, is entitled to vote in the election to the Administrative Council. 5. Any resident whose name is included in the list of the candidates for the Administrative Council and who, on the day the list is submitted, is 25 years old or above, is entitled to be elected to the Council. 6. The Administrative Council will be elected by general, direct, personal, equal, and secret ballot. 7. The period of office of the Administrative Council will be 4 years from the day of its election. 8. The Administrative Council will sit in Bethlehem. 9. All the administrative affairs of the areas of Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza District, will be under the direction and within the competence of the Administrative Council. 10. The Administrative Council will operate the following departments. A. The Department of Education. B. The Department of Religious Affairs. C. The Department of Finance. D. The Department of Transportation. E. The Department for Construction and Housing. F. The Department of Industry, Commerce, and Tourism. G. The Department of Agriculture. H. The Department of Health. I. The Department for Labor and Social Welfare. J. The Department of Rehabilitation of Refugees. K. The Department for the Administration of Justice and the Supervision of the Local Police Forces. And promulgate regulations relating to the operation of these departments. 11. Security in the areas of Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza District will be the responsibility of the Israeli authorities. 12. The Administrative Council will elect its own chairman. 13. The first session of the Administrative Council will be convened 30 days after the publication of the election results. 14. Residents of Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza District, without distinction of citizenship, or if stateless, will be granted free choice, option, of either Israeli or Jordanian citizenship. 15. A resident of the areas of Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza District who requests Israeli citizenship will be granted such citizenship in accordance with the citizenship law of the state. 16. Residents of Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza District who, in accordance with the right of free option, choose Israeli citizenship, will be entitled to vote for, and be elected to, the Knesset in accordance with the election law. 17. Residents of Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza District who are citizens of Jordan or who, in accordance with the right of free option will become citizens of Jordan, will elect and be eligible for election to the Parliament of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan in accordance with the election law of that country. 18 questions arising from the vote to the Jordanian parliament by residents of Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza district will be clarified in negotiations between Israel and Jordan. 19 residents of Israel will be entitled to acquire land and settle in the areas of Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza district. Arabs, residents of Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza district will be entitled to acquire land and settle in Israel. 20 residents of Israel and residents of Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza district will be assured freedom of movement and freedom of economic activity in Israel, Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza district. 21 These principles may be subject to review after a 5-year period. Reproduced from attachment to FRUS, document 177. The Israeli Attorney General, Aharon Barak, interceded on the question of sovereignty, arguing that the military governor of the West Bank and Gaza would delegate authority to the council in order for it to act, rather than the Israeli state, to avoid implications that Israel claimed sovereignty. Vance followed up, asking if the military governor reserved the right to revoke these powers. Barak said in principle, yes. Brzezinski responded that this would then mean Israeli sovereignty, at least, de facto, Vance added. Barak defended Begin's position, saying that the military governor was not the sovereign authority, a position the U.S. delegation sought to clarify further. From a legal standpoint, the Attorney General's argument rested on the notion that the territories were not occupied in the first place, undermining any claim that Arab residents would be under military rule. It was a tautological position, one that enabled Israel to claim both control and non-annexation of the territories, a position that had been refuted by Israel's legal counsel in the wake of the 1967 war. 98. Begin planned to present his autonomy proposal in full to President Sadat during an impending trip to Sadat's private residence in Ismailia, Egypt. He added that autonomy's success depended on collective Egyptian, American, and British concession that there would be no Palestinian state. Before adjourning for the Sabbath, Begin provided hard copies of his plan to Brzezinski, Carter, and Vance. 99 Brzezinski asked Begin why Bethlehem and not East Jerusalem would be the seat of the Legislative Council. Begin's response revealed the ideological certitude that animated his plans and the contradiction of claiming to resolve the Palestinian question along more equitable lines. It cannot be East Jerusalem, because Jerusalem is the capital of Israel, Begin explained. And it cannot be Nablus either. Bethlehem is the best. There cannot be two capitals in Jerusalem. They should have their own proper capital. Bethlehem is the center of communications. 100 Begin's approach to Jerusalem, like his view on settlements and Jewish claims to sovereignty, remained consistent. Palestinians were not viewed as a collective people seeking national rights but a minority population in need of individual attention, with adaptable outcomes that the Israeli Prime Minister believed could placate more robust demands for self-determination. It explains why the U.S. government found Begin to be a frustrating negotiator, as he rarely retreated from these views in his baseline assertions. 101. Israel's definitive attitude toward the Palestinians concerned Carter, who wanted to protect Sadat diplomatically in the wake of his Jerusalem trip and the breakdown of Geneva. If the autonomy plan were misread in the public sphere, Carter felt, it would undermine all of Sadat's goodwill. He told Begin after the Sabbath that the plan could appear positive but also it could very well appear empty, given Begin's comments about the military governor and restoring Israeli control at will. We believe that how these proposals are cast, and how your well-constructed ideas are interpreted, will be crucial. 102 The intimation that Israeli state sovereignty would be limited to the 1967 borders, for example, with security extending up to the Jordan River, seemed promising to Carter. It could be subject to negotiations between Jordan, Egypt, and Palestinian Arabs on a time scale commensurate with your development of a sense of security and trust in the Arabs. Carter was gratified by Begin's apparent flexibility on this matter. 103 But the president remained concerned that the interpretation of Begin's plan could be negative and jeopardize Sadat's reputation. Broader regional engagement was a necessity in light of the reaction to Egypt's sudden shift. In Carter's view, if Begin and Sadat could agree, King Hussein would join the discussions, but Syrian President Assad only much later. The Palestinians themselves remained excluded from the possible negotiations over their fate. Despite the secret back channels, Carter was deeply skeptical of the PLO in his comments to begin, remarking that they had been absolutely negative, and I see no role for them to play in the present peace negotiations 104. Although they did not agree to 242, the PLO was still integral to Sadat's legitimacy, so the president's remarks may have assuaged Begin, but they denoted a newfound hostility toward the organization. 105. The autonomy proposal that Begin brought to Carter was a highly consequential blueprint for Israel's diplomatic strategy toward the Palestinians, and its imprint extended far beyond the 1970s. Several areas helped set in motion dynamics that perpetuated the condition of statelessness Arafat had feared. Most notably, Begin was inflexible on the status of the West Bank. He would not agree to foreign forces, like the United Nations, guaranteeing protection in the territories as Sadat had suggested in November. He invoked the German Jews of the Middle Ages, Schutzjuden, who paid for external protection. "We do not want to be protected Jews," Begin declared. "We are disciples of Jabotinsky. We don't want to be a Schutzjudenstaat. We want to sustain our independence and to end the persecution of Jews. People used to pity Jews. We want to live as a normal nation." 106. In linking his foreign policy to maudlin readings of Jewish history, Begin codified Israeli national priorities in existentially woeful terms. Ideologically, such a view echoed the Likud long-standing attachment to the greater land of Israel. The position was absolute when it came to the West Bank, even if there was more willingness on the return of the Sinai Peninsula. In a further indication of how clearly the autonomy plan would undercut Palestinian claims, Begin reiterated Israel's dismissal of the Palestinian refugee question. For the Israeli leadership, the return of refugees into the territories would threaten Jewish claims on the land. Israelis have the right to go to the territories. It is inconceivable that we can give the same right to the others, explained Attorney General Barak. 107. As for the question of settlements, Begin did not see them having a special status, as Arabs lived in Israel and Jews lived in the territories. There is no problem. Of course, there are settlements, but we have a principle of symmetric justice. The residents of Israel can buy land in Judea, Samaria, and Gaza, and Arabs can get land in Israel. There will be reciprocity. They can come to Tel Aviv and buy land and build homes. 108. These logics of exchange, functioning on a basis that accepted the population transfers of 1948 and 1967 and equated them with Jewish settlement in the territories, cohered in Begin's mind as a just solution to the political reality that had taken root in the West Bank and Gaza. Begin was shaped by his intellectual mentor, Ze'ev Jabotinsky, in propagating a distinct view of the Arabs as a minority with rights living under the dominance of Jewish majority rule. 109. The Carter administration's reaction to the autonomy plan seemed to embolden Begin, and he remained buoyant about his reception during a stop in the United Kingdom on his way back to Israel. At the Chequers estate in Buckinghamshire, the Israeli Prime Minister met with Prime Minister Callahan and Foreign Secretary David Owen. He boasted to them that his plan for the West Bank had met with wholehearted, even enthusiastic acceptance. Although Carter had initially been hesitant, after a tête-à-tête, Begin reported, he accepted the plan for Judea and Samaria without qualification, except for a few problems with its judicial aspects. Several senators and congressmen, ex-President Ford, Secretary Kissinger, and leading members of the Jewish community all supported the Israeli plan, Begin asserted. 110. After he had reiterated the main points of the proposal, Callahan told Begin that his approach was remarkable and imaginative. While disagreeing with Begin's positions on security, and explaining that Sadat could not accept it straight away, the British Prime Minister and his advisers saw it as a good starting point to the negotiations over the Palestinian question. This flexibility highlights the Callahan government's sympathy toward Begin, a clear departure from previous British policy and an indication of a permissive stance that may have actually enabled Israeli actions in the West Bank. 111. Inwardly, U.S. government officials were skeptical of the Israeli plans, but they too entertained the possibility of building on some of these ideas in addressing the Palestinian issue. In his memoir, Secretary of State Cyrus Vance reflected on the emergence of the Israeli negotiating model, which deferred this possibility of Palestinian self-determination. Despite our differences with the Israelis on how to solve the Palestinian problem, the President and I shared their concerns about a radicalized Palestinian state. We concluded that some form of transitional arrangement was needed so that the Palestinians could demonstrate whether they were prepared to govern themselves and live peacefully besides Israel, while remaining under international supervision to ease Israel's fears. Vance's own initial ideal was transitional, a UN trusteeship under joint Israeli-Jordanian administration, leading to a plebiscite and Palestinian self-determination after several years. While such a concept was to undergo considerable revision and development, Vance wrote that it was one of the roots of the Camp David arrangement for Palestinian autonomy during a transitional regime 112. In outlining such a transitional agreement, Vance drew on a longer history of external powers mediating the Palestinian question. Like the British approach to the Arabs in the Mandate era earlier in the century, the United States would promote a time-bound solution that would have the Palestinians demonstrate whether they were prepared to govern themselves and live peacefully beside Israel. 113 The central problem with this approach, an outdated colonial model that would prove ineffectual in the aftermath of decolonization, was the powerful hold of the Israeli state on the territories since 1967. Conceivably, under the labor settlement plan, or even Moshe Dayan's conception of Palestinian self-rule, it might have been plausible to prepare the West Bank and Gaza for a political solution outside the realm of Israeli control. But the stance of the Likud, and Begin's clear pronouncements on continued Israeli military and political dominance of the territories, ensured that the emergence of any autonomy arrangements would have to be predicated on the prevention of non-Israeli sovereignty. Begin in Egypt. This is perhaps the first time we sit together since Moses crossed the waters not very far from here, Anwar al-Sadat proudly told his guest. Let us here teach the world a new way of facing problems between two nations. Let us tell them that sincerity, honesty, goodwill and, above all, love can solve any problem. It was Menachem Begin's first trip to Egypt, and Sadat's warm welcome underscored its historic nature. When Moses took us out of Egypt, it took him 40 years to cross the Sinai Desert, a reverent but jovial Begin told his Egyptian counterpart. We did it in 40 minutes. 114 The Christmas Day visit to Sadat's presidential residence on the banks of the Suez Canal in Ismailia provided the Israeli Prime Minister with a chance to formally present his autonomy plan to the Egyptians after its announcement to American and British leaders. Figure 3.1. Prime Minister Menachem Begin gives tourist guidance to President Sadat, Beersheba. May 27, 1979. Saar Yaakov, courtesy of Israel's government press office. Begin sought out Sadat's approval for his approach to the Palestinian question, as distinct from the broader discussions over the Sinai Peninsula. After first laying out the Israeli position on withdrawal from the Sinai, the Israeli leader turned to his proposal for self-rule for the Palestinian Arabs. He opened with the issue of sovereignty, which he acknowledged neither Israel nor Palestinians were willing to cede. Rather, by dealing with human beings and leaving the question of sovereignty open, Begin described the essence of his idea. We give the Palestinian Arabs self-rule and the Palestinian Jews security. He read out the details of his proposal, which Sadat said he would take into consideration, pleased to have moved from procedural concerns to substantive negotiations. 115. Later that evening, having reviewed the Israeli proposals, Sadat returned to the second meeting with the Israelis and was more critical. On the question of the Sinai, Sadat opposed any restrictions on Egyptian sovereignty. He rejected Begin's suggestion to keep airfields or Jewish settlements behind after a withdrawal. If I tell my people that my friend Begin said there will be settlements in Sinai and some defense force to defend them, they will throw stones at me. As for the Palestinian question, Sadat continued, it was a step, a real step. But it is not sufficient as yet. He went on to describe the aspirations of Palestinian moderates for independence and the tight spot Egypt found itself as their defender in the Arab world given all the opposition to his trip to Jerusalem. The two leaders agreed this difference was a problem. In revising the joint statement to the public about their meeting, Begin raised the issue of invoking 242 and withdrawal from the territories, which he could not sign on to given his divergent interpretation of the resolution. He also objected to the word self-determination, if it signified a state. This is the mortal danger of which I speak. We can use the word self-rule. 116. Despite Sadat's rhetorical support for the Palestinians, his talks with Begin revealed a great deal of Egyptian antipathy toward the PLO and Palestinian nationalists. Begin expressed fears about security and the growing influence of the PLO on Israel's borders, framing his explanation in Cold War terms and appealing to Sadat's hostile view of the Soviet Union. Some of the PLO men are Soviet agents, Begin remarked. All of them, Sadat replied. The Egyptian president nevertheless upheld his commitment to representing Palestinian aspirations. Still, I must lead the Arab world. It is the leadership of Egypt historically that has always prevailed. It is in your interest as well as ours. 117. The symbolic claims of leadership belied Sadat's narrower interests and willingness to concede to Begin in private, which Egypt's newly appointed foreign minister later criticized. 118 In concluding their talks, both leaders returned to the concept of self-rule, and Begin reiterated his opposition to a Palestinian state of Arafat and Fatah leader Kajemi. Sadat agreed, as you know, I have always been in favor of a link with Jordan. A federal or a confederal would be decided before Geneva. It was a startling and crucial admission, paving the way for significant concessions in future negotiations. 119 Begin was relieved to hear it, and insisted the final Ismailia declaration only mentioned self-rule from the Israeli point of view. We will not wound them by saying anything else, Begin added. Self-determination means a state and that we cannot accept. Sadat again agreed, but tomorrow I will be accused of having sold the Palestinian Arabs to Mr. Begin. Begin assured him it would not happen. We must have the courage of decision, the Israeli Prime Minister concluded. 120. Both the Israelis and the Egyptians were flatly dismissive of the Palestinian national movement and the existing leadership in the occupied territories. Dayan stressed that neither side wanted a Palestinian state, nor were there existing leaders in the territories that could make one. If either side committed in public to statehood, Dayan emphasized, Arafat would seek to come back to the territories, and the refugees would be transferred to Jericho, a first stage for an attack on Israel. Sadat again concurred, having his own doubts about elements within the PLO. I quite agree with you about the question of security and that the extremists should not be permitted, since they will cause trouble for all of us, especially after the Tripoli conference. There is Arafat and that fanatic George Habashsik. He has declared himself a Marxist-Leninist. In the same breath as he dismissed Palestinian hardliners, like the head of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, Sadat was clearly conflicted given his role as a nominal protector of Palestinian rights. The difficulty is for me that I have to solve the Palestinian problem by self-determination. 121. Aware of Egypt's discomfort with the PLO, the Israelis saw an opening. They pressed Sadat to negotiate the Palestinian problem independently with the Jordanians and the Palestinian Arabs in a manner that avoided self-determination. We always speak with candor, Begin remarked. All of us understand that self-determination means a state. Therefore, we shall suggest self-rule or home rule or autonomy. In the context of a first official visit to Egypt, the Israeli Prime Minister was seeking out an alliance on the Palestinian question. He wanted Sadat to agree to a statement in general terms about a just settlement of the Palestinian Arab problem without specifying further. 122 Dayan added that Sadat could tell the Palestinian Arabs that Egypt would fight for self-determination as a face-saving mechanism. After further consultations, a decision was ultimately made to announce two different views of the Palestinian problem at the closing press conference and hold further meetings in Cairo and Jerusalem led by Egypt's new foreign minister, Mohammed Kamel. Sadat's acquiescence to Israel's firm agenda for dealing with the Palestinians at Ismailia was a telling indicator of his overall approach to the elements of the negotiations that did not concern Egypt's bilateral interests. His mirroring of Israeli language and open use of Begin's term for the West Bank was clear in the public statements the next morning. The position of Egypt is that in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip a Palestinian state should be established. The position of Israel is that Palestinian Arabs in Judea, Samaria, and Gaza should enjoy self-rule. We have agreed that because we have differed on this issue it should be discussed in the political committee of the Cairo Preparatory Conference. 123 In settling the Palestinian question via committee, while preparing bilateral Egyptian-Israeli negotiations at a subsequent conference in Cairo, the two parties had agreed to disagree on the question of Palestinian self-determination, deferring a decision but also giving Begin effective room to push forward with his own plans. Sadat's own advisors were appalled at the discussions, as well as Begin's relentless style. In his memoirs, Kamel later wrote with disdain how he watched the Israeli prime minister bargaining and bartering, like a petty shopkeeper, dealing with things that did not belong to him in the first place, just as if the offer of a comprehensive, just and lasting peace were a passing summer cloud. 124. The Egyptian diplomat may not have liked his style, but Begin was deeply committed to his vision for the Palestinians. Returning to Jerusalem, he announced Israel's peace plan to the entire Israeli Knesset on December 28, 1977. 125 Begin's final version, like the earlier Home Rule proposal presented to the Americans, British, and Egyptians, was non-territorial, stressing autonomy through the election of administrative councils by Arab inhabitants of the territories. Begin was steadfast in his belief that such a vision would provide a solution in its own right, unlike American and Egyptian conceptions that imagined autonomy as a means to some greater form of Palestinian self-determination. In his Knesset speech announcing the plan, Begin implored, "We have a right and a demand for sovereignty over these areas of Eretz Yisrael, the land of Israel. This is our land and it belongs to the Jewish nation rightfully." The Prime Minister opposed any engagement with the PLO, emphasizing that we do not even dream of the possibility if we are given the chalice to withdraw our military forces from Judea, Samaria, and Gaza of abandoning those areas to the control of the murderous organization that is called the PLO. This is history's meanest murder organization, except for the armed Nazi organizations. 126 Begin's visceral opposition to the PLO, which was a recurring theme in all his public and private discussions, shaped his strong rejection of a Palestinian state. 127 As the plan emphasized, foreign and military policy would remain under Israeli control, ensuring that any rights granted to the Arab inhabitants of the territories would be of an extremely limited nature. Begin's pretense of providing the local population with cultural and economic autonomy drew on an older colonial discourse of limited self-determination for native inhabitants. Simultaneously, the Prime Minister asserted that Israeli citizens maintain the right to purchase land and settle in the occupied territories. Begin's handwritten unilateral declarations appended at the bottom of his original draft plan made the collective impact of these limitations very clear. A. Under no circumstances will Israel permit the establishment in Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza district of Palestinian state. Such a state would be a mortal danger to the civilian population of Israel and a grave peril to the free world. B. After the end of the transitional period of 5 years, Israel will claim its inalienable rights to sovereignty in the areas of Eretz Israel, Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza district. 128. These declarations contradicted the positions of both the Americans and the Egyptians in meetings with the Israeli Prime Minister before the Knesset announcement. For Begin, the autonomy plan was a benevolent means to curtail Palestinian self-determination. He believed he had found a solution for the challenges that emerged after the conquest of 1967, one that could both bypass direct annexation of the territories and uphold liberal claims of protecting a national minority. It was a clear political vision, an alternative to the global struggle being waged by the PLO. Begin outlined his views with great conviction to Time magazine. What is wrong with a Jewish majority living together with an Arab minority in peace, in human dignity, in equality of rights, he wrote. I believe that we can live together. It is not an occupied country as people understand that horrible term. We let them live in their homeland. 129. From Tehran to Aswan. U.S. negotiators attempted to mediate between Sadat and Begin via third parties, trying to find a viable middle ground between the autonomy plan that Begin had articulated and a fully sovereign Palestinian state. Carter spent New Year's Day 1978 in Iran, where he was visiting the Shah as part of a 9-day tour of 6 nations. At the Pahlavi dynasty's Saadabad Palace in Tehran, he met with King Hussein of Jordan, who was also visiting the Iranian capital. 130 Hussein was dismayed by the autonomy plan, and skeptical of Carter's efforts after Sadat's trip. He feared the emergence of a separate peace between Egypt and Israel, and the discussions led to a sharp decline in U.S. Jordanian relations. Carter opened the discussion with the question of the West Bank, and Hussein agreed to accept a disarmed and demilitarized Palestinian entity, with possible UN presence, as part of an overall settlement. Carter presented the U.S. position, preferring self-determination which does not involve a completely independent state. Hussein said based on the territorial withdrawal and a resolution to the Palestinian problem, he could agree to participate in negotiations, but he also stressed his increasingly isolated position in the Arab world. As soon as you raise the West Bank, one of Hussein's advisors added, the entire Palestinian question becomes an issue. Jordan cannot absorb all the Palestinian problems, the advisor continued. Their opponents would say that Jordan is talking for other Arabs without permission. 131 Signaling Hashemite fears of being co-opted by Israeli territorial designs, the exchange also underscored how the Palestinians themselves had been stripped of real agency to represent their own positions. The growing disconnect between Begin's view of autonomy and the limits of Egyptian and Jordanian legitimacy in representing the Palestinians was laid bare in Carter's subsequent meeting with King Khalid of Saudi Arabia in Riyadh. Carter shared with King Khalid the content of his discussion with King Hussein and the overall progress in the Egyptian-Israeli discussions. 132 The Saudi monarch was more receptive to the idea of a Palestinian state, even one with international guarantees like Cyprus, and Carter stressed that the views he outlined about a Palestinian homeland related to Jordan was just a starting point. If the parties involved negotiated something closer to the Saudi view, the United States would not object. For now, Carter stressed, regional pressures constrained King Hussein. Since the 1974 Rabat summit had led to a decision asserting the PLO as the sole representative of the Palestinian people, Jordan was not in a position to contradict the official PLO leadership. Carter believed the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza might accept such a plan as well, but said that he could not speak for the Palestinians. 133 Yet he would at least try to clarify, even rhetorically, American support for their political rights and claims to self-determination. On the way back to Washington, the U.S. president stopped in the Egyptian city of Aswan to meet with Sadat and bolster the Palestinian aspect of the peace negotiations. Carter would show his support for the increasingly beleaguered Egyptian president and discuss the principle of self-determination. In his remarks to the press after the meeting in Aswan, Carter addressed the Palestinian question directly. There must be a resolution of the Palestinian problem in all its aspects. The problem must recognize the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people and enable the Palestinians to participate in the determination of their own future. 134 Relaying the rationale of his remarks to Vice President Mondale, who was meeting with Begin in Jerusalem at the time, Vance explained Carter's logic. The statement in Aswan was meant to strengthen Sadat's hand against his Arab critics, in a manner that reflected both the U.S. position and some evolution in American thinking without prejudging the self-determination question in any significant way. It is not a viable position, Vance wrote to Mondale, to insist that the Palestinians should have no say whatsoever in their future status, given the general acceptance in world opinion of the concept of self-determination. 135. While the Aswan language was a powerful interjection on behalf of the Palestinians, the practical implications for a solution to their political plight were less clear. Even while acknowledging the necessity of engagement with the Palestinians in political terms, the Carter administration would still not speak directly with the PLO and was publicly critical of the organization. The efforts that Vance had initiated with Arafat on 242 were eclipsed by domestic debates over Soviet involvement, Sadat's unilateral trip to Jerusalem, and Begin's autonomy plan. In spite of these intervening developments, Yasser Arafat was pleased with the Aswan statement and he attempted once more to impress upon Carter his commitment to diplomatic engagement. At a meeting with congressional members of the House International Relations Committee in Damascus, including Congressman Paul Findlay, Arafat and his PLO aides provided a message to Carter stressing a desire to maintain a moderate line, defending Carter's policies against hardliners. Although there was no mention of the PLO at Aswan, Arafat professed a glimmer of hope in the statement. 136. In his message to Carter, Arafat underscored his wider attempts at moderation within the PLO. He suggested that this was happening not only at the level of the leadership but also among the rank and file of the Palestinians. 137. The PLO leader offered himself as a pragmatist who could work with the United States. After all the pressures of the previous months, he hoped that Carter will not further push me into a corner because I would like to maintain my moderate balance. Otherwise, I have nothing to lose but my kufiyyat, Arab headdress. Arafat's message was self-serving, Brzezinski told Carter, but may also contain a grain of truth. Either way, the NSC advisor noted, our current posture of ignoring the PLO while concentrating on the Palestinian issue and encouraging moderate Palestinian voices to make themselves heard is the appropriate position for now. 138. This deliberate isolation of the main nationalist arm of the Palestinians was crippling for the Palestinian vision of statehood. In choosing to sideline the PLO, the United States was in effect signaling that the Israeli and Egyptian pursuit of bilateral peace could proceed without resolving competing claims over the occupied territories. By the end of 1977, U.S. efforts had pivoted from the comprehensive vision for a regional settlement at a revived Geneva conference to the much narrower bilateral negotiating track between Egypt and Israel. The PLO's struggle for self-determination was sacrificed in the process. After intensive American efforts to engage with the organization via intermediaries and secret channels in order to secure acceptance of UN Resolution 242, barriers remained. The PLO was internally divided on the mechanisms of diplomacy, refusing to concede recognition of Israel without guarantees of a state in return. The worries were well-founded, as statehood was not ever fully on the table, and the language of self-determination and a homeland lacked the specificity to accommodate political control. In turning down the American entreaties but vowing to continue engaging diplomatically, the PLO was both signaling a red line and asserting its ongoing receptivity to negotiations. The constraints under which the PLO operated were multifaceted. Domestically, the backlash against Carter's inclusion of the Soviet Union in the Geneva Track revealed a conservative Cold War opposition that was unhappy with the direction of American foreign policy in the aftermath of détente. There was also, however, a more visceral backlash from within the American Jewish political leadership about the possibility of Palestinian statehood. Strident antagonism toward the PLO was driven in part by the organization's commitment to armed struggle but also by a deeper discomfort with Palestinian claims to self-determination only a decade after the conquest of 1967. The American Jewish alignment with the Likud government fueled the hostility toward the PLO, given Begin's refusal to recognize Palestinian collective rights. His alternative commitment to the limited individual rights of Arab residents of Judea and Samaria was premised on a very different conception of Israel's presence in the territories, which was legitimate on ideological and national grounds as the exclusive purview of the Israeli state. To mitigate critics who demanded action on the Palestinian question, Begin instead presented a sophisticated autonomy scheme as a benevolent solution. In reality, it was premised on continued Israeli control of the West Bank and Gaza Strip, as well as the assertion of a right to build settlements in the same space Palestinians were claiming self-determination. This was a clear repudiation of legal jurists who had explicitly advised the Eshkol government that these settlements were illegal under international law. 139 Yet the Israeli government's introduction of autonomy, and the somewhat benign reaction of American and British interlocutors who accepted that it could be a starting point for negotiations over the territories, served to embolden Prime Minister Begin in his pursuit of an alternative vision for the Palestinian future. Crucially, Begin's advance would have been impossible without the concessions of Egyptian President Anwar al-Sadat. More than the other factors, Sadat's unilateral trip to Jerusalem, whether for domestic economic reasons, strategic interests, frustration with Geneva, or a desire for the grand gesture that would secure the return of Sinai once and for all, served as a major stumbling block for the PLO. Beyond the clear embrace of a bilateral track with Israel, Sadat's opening of a dialogue without clarity on the fate of the Palestinians set in motion a process of their political exclusion. His hostility toward the PLO and indication of support for a federation with Jordan in conversations with Begin at Ismailia encouraged Israeli designs in the West Bank and undercut Arafat at a crucial juncture in the Palestinian struggle for national independence. President Carter's own approach to Palestinian aspirations was not always clear. While he had an aversion to outright statehood, he was sympathetic to the realization of Palestinian political rights and wanted to find a middle ground that could accommodate a comprehensive peace. Even as the PLO was marginalized, Carter's trip to Aswan indicated a commitment to adjudicating Palestinian demands with promises about the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. This could be clarified along divergent lines, however, from outright territorial self-determination to transitional arrangements that assumed Palestinians were not quite ready to govern themselves, as Secretary Vance had suggested. 140. While Sadat's turn to bilateral talks with Israel had come as a surprise to the Americans, Carter continued to believe that a regional peace deal was possible and felt the United States was the ideal broker between the parties. In his memoir, the president noted that Egypt and Israel could not independently resolve basic problems like the Palestinian question, Israeli territorial withdrawal, and regional peace without American assistance. The process was breaking down again, Carter wrote. It remained necessary for the United States to continue playing a leading role in resolving the basic Middle East questions. 141. This U.S. role as mediator would reach its height with the emergence of the Camp David talks a few months later. But well before the summit had even begun, American aims at even-handedness had already been compromised. With the introduction of autonomy, Sadat's concessionary negotiating, and the U.S. sidelining of the PLO, Palestinian aspirations were swiftly losing out to Israel's alternative vision for the territories. Chapter 4. Camp David and the Triumph of Palestinian Autonomy. On March 11, 1978, Palestinian commandos from Yasser Arafat's Fatah wing of the PLO landed on the shore north of Tel Aviv. They had planned to seize a luxury hotel in Israel's coastal city and take hostages, but the arrival boats had missed the original destination. After killing an American photographer, the militants hijacked a taxi and then an egged bus along the coastal highway. 1 The ensuing gunfight led to the killing of over 30 civilians, including 13 children, and was characterized at the time as the worst terrorist attack in Israel's history. 2 The attack, known in Israel as the Coastal Road Massacre, had been planned by Fatah leader Khalil al-Wazir, known as Abu Jihad, and was aimed in part at scuttling the peace talks between Sadat and Begin and retaliating for the Mossad assassination of PLO leaders in Lebanon in 1973. 3 Fatah's actions were also partly intended to assert the centrality of the national movement as it was being marginalized, with the ebb and flow of militant action highlighting deep struggles within the PLO over its diplomatic strategy. 4. In response to the Coastal Road Massacre, the Israeli government launched Operation Litany 3 days later. 5 The Begin government targeted PLO bases in South Lebanon with over 25,000 soldiers, subjecting a large area up to the Litany River to heavy bombardment with shelling and air strikes. The incursion led to the deaths of at least 1,000 Palestinian and Lebanese civilians. 6 The Carter administration, seeking to limit regional escalation, pushed back against this operation, but the damage was extensive. 7 Aside from civilian casualties, Israel's actions pushed the PLO northward from their bases and increased tensions in the Lebanese civil war that had started 3 years earlier. It also led to the internal displacement of at least 100,000 people from South Lebanon and the establishment of a security zone in the south patrolled by the South Lebanon Army, SLA. Carter was deeply involved in ending the violence in Lebanon by spearheading a UN resolution that led to the establishment of the UN Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL. The violence served as a precursor to the much larger invasion of Lebanon that would follow in 1982 and signaled Israel's intention to fight the PLO across border areas. Both the terror attack and the Litani incursion coincided with a difficult period of U.S. engagement with the wider region. A series of domestic debates had erupted over aircraft sales to Egypt and Saudi Arabia in February, part of a package deal that ultimately passed through Congress. Carter expended a great deal of political capital to push these deals forward, resulting in weakened domestic support and reduced chances for a comprehensive peace in the Middle East. 8 With a midterm election approaching in November, it would not be easy for the Carter administration to confront the unresolved questions raised by Sadat and Begin's bilateral talks. After clashing directly with Begin on the issue of settlements in late March, Carter struggled through the summer to advance negotiations over the Middle East. Through internal discussions, the president decided to invite the Israeli and Egyptian leaders to join him for a presidential summit in September, hoping that a bilateral framework could provide an opening toward a comprehensive regional peace. The agreements reached at Camp David fell short of these aims. While successfully negotiating the first treaty between Israel and an Arab state, the summit also enabled the Begin government to secure Israel's hold over the occupied Palestinian territories with the formalization of a separate autonomy track. The concurrent expansion of the settlement project and the onset of negotiations over self-rule for the Palestinians, without their participation, signaled the triumph of an influential idea that would halt any political or diplomatic progress toward meaningful self-determination for the Palestinian people. The emergence of Camp David. The Begin government had argued for months that UN Resolution 242 did not apply to the West Bank. On the eve of a trip that Begin was making to the United States in March, his Minister of Agriculture and Settlement Czar, Ariel Sharon, announced an increase in the number of settlements. The move ignited fierce domestic opposition in Israel. Defense Minister Ezer Weizman, visiting Washington ahead of Begin, telephoned the Prime Minister and threatened to resign. "If you do not stop those settlements," Weizman shouted, "I will personally come back and do so." Weizman had been engaged in a bitter fight with hardline members of the ruling party, who were suspicious of his diplomatic efforts with Egypt. 10 Even some American Jewish leaders spoke out about the settlement announcement, as divisions inside the Jewish community deepened around the Lebanese incursion. One prominent Jewish philanthropist, Lawrence Tisch, criticized the Israeli government's policy publicly. "If Begin insists on pressing the settlements issue, he will lose every last American. There is no justification for this position," Tisch remarked. 11. On March 22, a heated meeting between Begin and Carter at the White House underscored the growing policy differences between the two leaders. 12 The Israeli Prime Minister's dismissive attitude toward UN Resolution 242 particularly angered the Americans, and Carter was clearly in a fighting mood. The president delivered scathing remarks to Begin, telling him that he was not willing to stop expansion or the creation of new settlements. In private meetings, pro-Israeli senators like Jacob Javits and Clifford Case wholeheartedly agreed with the president that Begin should be taken to task for his irresponsible policies in the occupied territories. 13 Even with the forceful reaction, Carter had limited capital to expend on a direct confrontation with the Israeli government over settlements. Vance described the tension that framed the meeting, and the impact of the terror attack, which strengthened Begin's hand. The possibility of getting Begin to alter his positions on the West Bank and Palestinian questions, Vance later wrote, was virtually eliminated. 14 Instead, Begin promoted his autonomy plan, insisting once again that UN Resolution 242 did not apply to all the territories. While Sadat had broken off negotiations with Begin in January 1978 over this very issue, his stance began to soften by the spring. In a weekend meeting between Presidents Carter and Sadat and their wives, Rosalind and Jahan, at Camp David in February, the beginning of a significant shift in priorities had become evident to American officials. Rather than work toward a comprehensive peace that would include the Palestinian issue, Sadat appeared increasingly willing to settle for a bilateral agreement to ensure the return of the Sinai. Despite the rhetoric and appearance of defending the Palestinian right to self-determination, there was little substantive Egyptian commitment to offering clear alternative proposals on the future of the West Bank and Gaza. 15. This was a stark departure from the approach articulated in Sadat's November 1977 Jerusalem speech. An overriding desire to secure U.S. backing for arms and economic aid, as well as an aversion to detail in countering Begin's restrictive autonomy proposal, chipped away at the Egyptian leader's firm position on resolving the Palestinian question and left officials in the United States considering new avenues to break the diplomatic stalemate between the two countries. As one NSC official explained to Carter in May, the central idea that Sadat is now working with involves a virtual abandonment on his part of the concept of Palestinian self-determination or Palestinian statehood in return for an explicit Israel commitment to withdraw from the West Bank/Gaza. 16. This sidelining of substantive discussions over the meaning of Palestinian self-determination generated a great deal of internal dissent among Sadat's advisors, as well as wider Arab anger. 17. The Egyptian president's flexibility impressed the Americans, who gradually understood that Sadat would moderate his demands in order to achieve a viable settlement with Israel. Carter's legal counsel, Robert Lipschutz, had long been questioning the insistence of Sadat and fellow Arab leaders on Palestinian statehood. They all fully recognize that it's in their worst interest to see that happen, Lipschutz told an interviewer in February 1978. I think their public posture is in their judgment required for the time being because of their own inter-Arab relationships. 18. In his own private assessment, Carter's counsel argued that the best outcome of all that is to end up in a federation of some type with Jordan. 19. While other U.S. officials focused on a transitional regime in the West Bank and Gaza, there was clear movement toward the deferral of a decision on the fate of the territories while the parties experimented with self-rule in the West Bank and Gaza. 20. The United States would gauge the respective positions of Egypt and Israel, and then consider introducing specific parameters for negotiations. In July 1978, Vance hosted the Egyptian and Israeli foreign ministers at Leeds Castle in Kent. This was a critical meeting on the road to Camp David, as the U.S. Secretary of State reframed the nature of the American role. Rather than mediate between the parties, the Carter administration would offer a proposal for a comprehensive settlement, including arrangements for peace between Egypt and Israel and an autonomy process of the West Bank. As Vance later explained, U.S. officials drafted a document that eventually became the basis of the Camp David framework. 21. In a bid to break the Egyptian-Israeli negotiating impasse, Vance then flew to the Middle East to privately invite both leaders to the United States on behalf of the president. 22. Sadat and Begin readily accepted Carter's invitation, hoping to cobble together a mutually beneficial agreement for Egypt and Israel. Preparations were made for a September summit, which would attract a great deal of global and domestic attention. Immediately after the summit was announced, White House advisors began to reconfigure their comprehensive peace plan in order to focus on specific aspects of an agreement between Egypt and Israel. They still spoke, however, of tackling interrelated issues like the West Bank and Gaza, the status of the settlements, UN Resolution 242, and the fate of the Palestinians. In his formulation of a negotiating strategy for Camp David, National Security Advisor Brzezinski told Carter that he would have to persuade Begin to make some substantive concessions, while convincing Sadat to settle for less than an explicit Israeli commitment to full withdrawal and Palestinian self-determination. 23. Beyond an agreement between Israel and Egypt, Brzezinski stressed the need for general self-government for the Palestinians. 24. Brzezinski also urged the president to get both leaders to accept the Aswan language on Palestinian rights, a reference to Carter's statement in Egypt that January recognizing the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people and calling for Palestinians to participate in the determination of their own future. 25. American preparatory memos for Camp David clearly established the desire for Israeli territorial withdrawal from the West Bank and Gaza Strip, a genuine settlement moratorium, and an adjudication of the Palestinian question. By combining the Aswan formulation with other priorities, U.S. officials worked to solidify a viable approach to resolving regional conflict, but it promised considerably less than the comprehensive elements of the February 1977 position laid out soon after Carter entered office. Alongside the reality of the Begin election and Israel's vision for autonomy, Sadat's trip to Jerusalem had served to undercut those ambitious plans. Washington had not fully abandoned the rhetorical commitment of securing a wider settlement, but the impact of the preceding months was unmistakable. Just before leaving for the United States, Begin reiterated his precondition for negotiating, which included no withdrawal to the 1967 borders and continued Israeli military control of the West Bank and Gaza under any interim agreement. 26 It was clear that his vision for a settlement remained aimed at Egypt alone. The meaning of the accords. 13 days of meetings took place between the Egyptian and Israeli delegations in the presidential retreat at Katoktin Mountain Park in Maryland from September 5 to 17, 1978. While shielded from the public eye, there are numerous accounts of the dramatic proceedings and the fraught moments of tension from a wide array of participants. 27 At its core, however, Camp David's objectives were cast before it even began, and were broadly in line with Israeli strategic thinking. Vance and Brzezinski both hoped that Carter could persuade Begin to make some concessions on the Palestinian question in order to secure Sadat's agreement on peace with Israel. In the view of NSC advisor William Quandt, the American president actually had in mind the narrower objective of reaching an Israeli-Egyptian agreement, with or without much of a link to the Palestinian issue. 28 Rather than seek the restoration of the 1967 borders, Carter and his team focused on the return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt. This more Israel-friendly objective, as one recent account explains, ultimately brought together a Sinai agreement with an understanding over the West Bank and Gaza that built on Begin's autonomy scheme. 29 It may not have looked that way on the eve of the summit, Quandt later reflected, but Carter understood what animated Sadat. Despite his vocal insistence on a comprehensive peace, Sadat would not continue to insist on much for the Palestinians, at least not at the expense of recovering Egyptian territory. 30. Figure 4.1. Anwar Sadat, Jimmy Carter, and Menachem Begin at the Camp David Accord signing ceremony. September 17, 1978. White House staff photographers collection at the Jimmy Carter Library. The announcement of the final Camp David Accords, after nearly 2 weeks of discussion, reflected the bottom line of each party. While Begin first stonewalled on the demilitarization of the Sinai Peninsula and the return of Jewish settlements to Egyptian control, nearly derailing the negotiations as Sadat rushed to leave, the Israeli Prime Minister conceded on relinquishing Israeli airfields and agreed for the Knesset to vote on the evacuation of Sinai settlements. This yielded a framework for the conclusion of a peace treaty between Egypt and Israel, the second of the 2 core provisions signed at the summit's conclusion. It laid out the path to a bilateral peace agreement premised on the phased return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt in exchange for the normalization of relations with Israel as well as the opening of the Suez Canal to Israeli ships. This was the core of the final agreement signed in March 1979, providing Sadat with the territory Egypt had lost in 1967, but also securing the U.S. backing he had long sought to achieve. For Israel, the first formal recognition from an Arab state was a milestone achievement, and it neutralized any military threat from the southwest. Since it was not dependent on broader linkage with progress on other fronts, it also provided the Begin government with an opportunity to consolidate Israel's territorial hold on the remaining areas acquired in 1967, East Jerusalem, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Golan Heights. The first of the 2 agreements, a framework for peace in the Middle East, built directly on Begin's autonomy plan and focused on the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Largely sidestepping broader regional relations, the framework called on Egypt, Israel, Jordan, and the representatives of the Palestinian people to participate in negotiations on the resolution of the Palestinian problem in all its aspects. 31 Exactly what this meant in political or territorial terms was left intentionally vague, instead calling on the parties to decide on a process guaranteeing full autonomy to Palestinians within a period of 5 years. 32 In the interim, the framework contained a provision for negotiations to establish an autonomous self-governing authority, SGA, in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. What sort of entity might emerge was unclear, as was the extent of an Israeli withdrawal from the territories. Rather than restore the pre-1967 borders in line with Carter's comprehensive plans of 1977, the Americans had turned away from a fight over broader territorial withdrawal at Camp David. Under severe pressure from Begin and his negotiating team during the talks, the United States backed down from a confrontation over the precise application of UN Security Council Resolution 242 to the West Bank and Gaza Strip. 33 Through deliberately ambiguous language in crafting this text, Carter and his advisers were able to secure Sadat's and Begin's support in the waning hours of the summit. 34 Begin kept his eye firmly on the red lines he had outlined throughout his talks in 1977 and 1978, there would be no withdrawal from the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and no Palestinian state. While the first of the two frameworks included specific language to recognize the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people and their just requirements, this lacks substantive meaning. 35 Explicitly, the accords did not include any reference to self-determination, the result of the diplomatic effort Begin and his advisers had made to secure the term's exclusion. He also did not have to accept the application of UN Resolution 242 to all fronts of the conflict, and he did not retreat on Israel's claim to sovereignty in Jerusalem. The autonomy provisions that Begin had introduced as a solution to the Palestinian issue in 1977 were incorporated in the final Camp David framework as a necessary concession to safeguard the success of a bilateral agreement and preserve Israel's hold on the territories. While Sadat had spoken openly of a resolution of the Palestinian question in the West Bank, Begin and his advisers successfully dislodged the issue from the agreement on bilateral relations. In this manner, the pursuit of a peace deal with Egypt had also become a means to avoid peace with the Palestinians. 36 Critics of the Camp David summit gradually recognized this outcome, speaking out forcefully against Sadat's perfidious behavior toward the Palestinians. 37 His own advisers dissented from the final accords, with his foreign minister, Mohammed Kamel, boycotting the signing ceremony and resigning from office. 38 In brief remarks prior to the official signing on September 17, President Carter reiterated the importance of an agreement on some form of Palestinian self-determination. He reminded his audience of the hopes and dreams of the people who live in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. 39 During his warmly received address before a special joint session of the U.S. Congress on September 18, Carter expanded on the painful human question of the fate of the Palestinians, suggesting another way forward. The Camp David Agreement guarantees that the Palestinian people may participate in the resolution of the Palestinian problem in all its aspects, Carter told the assembled lawmakers. Israel has agreed, has committed themselves, that the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people will be recognized. 40 But how exactly would those rights be secured? What did the phrasing mean in practical terms? While the Camp David Accords represented the first moment since the establishment of Israel that Palestinians were promised some form of rights, the specifics were never spelled out. In the context of the PLO's wider struggle for global recognition, Carter's promise could be viewed as a great rhetorical advancement for the perennially stateless people. 41 But while this semantic recognition of Palestinian rights seemed a mark of progress, it did not in any practical way satisfy Palestinian aspirations for independence. This gap between the rhetoric of a political solution and a reality on the ground was acutely apparent to the Palestinians themselves. The PLO Executive Committee announced its total rejection of the accords soon after they were signed, and leaders from the territories declared that the idea of autonomy was an open plot against Palestinian rights, especially self-determination. 42 PLO Chairman Yasser Arafat warned that any supporters of Sadat would pay a high price, later describing the autonomy idea as no more than managing the sewers. 43 The PLO had reason to worry about Camp David. As had been the case before the summit, neither the Israelis nor the Americans would support a PLO-run Palestinian state or self-determining entity. This called into question the tangible outcome of the peace agreement beyond Egyptian-Israeli normalization. While the significance of such a bilateral agreement should not be diminished, it served to neutralize regional hostilities and the immediate threat of war, inaugurating a new era of relations between Israel and Egypt. The peace came at a great cost. Sadat had sacrificed Palestinian rights, which he had so vocally defended months earlier. U.S. officials understood the free hand Israel had gained over the occupied territories. In his assessment of Camp David, NSC advisor William Quandt suggested that while Israel gave up territory captured from Egypt in 1967, they secured retention of the West Bank, for begin, Sinai had been sacrificed, but Eretz Israel had been won. 44. One of the major sources of friction to emerge in the immediate aftermath of the summit confirmed Palestinian fears. This was the status of settlement building in the occupied territories, which Carter had assured the joint session of Congress would end. After the signing of this framework last night and during the negotiations concerning the establishment of the Palestinian self-government, Carter told the assembled lawmakers, "No new Israeli settlements will be established in this area." 45. Contrary to Carter's assertion, settlements would burgeon soon after. Prime Minister Begin, insisting he only agreed to a 3-month freeze, had never actually conceded the Israeli right to build in the West Bank. 46. Several days after the signing of the Camp David Accords, the Israeli Prime Minister proclaimed on American television that Israel would remain in the West Bank indefinitely and would continue its settlement program. This declaration flew in the face of the proposed 5-year transition period and attempts to reach a settlement moratorium discussed in an early draft of the agreement. But Begin had only agreed to a more limited side letter. At the time, Carter saw the settlement setback as a secondary problem in light of the agreement that had been achieved. He therefore largely bowed out of a confrontation with the Prime Minister over this matter, declaring it just an honest difference of opinion. 47. 2 weeks later, the President was asked about the inflexibility of the Israelis, and he reaffirmed that the settlements were indeed illegal and an obstacle to peace. He did not believe that this one issue, if unresolved expeditiously, would prevent the peace treaty between Israel and Egypt. 48. Forging an Egyptian-Israeli peace. In the 6 months that followed the September summit, diplomats from Egypt and Israel worked toward the implementation of the Camp David Accords. Sadat tried to secure a linkage between Egyptian-Israeli peace and movement on Palestinian autonomy, but the Israelis were not amenable to his proposals. The Egyptian leader was the subject of caustic anger and boycott from Arab states, including Syria, Iraq, and Libya. 49. Carter was under increasing pressure to finalize the negotiations, especially as the Iranian Revolution had broken out in January 1979. The turmoil led to the downfall of Mohammad Reza Shah, Carter's close ally, and the rise of Grand Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini to power in February. It was not a hospitable time for continuing the Middle East negotiations. It was also not the time for direct engagement with the Palestinians. At a White House cabinet meeting in January 1979, Secretary Vance raised the possibility of establishing relations with the PLO to generate substantive movement in the talks. Zbigniew Brzezinski recounted that Vice President Walter Mondale, a strong ally of Israel, was furious, while political advisor Hamilton Jordan, always mindful of the influence of the Jewish community in U.S. domestic politics, cheerfully quipped that perhaps one of us might want to be the first U.S. ambassador to the West Bank, because in 2 years we would all be unemployed. 50. When 2 administration officials mentioned offhandedly to a congressional subcommittee that the United States might seek to engage with the organization, Begin drafted a cable to Vance denouncing the idea. "I would naturally assume that the United States government, even without consulting us, would wish to refrain from having any contact with this terrorist organization whose method is the murder of innocent civilians, women and children, and whose purpose is the destruction of the State of Israel." 51. Regional upheaval in 1979 compounded the difficulties facing implementation of the peace treaty. Brzezinski, who focused on this unfolding geopolitical context, voiced concern that a broader strategy had been lost in the negotiations. Carter's national security advisor concluded that peace negotiations should relate more directly to the unfolding developments in Iran and new alignments in the Arab world, which included a weakening Saudi Arabia. 52 For Egypt, these new alignments added to Sadat's troubles. Increasingly isolated and besieged by Arab denunciations of Camp David, the Egyptian president sent his prime minister, Mustafa Khalil, to the White House. In a meeting with President Carter and Israeli Foreign Minister Dayan on February 25, Khalil warned of the delay in the implementation of the accords. Unless we conclude an agreement now, it will be difficult to do so in a month and impossible in 2 or 3. Our region is threatened. The specter of an Arab summit before the conclusion of a peace treaty was worrying to Sadat and his advisors. Their concern over Iranian and Arab reaction had further minimized the Palestinian issue. We cannot isolate ourselves from the Arab world, Khalil remarked in the White House. Carter agreed, and pushed for swift action on the peace treaty with Israel. Once it is done, the other Arab countries cannot reject Egypt. 53. The Israelis were also mindful of regional tensions. On March 2, Israeli Prime Minister Begin met with President Carter at the White House to discuss the final stages of the negotiations with Egypt. The world is in turmoil and the Soviets are taking over by proxy, Begin told the U.S. President, referring in part to the Iranian Revolution. Begin also pointed to internal military developments in Iraq and the presence of Soviet advisors in Damascus, which he claimed had put Israel in a precarious position. We see this as an awakening of Islamic fanaticism, just as in the Middle Ages. It could be contagious, Begin exclaimed. The Israeli Prime Minister, invoking a refrain that would be repeated with increasing frequency in the 1980s, continued, "The United States has only one stable ally in the Middle East, and this is Israel, whose stability is inherent because it is a democracy." By appealing to his U.S. interlocutors as the guarantors of regional stability, Begin linked Israeli strategic aims with American regional interests. Israel can do whatever is necessary to prevent Saudi Arabia from being taken over by communism, the Prime Minister promised. We cannot lose Saudi oil to communism. 54. Turning his attention to the substantive disagreements over the negotiations with Egypt, Begin also emphasized the central role of Palestinian autonomy in the treaty's delay. The provision over Palestinian self-rule had become a point of disagreement between Egyptian and Israeli negotiators, and remained the core obstacle to Begin's movement on the implementation of a bilateral peace treaty with Sadat. Israel's prime minister stressed his fear that a Palestinian state might emerge from the autonomy provisions he himself had introduced. People go around in Judea and Samaria and say to the Arabs that they should accept autonomy since it is only a first step towards a Palestinian state, Begin explained to Carter. We know this from reliable sources. Had we thought that out of autonomy a Palestinian state would arise, we would never have suggested it. We will not accept a Palestinian state. Instead, after a 5-year interim period, the Prime Minister argued, we shall claim our sovereign right over those areas. 55. Begin also invoked broader regional changes as a basis for his deep opposition to statehood. The PLO had openly backed the Iranian Revolution, which was a direct blow to Israel's long-standing alliance with the Shah. Arafat and a large delegation flew to Tehran soon after the revolution, and in a welcome ceremony they were handed the keys to the former Israeli embassy, remade as the local office of the PLO. Prime Minister Mehdi Bazargan's cabinet broke off relations with Israel, ordering diplomats and citizens to leave the country. 56 What is a Palestinian state? Begin asked Carter rhetorically. Arafat was in Tehran. He took over our embassy. He raised a flag. He said, I feel now I am near Jerusalem. This development was a non-starter for the Prime Minister. We must have ironclad guarantees that there will be no Palestinian state. I believe, Mr. President, that you have said so in public. 57. In Begin's reading of the Camp David Accords, the notion of autonomy was never intended to apply to the territory itself. The Israeli leader was deeply concerned that the United States would attempt to secure territorial control for Arabs in the West Bank and Gaza Strip by agreeing to a more expansive view of autonomy. If the self-governing authority provides full autonomy to the West Bank, this means that the territory has full autonomy, and Israel will have no right to be there. But we do have that right, because this is the land of Israel. 58. A heated back and forth ensued between Israeli negotiators and their U.S. counterparts in the White House Cabinet Room over the exact meaning of the accords. No one is trying to trick Israel by slipping in a word here or there, an exasperated Carter replied. We are not scheming against Israel, we are not trying to hurt you, and neither is Sadat. 59. The negotiations over Camp David's regional framework had hit up against two divergent views of the territory on which to enact some provision of self-rule for the Palestinians. In Israel's configuration, which began work to Rifi, the land itself was reserved for Jewish settlement and therefore separated from any autonomy arrangement. 60. As part of a final effort to secure the peace treaty with Egypt, the U.S. president traveled to Cairo and Jerusalem several days later. Carter's March 11 discussion with Begin and Ariel Sharon underscored his growing concern that Israel's concept of Palestinian autonomy provided cover for burgeoning settlement expansion in the occupied territories. Sitting in the Prime Minister's office, Carter told the Israelis of his worry that the discussions over autonomy were advancing without Palestinian or Jordanian participation, which signaled, in effect, that almost in perpetuity Israel can retain complete control over the West Bank area. He added the concern that Sharon, with Begin's explicit support, indicated he would put 1 million Jewish settlers on the West Bank, which would make it impossible for the Palestinians to participate in the discussions. I have no way of looking into your hearts and souls and see how deeply you want to proceed with the self-government that the Prime Minister himself proposed, Carter told Sharon and Begin. But something has to be done to assure those who live on the West Bank and Gaza. 61. The Israeli Prime Minister responded with a robust defense of his vision for autonomy, reinforcing the notion that it was compatible with settlement expansion and insisting it could not lead to a state. I believe it is one of the most beautiful, human ideas ever proposed by Zionism and Judaism, because we were a persecuted people and we understand another people, and we want not to interfere in their daily affairs. In using this rhetoric, Begin posited the quotidian needs of Palestinian residents as apolitical, in contrast to the more politically expansive, temporally dynamic, and developmental needs of Israel. These needs also rested on an argument of security, which cohered in Begin's mind with Jewish settlements. What we need is security, and may I respectfully say that if my friend, the Minister of Agriculture Ariel Sharon spoke about 1 million Jews in Judea and Samaria, he didn't mean any wrong, Mr. President. The number of Jews living in Judea and Samaria is not an obstacle to the autonomy for the Arab inhabitants. By invoking a benevolent image of coexistence, Begin sought to justify Israeli national dominance over Palestinians. Why can't Jews and Arabs live together? Begin asked. In Haifa they live together, in Nazareth they live together. This is the idea, to live together. But the Arabs will have autonomy. We will not interfere with their affairs. We want to make sure that there is security and there is no Palestinian state. Sharon, the architect of Israel's settlement expansion in the Likud government, reinforced Begin's point. Drawing on a long-standing trope that denied Palestinian national identity in a particular geographic space, Sharon asserted that Jordan was the Palestinian state. We want the autonomy, we are ready to go very far, but there will never be a second Palestinian state, and I think it is important to make it clear now, in order to prevent misunderstanding in the future. 62. Equating the settlers with Palestinian Arabs in Israel, Sharon asked Carter how he could prevent Jews from settling beyond the 1967 borders, given the number of Palestinian Arabs within Israel itself. Altogether in this part of the world, I don't see any possibility whatsoever to draw any geographical line which can divide between Jewish population and Arab population, because we live here together. Such logic of equivalence between settlers and the Palestinian citizens of Israel suggested a retroactive justification of population exchange and the simultaneous denial of an interstate occupation beyond the 1967 borders. As the driver of the settlement project, Sharon did not shy away from his boastful prediction of 1 million Jewish settlers in the territories. Believe me, Mr. President, when I use this figure of 1 million, saying that in 20 to 30 years I hope that 1 million Jews will live there, Mr. President, I can assure you, they will live there. There's nothing to do about it. Sharon did not distinguish between areas of the West Bank or East Jerusalem either. They will live there, and if we said that we believe that in Jerusalem, what we call the Greater Jerusalem, it is a crucial problem for us, to have 1 million Jews, they will live there. We were very careful to settle Jews, Sharon concluded, and that is what we are doing now. 63 The exchange of views highlights how Israel successfully delineated the limits of its position on Palestinian autonomy while asserting the centrality of settlement expansion in the context of negotiations over a peace treaty with Egypt. Carter had long opposed these settlements but also sought to avoid confrontation with Israel in order to secure the signing of the treaty. In part, the pressure to complete the deal amid a difficult domestic and regional context served to leave these boasts unchallenged. The American president understood that the Egyptian-Israeli negotiations had exposed two competing political projects and that the Israeli view was far more restrictive when it came to autonomy. Yet he reminded Begin and Sharon that the Americans had played a mediating role that had worked in their favor. I think you would agree that we have never put any pressure on Israel. We have never forced or encouraged Israel in any way to sign an agreement that was detrimental to the best interests of your own country. 64 With these words of assurance, Carter warned Begin not to drag out the Knesset debate about the final language of the treaty or to get bogged down in the autonomy issue, because it would weaken Sadat. In the president's words, my belief is that the whole agreement might very well come apart. 65 On the following morning, Carter was offered the chance to meet the full Israeli cabinet to secure approval for the peace deal. Begin, flanked by his ministers, used the opportunity to reiterate his narrow view of autonomy. It should be clear to everyone that a so-called Palestinian state is out of the question for us. What we decided on at Camp David is autonomy, full autonomy for the Arab inhabitants. Once again, the Prime Minister portrayed his support for autonomy as a benevolent act. I will say today in the Knesset to my colleagues and my opponents that I believe it is a fine concept of Judaism and Zionism, which proves our liberal approach to the problems of another national group. 66 This liberal approach rested on a very particular definition of Palestinian Arabs. We recognize the Arab nationality in our country, as you know, Begin explained. In our identity cards, it is written nationality, Jew, or Arab. We recognize the Arab nationality as such. And therefore it is no problem for us to recognize the rights of the Palestinian Arabs. At the same time, Begin was quick to assert Israeli Jewish rights in Judea and Samaria and the Gaza Strip, adding, this is what we wrote in the Camp David Agreement. 67 For Begin, there was no Palestinian identity specific or indigenous to historic Palestine. Rather, Palestinians, Arab inhabitants, were a minority group in an Israeli nation that was entirely sovereign over all the territory between the Mediterranean and the Jordan River. Israel's occupation would both expand its borders and serve as the definitive means to prevent the emergence of a Palestinian state. Carter soon flew to Egypt and got Sadat's agreement on the final language of the treaty. Many of the Egyptian leaders' initial demands on Palestinian self-rule were scuttled or ignored, with little substantive protest. The decision was made to ratify the peace agreement and fulfill its comprehensive aspects regarding the Palestinian issue by starting autonomy negotiations within 1 month. This was affirmed in a side letter negotiated in Jerusalem before Carter's departure and eventually signed by Begin and Sadat. 68 While Carter was in Egypt, Begin gave an interview with Israel Radio on the evening news expressing his optimism about the signing of a treaty and the prospect of autonomy, reminding his listeners of his long-standing position, there will be no border through Eretz Israel. 69 On March 26, Carter hosted the peace treaty signing between Sadat and Begin in Washington on the White House lawn. It formalized the bilateral peace agreement between Egypt and Israel and reiterated the language for autonomy talks. Egypt had secured U.S. backing and left the orbit of the Soviet Union, flush with American military and economic aid and no longer bogged down in regional discord with Israel. While the deal was welcomed across the United States and in Israel, the PLO leadership was bitterly opposed. Speaking to a group of military recruits in Beirut's Sabra refugee camp on the day of the signing, as effigies of the three leaders burned in front of him, Arafat vowed to loud applause to chop off the hands of Carter, Sadat, and begin. 70 The PLO's official statement noted that Sadat sold Palestine to the Israelis under the cover of self-rule for the Palestinians living under occupation while neglecting the Palestinians living in the refugee camps for 30 years. Sadat sold himself, his people, the Palestinian people and the Arab lands in return for a mere $1.8 billion. It is in fact not a peace treaty at all but a military pact between Egypt, Israel, and the USA which has endeavored to recognize the region after the loss of Iran. 71 Drawing loud applause in his Beirut speech, Arafat declared, "I shall finish off American interests in the Middle East." 72. The Egyptian-Israeli peace agreement spurred a wider geopolitical realignment. There was widespread Arab denunciation, and the Arab League severed relations with Egypt and moved their headquarters from Cairo to Tunis. 73 The Soviet Union, which had moved closer to the PLO in the aftermath of Camp David, was also furious with the signing of the treaty. In a personal letter to the US President, Soviet leader Leonid Brezhnev outlined in some detail his deep antipathy toward the separate settlement between Israel and Egypt. Part of the reaction related to Cold War rivalry, as Brezhnev accused Carter of solving questions on the sly, bypassing the Soviet Union. 74 But Brezhnev's most pointed criticisms concern the fate of the Palestinians. Let us face the truth. All what is happening now means an actual departure from a solution of the Palestinian problem. It was simply drowned in various political maneuvers which may appear subtle to someone but in fact are not in any way tied neither from political nor from humane viewpoints to the legitimate demands of the Arab people of Palestine. What kind of peace is that if more than 3 million people who have the inalienable right to have a roof over their heads, to have their own even a small state, are deprived of that right? This fact alone shows how shaky is the ground on which the separate agreement between Israel and Egypt being imposed by the United States is built. 75. Brezhnev's warning indicated a more assertive stance on behalf of the Palestinians, which reflected the consolidation of Soviet support for a range of PLO factions, along with existing backing for Syria and Iraq. The expanding role of the Soviets and their special relationship with the PLO alerted Cold War hawks, who viewed the deepening relationship as a threat to U.S. interests in the Middle East, particularly the Gulf. 76. After concluding the treaty, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict moved out of focus while Carter's foreign policy team tried to manage the debilitating crisis that had stemmed from the overthrow of the Shah in Iran. The president sent his advisors to Saudi Arabia and Jordan to try to smooth over criticism of the Egyptian-Israeli agreement, and he reduced his visibility in Arab-Israeli affairs considerably by appointing Democratic operative Robert Strauss as his lead negotiator for the upcoming autonomy talks. 77 The president did not want to suffer through more of the gritty debates on the Middle East or expend further domestic political capital, already in short supply. Secretary of State Vance was bothered by the diminished attention given to the region and Strauss's new role. At a foreign affairs breakfast with his top advisors later that summer, Carter suggested that Strauss take full control in implementing the Camp David Treaty in order to mitigate political fallout and reduce Vance's direct involvement. Vance's angry response conveyed a sense that the president had largely given up on his comprehensive vision for Middle East peace. There is Lebanon, there is the Palestinian question, there is the question of the UN. Do you want me literally to do nothing? Mr. President, I am not going to be a figurehead for you. If you don't want me to do this, I am going to resign as Secretary of State. 78 Carter rebuffed the resignation threat, telling Vance that he needed Strauss up front as a political shield to counter domestic pressures on the administration. 79 Vance remained in office, and the autonomy talks were launched at a distance from direct White House involvement. Preparing for autonomy talks, expanding the settlements. The completion of the peace treaty in March 1979 did not slow Israeli settlement expansion, which continued even as preparation was underway for the start of the autonomy talks that May. Several days after the peace treaty was signed, the head of Begin's government office replied on his behalf to a critic of Camp David from the northern city of Safed. The Prime Minister believes that we have the right of sovereignty over Judea, Samaria, and Gaza and to fulfill that right. We left this question open to allow for the completion of the peace treaty, Begin's advisor Yechiel Kadisai explained. Our stance is that our army will remain in Judea, Samaria, and Gaza, Kadisai added. His final line underscored the Israeli government's position on settlements. We acknowledge that we will expand existing settlements and establish new settlements. We are standing on this promise. 80. A series of secret meetings were convened at the Israeli Defense Ministry in Tel Aviv to formalize the government's position on Palestinian autonomy in the weeks after the accords were reached. 81 Several defense officials and Begin's highest-ranking aides worked on an implementable autonomy plan, which excluded the possibility of a Palestinian legislative body and maintained Israel's military government in the territories. The Washington Post reported on the emerging formula, which stressed the overriding principle that autonomy not include the right to eventually create an independent Palestinian state. 82 The Post explained how Israel was claiming special water, land, and settlement rights, and emphasized that the plan followed Begin's precept that individual Arabs on the West Bank and Gaza Strip should be given autonomy, but that the areas themselves should not be allowed to become collectively autonomous in the sense of constitutional democracies. 83. There were also extensive backdoor negotiations within the Israeli government to secure settlement expansion plans in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. These new settlements were planned in a manner that would ensure Israeli control of the territories regardless of any peace deal or agreement on Palestinian autonomy. 84 Ostensibly held to devise bargaining positions on the future of the 1967 lands, the Settlement Committee, also known as the Ben Elisser Committee after the leading role played by Begin's Director General, Eliyahu Ben Elisser, made several recommendations to Prime Minister Begin that evolved into actual policies implemented in 1979 and the early 1980s. 85 These included the territorial retention of 250,000 acres of state land in the West Bank, continued control of underground water resources, and special jurisdiction for Jewish settlers in the territories. 86. In the week before the first autonomy meeting began in late May, the Israeli Ministerial Committee in charge of negotiations deliberated on its opening position paper. This report, approved by the full cabinet, stated explicitly that sovereignty for any proposed autonomous council should derive from the Israeli military government in the occupied territories. 87 The position paper included two declarations that mirrored Begin's first draft of the autonomy plan from 1977, 1. No establishment of a Palestinian state, and 2. An Israeli claim to sovereignty over the territories at the end of the period of autonomy. 88 While Egypt and the United States hope to use autonomy as an interim means and transition period to more permanent negotiations over borders and sovereignty, the Israelis clearly signaled that autonomy was an end in itself and sovereignty would ultimately rest with the State of Israel. 89 Begin also mandated that the military government in the occupied territories would remain the source of any authority, assuring settler leaders that expansion would continue after the 90-day freeze he had promised Carter at Camp David. Ben Elisser, who would soon become Israel's first ambassador to Egypt, later confirmed Begin's dedication to personal rather than territorial autonomy in the Camp David process. He explained that both the Egyptian and Israeli leaders got what was most important to them. One got Sinai, and the other got the exercise of single sovereignty, Israeli sovereignty, over the territory between the Mediterranean and Jordan. 90 As the articulation of the official Israeli position, Ben Elisser's statement is a testament to the underlying intentions and outcomes of the autonomy negotiations. It reveals how the conception of limited individual Arab rights by Israel was incongruous with the national sovereignty of Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, cementing de facto Israeli control and effective sovereignty beyond the Green Line as a central component of the Camp David Accords. This contradiction was the core reason for the stalled negotiations over Palestinian autonomy, which extended from 1979 until 1982. British and American premonitions. Members of the British Foreign Office and officials at the U.S. State Department closely observed Israeli planning in the early months of 1979. The British ambassador in Tel Aviv wrote to his colleagues that while many in Israel believed the West Bank and Gaza were inalienably their heritage, some had recognized that they were operating a hated colonial regime in the West Bank and Gaza, and that the hatred is likely to grow. 91 At the same time, the ambassador explained, 4 months after Camp David, there is today virtually no one in this country Israel of any political persuasion who believes that the autonomy plan agreed there either could or should be implemented on the West Bank. 92 Britain's Consul General in Jerusalem reported on the popular reaction among Palestinians, who viewed autonomy as a threat rather than a political solution. The dismal fact is when Presidents Sadat or Carter speak comfortable words about the Palestinians and autonomy, their voices sound impotent and far away, he wrote to the Foreign Office. When Begin speaks the master's voice is clear, and as far as the West Bankers are concerned, his police and soldiers seem all too soon to arrive and carry out his threats. 93. British sentiments signaled a deeper recognition of the passage of decolonization in the 1950s and 1960s, suggesting an inevitable reckoning with Israel's language and practice of colonial expansion well into the 1970s. 94 In the view of the head of the Near East Directorate of the Foreign Office, Begin rejects the whole concept of a Palestinian people precisely because the existence of such people would, if acknowledged, call into question some of the moral ground for Zionism. 95 He therefore doubted that the Palestinian issue would be resolved through territorial compromise. 96 The Consul General in Jerusalem noted the dejection of Palestinians, who gloomily take refuge in the feeling that the Jews are rowing against the tide of history and that someday they will be carried off downstream like Rhodesia, Taiwan, Iran, and so on. 97 Although under no illusion that Israel would end its territorial occupation without external pressure, Foreign Office officials still concluded that the Camp David Accords might give the United States a better lever to apply to Israeli policy and help start a move toward multilateral negotiations. 98 UK diplomats were not alone in voicing concerns about the fate of the Palestinians after Camp David. A series of cables from the American embassy in Tel Aviv were sent to officials in Washington and diplomats stationed throughout Europe and the Middle East, analyzing the Israeli objectives ahead of the autonomy talks. The first, just after the Egyptian-Israeli agreement was signed in March, tackled the Israeli position on water. There is little inclination here to share even partial control of water sources with West Bankers, wrote Richard Vietz, a political officer at the U.S. Embassy. 99 Vietz recounted past efforts of Palestinians to drill new wells, which were summarily refused. Pre-1967 Israel has continued to expand its exploitation of the aquifer layer shared by Israel and most of the West Bank, while Arab water use in the West Bank has been frozen by Israeli authorities. The Goy government of Israel conveniently ignores the fact that Israeli occupation policy for the last 12 years prevented West Bankers from expanding their utilization. 100 It was possible, Vietz argued, that joint decision-making could lead to joint control of water sources, or some form of Israeli custodianship over water sources during the proposed transitional period, but such a body must be more than a sham which the Israelis use to cover their sole control of decisions. 101. The core issue of contention in the autonomy talks would not be water, however, but a dispute over the proprietorship of land and settlements in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. American diplomats were fully aware that the settlement project had become a central component of the Likud government agenda and had no expectation of a complete moratorium on building at the onset of negotiations. 102 Instead they outlined the optimum compromise they believed could be achieved. Retention of almost all existing settlements, with a heavy price for removal of a symbolic few. De facto freeze on new settlements. Settlements to be exempt from jurisdiction of SGA self-governing authority and directly linked to Goy government of Israel. In order to permit thickening of existing settlements, some sort of shared Goy-SGA responsibility for allocation of public lands, with the Israelis having the final say. 103. Such a low ceiling toward the outcome of the negotiations did not augur well for the possibility of an agreement on Palestinian autonomy that might ensure sovereignty and self-determination for the Arabs in the occupied territories, which the Israelis had in any case already neutralized. The overarching U.S. view of the settlement project underscored the challenge over territory that awaited the participants in the autonomy talks. During the 10-year phase of labor's settlement building after the 1967 war, 1967 to 1977, government coalitions had established 38 settlements in the West Bank and 4 in the Gaza Strip. 104 On the grounds that a Jewish communal presence existed in parts of the West Bank before 1948, the Etzion Block and Kiryat Arba, Hebron, were included as areas marked for settlement growth. But the government had opposed settlements in areas of dense Arab population, which labor politicians argued would be returned to Arab sovereignty under a final peace deal. The Likud victory had changed the calculus for Israel. As Vitz explained, Begin and his ministers saw the conquest of the West Bank and Gaza Strip as a fulfillment of Israel's historic destiny. 105 Undeterred by the heavy Arab presence in the West Bank highlands, the Likud sought to solidify the territorial gains even further. In its first 9 months in office, the government set up 14 new settlements in the West Bank, mostly in the heart of Samaria, which had hitherto been off-limits, and 2 in Gaza. Despite a year's break, as the American diplomat described, to catch its breath, and a 3-month settlement freeze after Camp David, planning and building quickly resumed. 106 While many Israelis opposed settlement in the heart of the West Bank, and even labor leader Shimon Peres hinted that if his party were negotiating over autonomy, it would be prepared to abandon the settlements in the West Bank highlands, U.S. officials asserted that there would still be strong public reaction to removing them. 107. Israel's mastermind behind this new phase of settlement expansion was Ariel Sharon, the Minister of Agriculture in the Begin government. In his reporting on the unfolding Israeli plans, Richard Vitz made it clear that Sharon intended to increase building substantially. 108 The World Zionist Organization, which had a settlement department working alongside official government channels, submitted its own master plan for a similar model of expansion along these lines. 109 Vitz noted in his cable to Washington superiors at the State Department that the Gush Emunim settler movement and its allies in the National Religious Party, NRP, were pressuring Prime Minister Begin to provide ironclad assurances that settlement activity would continue during negotiations and under autonomy as a means of securing their support for the peace treaty with Egypt. 110. In addition to maintaining the right to expand settlements and control water resources, the Israeli negotiating position was further premised on the maintenance of Israeli troop presence in the West Bank. 111 This derived from stated security concerns about the external threats of Arab countries across Israel's eastern border and the internal threat of Palestinian nationalist groups. 112 The opening Israeli negotiating position in the autonomy talks, Vitz surmised, required the legal right of Israeli security forces to operate in the West Bank and Gaza. Such a prerequisite was premised on Israel's ultimate control over public order, political activity, political assembly and censorship, control over immigration, control of the prisons, and control over the return of refugees. 113 In taking this approach, the Israeli government linked its claims of sovereign control with the necessity of developing the territory itself. As Vitz expanded in another cable, Begin's point of departure in the talks conceives of autonomy as a permanent regime for territories under Israeli control, if not sovereignty. 114 Sharon, Vitz concluded, is committed to the permanent retention of Israeli control over the West Bank and Gaza, which he believes can only be assured by immediate and massive settlement of those territories. 115. British diplomats confirmed and expanded on Vitz's conclusion, explaining the mechanism by which Israeli sovereignty would operate in the settlements that Begin and Sharon were developing. Jewish settlements are to have police force of their own. Jewish residents with license to carry arms will be able to do so throughout the autonomous region. The Ministry of Communication is to control entire communications infrastructure. The Administrative Council will not be authorized to set up radio or television stations or to issue stamps. These were critical vestiges of sovereignty that Israel would extend to areas settled beyond the Green Line. Overall planning and control of water resources in whole area west of the Jordan will be in Israeli hands, the Foreign Office explained. 116 Like their American counterparts, British diplomats were fully aware that the Israeli version of autonomy would necessitate the retention of full political sovereignty in the territories. Such an outcome would cement Israeli control and undercut the possibility that Palestinians would achieve any real sovereignty on the ground. 117. Settlement legality. Israel's consistent position on settlement expansion and continued sovereignty in the territories was bolstered by the advice of a leading U.S. legal scholar, Eugene Rostow. Rostow, a neoconservative who had criticized the Carter administration for its Soviet policy and would later join the Reagan administration as its highest-ranking Democrat, was the Sterling Professor of Law at Yale University. 118 In publications that provided ongoing justification for Israeli control of the territories, Rostow repudiated U.S. acceptance of the Fourth Geneva Convention in the case of the West Bank. 119 The arguments were in complete alignment with earlier presentations of this issue to the Carter administration in 1977 by Israeli Attorney General Aharon Barak. Like Barak, Rostow argued that the original post-war provisions against occupied territory were only intended for the case of Germany and its neighbors, but Israeli administration of the area's West Bank and Gaza has involved no forced transfer of population or deportations. 120 In Israel's and Rostow's view, the West Bank and Gaza Strip were still unallocated territories of the Palestinian Mandate, and Israel's legal position with regard to its right of settlement in the West Bank is impregnable. 121 Rostow had a personal investment in these questions, at one point dismissing the Carter administration's enthusiasm for the so-called Palestinian cause. 122 The rationale he provided on the legal question of settlements sustained an alternative argument for expansion that would shape Israeli and American policy for decades. 123 American diplomats who were preparing for the autonomy negotiations in May conceded from the outset that a longer settlement freeze was unlikely. Under the best of circumstances, they admitted, the negotiations would still give Israel final say on retaining the right to expropriate disputed land from Arab owners. Characterizing the views of local West Bank residents, career diplomats at the American consulate in Jerusalem expounded on growing local fears. Many Palestinians look at the future through the experience of the past and see the possibility of these Jewish settlers slowly transforming the West Bank bit by bit into Jewish-controlled entity, first the Jerusalem suburbs, Jordan Valley, Etzion Block, and Kiryat Arba, then the other close-in planned towns like Givon, Ma'il Adumim, Ofra, Foreign Service officers explained. These residents envisioned a process of nibbling away at the remaining bedrock of Arab Palestine, splitting it with Israeli-built roads connecting Tel Aviv with the Jordan Valley, engulfing the area from Bethlehem to Ramallah and halfway to Jericho, and eventually ghettoizing the Arab population centers such as Nablus and Hebron. This may indeed be a far-fetched fear, the diplomats continued, but such fears and paranoia are rampant and affect the general mood of the West Bank. Lamenting that for 12 years the United States had been opposing settlement activity as illegal and an obstacle to peace, the consulate reported that this was ignored or rejected by Israel. The Palestinian Arab instead sees the U.S. as apparently unwilling or unable to put the force of our policy behind these strong words and, to the contrary, pouring more and more economic and military aid into the country which flaunts our strictures. 124. There were also leading Israeli politicians who looked upon this expansion in the West Bank with dismay. In discussing the views of Foreign Minister Moshe Dayan, the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv described his insistence that negotiations should not be a period of graft to establish settlements where we do not think a permanent settlement is necessary, but rather they should enable a final policy to be determined on those existing settlements already built. Dayan's vision, however, was not in alignment with the dominant view of the Begin government, and he was excluded from the autonomy negotiating team. 125. Despite the systemic problems that they outlined, U.S. diplomats offered little in the way of an alternative. Officials in Jerusalem reminded Washington there is no Palestinian negotiating partner. The Camp David process, in their view, would remain subject to strong opposition by West bankers, along with the PLO, Jordan, and the wider Arab world. 126 Even the most cooperative Palestinian leaders remain skeptical of the autonomy negotiations. In an interview with the New York Times columnist Anthony Lewis, Gaza Mayor Rashid Al-Shawa noted deep reservations about the process that was unfolding. Mr. Begin tells the world that the state land must be theirs, that they can settle wherever they want, that the autonomy is of people and not land, that there will never be a Palestinian state. With all this, what am I going to negotiate about? The Gaza mayor told Lewis. I understand going and talking about details if the principle is right. But when you deny me the principle self-determination, what is there to discuss? 127. As a preview of what negotiations ultimately wrought, Al-Shawa's concerns along with other premonitions underscored a fundamental incompatibility. The negotiation over Palestinian autonomy was bound to exclude meaningful sovereignty and would be tied up with the Israeli retention of land and the expansion of settlements. 128 The Israeli position put forward at Camp David had provided a clear road map for territorial consolidation. In articles attacking Begin's promotion of administrative autonomy, Israeli journalist Amnon Kapeliuk argued that South African Bantustans have more prerogative and wider margin of maneuver. Kapeliuk criticized his government for establishing administrative councils exclusively for the settlements, enshrining occupation and separation. 129. The first round. Egyptian and Israeli delegations met in the southern Israeli city of Beersheba on Friday afternoon, May 25, 1979, for the first round of autonomy talks. Early that morning, the Israeli army evacuated the northern Sinai town of El Arish in coordination with the Egyptian army, completing an agreement to begin negotiations 1 month after the exchange of the instruments of ratification of the Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty. 130 Dr. Joseph Berg, Israel's Minister of Interior, and General Kamal Hassan Ali, the Egyptian defense minister, led their respective delegations in the talks, held at Ben Gurion University. King Hussein of Jordan did not accept the invitation to participate, as Jordan was fiercely critical of the Camp David Accords. 131 U.S. Secretary of State Cyrus Vance and Carter's special envoy to the Middle East, Robert Strauss, headed the American delegation. Strauss, who had been chairman of the Democratic National Committee and successfully completed the 1973-1979 Tokyo round of multilateral trade negotiations as U.S. Trade Representative, was a political figure deeply sympathetic to Israel. 132 According to an internal Israeli memo, Strauss's belief in Israel's conception of its own security would ensure his loyalty on matters as sensitive as the fate of Jerusalem. He is the man who will go to the President Carter, close the door behind him and say the city will not be divided into two, and we must find an acceptable solution to the problem. He will do this, of course, after he hears and discusses Israel's position and feeling on the topic. 133 Berg, the leader of Israel's National Religious Party, was selected in part to safeguard Begin's coalition allies but also as a signal that the Prime Minister viewed the autonomy issue as an internal Israeli domestic problem, not a matter for the Foreign Ministry to deal with. 134. Moshe Dayan, stung by his exclusion from the committee, tendered his resignation in October. His resignation letter cited Israel's relations with Arabs in the territories as the cause. For the final 2 years of his life, Dayan worked to promote unilateral autonomy for Palestinians while ending Israeli military control in the West Bank. 135 As Dayan recalled in his memoirs, I did not believe that Israeli sovereignty could be imposed on these Arabs against their will. 136 Dayan's preference was not territorial compromise or the creation of a Palestinian state but a more robust definition of full autonomy for Arabs than Begin was offering, in connection with either Israel or Jordan. He refused to advocate for Israeli annexation of the territories and disagreed with members of the government who supported the appropriation of Arab land. 137 It was a curious position for the general who had convinced Israelis after the 1967 war that they could somehow retain the territories without compromising the democratic character of the state. Speaking on behalf of Egyptian Prime Minister Mustafa Khalil, who was unable to attend, General Ali opened the meeting. He invoked President Sadat, who has emphasized repeatedly that the Palestinian problem is the heart and crux of the entire conflict. Ali articulated guidelines to underpin the talks, emphasizing the need for Palestinian participation in determining their own future. Only the Palestinians themselves can make such a decision, for self-determination is their God-given right. Our task is merely to define the powers and responsibilities of the self-governing authority with full autonomy and the modalities for electing it. 138 In a method parallel to the Israeli use of autonomy, the Egyptians thereby deployed an abstract concept of self-determination, which was emptied of politically decisive meaning. 139 This tactic served their immediate agenda as benevolent protectors of Palestinian rights, even as Sadat had all but cast the Palestinians aside in signing a bilateral treaty with Israel. The absence of Palestinian participation in the autonomy meetings, which continued until their conclusion in 1982, was noted from the inception. 140 U.S. diplomats, despite their continuing public pronouncements on the importance of Palestinian economic and political rights, in fact privately supported Palestinian exclusion from the negotiations. In one secret conversation between Israeli Minister Berg and U.S. Ambassador Strauss, the two men agreed to proceed without Palestinian representation. Berg, Sadat said, perhaps we can go ahead for the moment without Palestinians. In the world, Palestinians means PLO, and this is poison for us. Strauss, as far as we are concerned, we agree that for the moment, for the next few months, we can get along without Palestinians. We must put the dowry together and assume that we will find the bride. 141. Although Vance stressed the American belief that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, such consent was markedly absent in the case of the occupied Palestinians. We believe that the Palestinian people must have the right for themselves and their descendants to live with dignity and freedom, and with the opportunity for economic fulfillment and political expression, Vance had remarked in his opening speech. He had also accounted for the Palestinian diaspora. We must make a start to deal with the problem of Palestinians living outside the West Bank and Gaza. They too must know that an accepted and respected place exists for them within the international community. 142 Like much of the Carter administration's rhetoric and approach to human rights, it was, in the words of one critic, more apparent than real. 143. As vacuous as the Egyptian and American endorsements of Palestinian self-determination may have been, they were met with an overwhelmingly negative Israeli response. In his opening speech, Berg remarked that at the heart of autonomy lies the conviction that the Palestinian Arabs should and must conduct their own daily lives for themselves and by themselves. But he stressed a conceptual distinction. What I must make clear and what must be understood from the outset is that autonomy does not and cannot imply sovereignty. We must, by definition, reject a priori an independent Palestinian statehood. Israel will never agree, and indeed, totally rejects the propositions, declarations or establishment of a Palestinian state in Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza district. 144 Israel's overarching priority, as successive rounds made clear, was to keep the talks in motion and embed a hegemonic definition of autonomy without enabling Palestinian sovereignty or statehood. Berg's position throughout the talks rested on a dramatic narrative of Israel's security needs. No hostile element or agent or force dare control the heartland of this land to threaten the lives of its city dwellers and villagers and thereby hold a knife to the jugular vein of Israel. 145 In Israeli diplomatic parlance, Palestinians often denoted the PLO, and as Begin himself would tell Strauss, the PLO is beyond the pale of human civilization. 146 Until the conclusion of the negotiations. Then, no Palestinians would participate in a discussion about their own future, nor would a joint Jordanian delegation that might mitigate concerns about PLO involvement. A confidant of Berg at the time, American Jewish leader Henry Siegman, later recalled discussions during which the Israeli Minister of Interior admitted the mere existence of the talks was a mechanism for shooting the dog of Palestinian autonomy. 147. Egyptian enablement. Israel's views of autonomy were well known and unsurprising, unlike the critical legitimacy conferred on the talks by Egypt. To mark the one-year anniversary of the signing of the Camp David Accords, the Egyptian government sent its vice president, Hosni Mubarak, to Washington to meet with President Carter and Israeli representatives. In a private conversation, Mubarak and Egyptian ambassador Ashraf Gorbel gathered with President Carter, Secretary Vance, National Security Advisor Brzezinski and Ambassador Strauss to discuss Egypt's economic, military, and political concerns. Mubarak's priority was economic. In light of Egypt's isolation from the Arab world since Camp David, the country was relying on the United States for hard currency and extensive wheat imports. Listing items like maize, animal fats, rice, and chicken, the Egyptian vice president outlined a crisis facing his country, which was now dependent on American aid. It is the food of the people. If Egypt could buy it elsewhere it would do so, but it can't, Mubarak stressed. 148. Cognizant of resurgent Cold War concerns, the Egyptian leader was clear in emphasizing allegiance to the United States and antipathy toward Egypt's former Soviet patrons. Mubarak warned of the growing threat from Soviet influence in the Middle East and the attendant risks of Egypt's marginalization in the wake of Camp David. The country needed more military equipment, including Phantom jets, to ensure continued stability against neighbors like Libya. Mubarak also asked for destroyers and more naval equipment to bolster his country's power and the position of its primary patron. Egypt is keen to keep the image of the United States in good shape. A worsening image would be detrimental to both of us. Linking Egypt's fate with America's regional influence, Mubarak then turned to the ongoing autonomy talks, imploring the Americans to reach a precise conclusion. In Mubarak's view, Sadat felt the United States had to begin to move, so that the Arab world, the Saudis and other moderates, would know something is being done. 149. Carter was mindful of Israel's dominance over the autonomy talks and stressed to Mubarak the need for a more coordinated Egyptian position. Sometimes it is difficult to be more forceful, as in protecting Palestinian rights, promoting the autonomy talks, preventing settlements, than is Sadat. It is hard when we take a strong position, and Sadat is more accommodating. It was clear from Carter's remarks that the Egyptian stance in the negotiations had demanded even less from Israel than the United States. Begin is stubborn and courageous. He will say no if he means no, yes if he means yes. On several occasions, we the United States have been more forceful in carrying out the Camp David Accords than has Egypt, Carter warned. On the difficult issues like the fate of Jerusalem, settlements, and the Palestinian question, Carter felt Egypt and the United States had to align their approach. We both need to be forceful, in public and in private. Jews in America constantly say, why are we tough when Sadat doesn't care? Egypt, in Carter's view, seemed to abdicate responsibility on a number of the broad issues emanating from Camp David. Referring to a recent Israeli cabinet decision permitting Israelis to buy Arab land in the West Bank, Carter turned to Mubarak. What is the Egyptian position? We don't know. Mubarak simply agreed. 150. Egypt's acquiescence on the central issues confronting the future of the Palestinian question extended to the level of more-minute debates in the autonomy negotiations. During the sixth round of talks held at the San Stefano Hotel in the Egyptian coastal city of Alexandria in September 1979, Prime Minister Mustafa Khalil got into a disagreement with his Israeli interlocutors over the mechanisms for implementing autonomy on the ground. Egypt believed that any self-governing authority should have legislative, executive, and judicial powers, while the Israeli position was limited to budgetary and regulatory powers. The Israelis also insisted on inserting language that emphasized autonomy was only for inhabitants of the West Bank and Gaza and not to territory. Khalil knew this was a ruse to strip autonomy of all meaning, arguing that in the Camp David Accords it was never mentioned that it will apply to inhabitants and not territory. Yet despite his reservations, Khalil acceded to the Israeli interpretation of Camp David, particularly on the question of Palestinian statehood. We have to be careful in our phrases, Khalil remarked to Berg. I cannot come and say powers and responsibilities that could lead to forming an independent Palestinian state. Berg quickly replied, on this I would go along with you. This is the point. It was a clear indication that even for Egypt, the outcome of the autonomy talks cohered with Israeli and American priorities to avoid the possible emergence of a Palestinian state. 151. Khalil was aware of the perception his acquiescence would generate outside the negotiating room. We don't like that this will grow out and leak, and then the Palestinians will say, well, you have already accepted the thesis that the self-governing authority and the responsibilities and so on will apply only to the inhabitants and not to the land. 152. This acknowledgement that autonomy would preclude the creation of a Palestinian state matched the position of Sol Leonowitz, the lead U.S. negotiator who replaced Ambassador Strauss in later rounds of negotiations. In a private letter to one critic of the ongoing talks, Leonowitz stressed, both Egypt and the United States have emphatically stated to Israel that they, and we, view such an autonomy as precluding the creation of an independent Palestinian state. 153. Notwithstanding Sadat's strong talk about self-determination at Camp David, the bilateral treaty with Israel was more important than investing the political and diplomatic capital necessary for a viable outcome to the autonomy negotiations that followed. This lack of commitment explained why so many of Sadat's advisors had already resigned and why there was growing protest in Egypt over the outcome of Camp David. 154. The PLO and American Jews respond. For the PLO leadership, following the talks from a distance in Lebanon, the implications were distressingly clear. Arafat conveyed his views to the U.S. government via a secret back channel, like he had with the debate over UN Security Council Resolution 242.155. The PLO chairman described the Camp David Accords as nothing more than meaningless negotiations about some permanent colonial status for the Palestinians under Israeli rule. Arafat warned of the massive build-up of U.S. arms to both Israel and Egypt, and preparations for another Arab-Israeli war which is doing everything to provoke through his attacks on South Lebanon. That is not a treaty for peace, it is a treaty for war. 156. Arafat was equally dismissive of autonomy, which he called a farce, instead suggesting an alternative path. If there is a clear platform for serious, comprehensive peace negotiations, Arafat remarked to U.S. officials, we will of course take part. In Arafat's view, that platform should include three major points. 1. Human rights for the Palestinians. 2. The principle of the right of return for the Palestinians. 3. The right of the Palestinians to have our own state. 157. In the wider context of an emerging discourse on human rights in the 1970s, the PLO demands echoed similar political struggles around the globe. The organization's attempts at a diplomatic track with the United States had continued after the setback of Camp David. American Congressman Paul Findley, an Illinois Republican and critic of U.S. failures to negotiate with the PLO, met frequently with Arafat to try to parley the organization's views into a diplomatic opening. His attempts were unsuccessful, not quite crossing the threshold to reverse the 1975 ban on dialogue. 158. As a means of furthering inroads beyond the United States, the PLO also turned to engagement with Europe. On July 6, 1979, Arafat arrived in Vienna for extensive meetings with Austrian Chancellor Bruno Kreisky and West German Chancellor Willy Brandt. The PLO leader asserted that Camp David had destroyed the possibility of a regional peace conference or any chance for a comprehensive settlement. 159. Israeli Foreign Minister Moshe Dayan told Kreisky, who was Jewish, that the meeting was a demonstrative act against the state of Israel and the Jewish people, and the Israeli cabinet pulled its ambassador from Austria. 160. But the Arab League welcomed the Kreisky talks, and the PLO issued a bulletin stating that the meeting represents an increasing European awareness of the failing of U.S. policy in the Middle East. 161. Arafat's diplomatic success in Austria bolstered his international standing, and reports of the PLO chairman's cheerful and hopeful mood circulated in the Carter White House. 162. Figure 4.2. Camp David Treacherous Accords by Hosni Radwan, 1979. Courtesy of Liberation Graphics and the Palestine Poster Project Archives. U.S. officials were not entirely unsympathetic to Arafat's criticism of the Camp David process and the ongoing autonomy discussions. there was a desire to soften the PLO's opposition to the talks, which would also alleviate pressure on the Egyptians. While the PLO did have allies inside the administration, efforts to reverse Kissinger's ban on engagement that summer ended badly. State Department officials had explored a UN resolution that would reaffirm the applicability of 242 to the territories and assert Palestinian self-determination, which they hoped might elicit PLO acceptance and satisfy conditions for opening a dialogue. Carter approved the UN initiative and through intermediaries managed to secure a Palestinian delay in bringing a more adversarial text to a vote in the General Assembly. But as a result of dueling pressures from Saudi Arabia and Israel, as well as Egyptian opposition, he soon revisited his plans. 163. Andrew Young, Carter's ambassador to the United Nations and a prominent African American civil rights leader, had been part of the attempt to delay the PLO's harsher text. The United States was hoping to explore a compromise that could encourage Palestinian participation in the Camp David peace process and sought out a more amenable draft resolution. 164 At the apartment of the Kuwaiti ambassador to the United Nations, Young met secretly with the PLO representative to the organization, Zedi Labib Terzi, to discuss it. The Mossad leaked a transcript of the brief meeting to begin, and the details were published more widely, contradicting Young's initial statements on the meeting and forcing his resignation from the post. The ambassador had breached standing U.S. policy on non-engagement, and had not secured prior permission from the State Department, angering Vance. 165. Carter's press secretary wept when he read the resignation letter to the media. Carter himself was sympathetic to Young, writing in his diary that it was absolutely ridiculous that we pledged under Kissinger and Nixon that we would not negotiate with the PLO. 166 Young's untimely departure was particularly delicate because of his track record as a prominent civil rights leader, widening an unpleasant schism between American Jews and African Americans. 167 Vernon Jordan, then the president of the National Urban League in New York, felt that Jewish institutions had rashly criticized Young, unfairly contributing to his firing. 168 Young was an iconic symbol within the black community, and feelings of despair over his untimely departure ran deep. An African American cleaning lady in Jordan's building tearfully exclaimed, "I just do not understand. I don't understand diplomacy and I don't understand foreign policy or international relations. But the one thing I do understand is that we always get screwed. And Andy Young got screwed because he was black." 169. The impression that Israel's supporters in America had gotten him, had gotten Black America's spokesman in American government, gained a lot of currency among those critical of the Jewish community's influence on U.S. policy toward Israel and the Palestinians. 170 Mark Siegel disputed the assertion made by Carter's press secretary, Jody Powell, that it's going to be terrible how this is going to affect blacks and Jews in America, how blacks are going to blame Jews for getting rid of Andy Young. 171 American Jewish leader Hyman Bookbinder, however, did see a link between Jewish outrage over Young's communication with the PLO and his immediate release. Even though there was no explicit Jewish request or demand that he go, Bookbinder explained, the decision to let him go at this time in honesty technically requires that we acknowledge that the administration said, "My God, we are going to have a lot of trouble with the Jews on this one." 172. Young's untimely departure underscored the trap of non-engagement with the PLO at the very moment it was seeking out, and securing, international legitimacy. Each time U.S. diplomats spoke openly about the possibility of reform or engagement with the organization, the Israelis invoked Henry Kissinger's commitments not to recognize or negotiate with them, and domestic supporters of Israel followed suit. It was a diplomatic straitjacket that constrained U.S. officials throughout the 1970s. Carter later explained that accepting the resignation of Andrew Young was one of the most heart-wrenching decisions I had to make as president. He was a close and intimate friend, and the prohibition against meeting the PLO was preposterous, as this group was a key to any comprehensive peace agreement. 173. Carter's constrained position on autonomy was compounded by the looming 1980 U.S. election and heightened American Jewish communal concerns about the direction of the autonomy talks. 174 In his chairman's report to the Conference of Presidents of Major Jewish Organizations, the umbrella group of American Jewish political life, Theodore Mann voiced concerns about the Begin government's rigid stance. He noted the signs of an annexationist cabinet coming to power, one whose ultimate goal would be extending Jewish sovereignty in the occupied territories. Mann voiced worry that this would divide American Jewry, spawning fights over settlements, essentially a peripheral issue. Rather, Mann wrote, Jews must debate fundamental religious and moral issues, and issues that bear on their survival as a people. The issue on which all other issues hinge, is whether Jews regard sovereignty over Judea, Samaria, and Gaza as being in their interest. 175. In Mann's view, which he shared with other Jewish leaders, this was not a question of Israel's right to sovereignty in the West Bank. I think most of us, all of us, would agree that Israel's right is as good or better than anyone else's. The issue rather is whether it is good for the Jewish people to attempt to achieve such sovereignty. The chairman was rather open to the competing positions on sovereignty, with many Jews invoking a religious right to the territories, while others felt it should be abjured because of the equally deep religious view that Jews should not rule over 1,200,000 Arabs who do not wish to be ruled by them, no matter how benignly. The underlying hesitancy voiced by Mann concerned the wisdom of airing such a divisive debate in public, which he felt would be taken advantage of by the President, the State Department, and congressmen who are critically important to Israel. 176. The decisive choice of the American Jewish leadership to avoid a public conversation over Israel's occupation of the territories stemmed from its potential impact on the autonomy negotiations. Our very success in having helped to create such a remarkable ally for that beleaguered nation of Israel, is what imposes restraints upon us in speaking out. 177. Ultimately, the calculus of Mann and his fellow communal leaders contributed in part to a silencing of dissent and the rightward shift already distinguishing American Jewish political life at the end of the 1970s. This trend directly affected the Palestinians and the fate of their possible self-determination in subsequent years. Autonomy into the 1980s. Ambassador Leibowitz continued to work diligently to reconcile the central divisions between Egypt and Israel in a bid to achieve some tangible results for the Palestinians. 178 During a meeting in Cairo in January 1980, the Egyptian and Israeli delegations presented Leibowitz with varying models of autonomy to break the deadlock over the permissible degree of Palestinian self-rule. Israel's model was entirely functional: the establishment of what was called a self-governing authority, administrative council, for Palestinians to deal with shared issues, while residual sovereignty remained with Israel. This functionalism reflected a persistent employment of autonomy as a political and discursive tool to diminish the possibility of sovereignty. Egypt's autonomy model, however, was based on the mode of civil administration used by the Israeli military government and was intended to provide Palestinians with actual power for self-rule, in the form of exclusive authority over land and inhabitants. Conceptually, the Egyptian model was akin to a mandate for the development of an eventual independent state after an interim waiting period. 179. Leibowitz selected the Israeli model as the basis for continuing negotiations, and the Egyptians reluctantly agreed. Secret documents reveal prior meetings between the U.S. and Israeli delegations to prepare and adopt the Israeli position paper, with U.S. Ambassador James Leonard telling Israeli representatives, "We will ask you, and even suggest to you, some formulations in conformity with what you gave to us." 180 Egypt's acquiescence reflected Sadat's underlying personal trust in the U.S. ability to extract concessions from Israel during the course of the negotiations. Leading members of Sadat's delegation at Camp David had, however, attacked this confidence. Egypt's foreign minister, Mohammed Ibrahim Kamel, warned Sadat about the autonomy provisions of Camp David just before resigning in protest on the final day of the September 1978 summit. "We are only deceiving ourselves if we say this project will end in the realization of a just solution to the Palestinian cause, for Israel will use it as an instrument and a source of support to liquidate the issue in accordance with its expansionist intentions." 181. Kamal's warnings evoked the skepticism of other critics like Brezhnev, but in the months after Camp David, Sadat was primarily concerned with achieving a peace deal with Israel and with securing U.S. backing for internal reforms in his country. He believed Egypt in the post-Nasser era was encumbered with worries and problems and that its public utilities were in a state of collapse. 182 These domestic concerns fueled Egypt's turn away from Soviet patronage in the wake of the 1973 war and culminated in Sadat's decision to pursue the bilateral agreement with Israel. The Egyptian president did become increasingly vocal about Begin's intransigent stance toward implementing the Camp David Accords. In conversations with Carter during the summer of 1980, Sadat demanded the Israeli Prime Minister agree that Jerusalem is negotiable, stop the settlements, and take care of the human rights of the Palestinians. Recording this conversation in his diary, Carter noted, "I don't believe Begin will do any of these things," and has dug himself a hole very damaging to Israel. 183 Sadat was not entirely honest in defense of the Palestinians. As declassified CIA analysis of his evolving position on autonomy reveals, Sadat does not want a fully independent Palestinian state in the West Bank. He fears such a state would be pro-Soviet and a threat to regional stability. 184 As had been clear from Sadat's approach when negotiations with Carter first began, Egypt could not plausibly defend the interests of Palestinian nationalists. While the autonomy talks continued that spring, it was clear that Israeli de facto control in the territories had been secured. Moreover, U.S. negotiators were often present and participating in discussions with the Israeli leadership when this jurisdiction over settlements and the wider West Bank was boldly asserted. 185 This tense diplomatic environment and Sadat's domestic preoccupations contributed to a feeble Egyptian stance in the negotiations. In a further indication of the increasingly asymmetrical nature of the autonomy talks, the Egyptians were often excluded from key meetings between the Israeli and American delegations. Records of these bilateral meetings highlight a pattern by which Palestinian concerns were rendered subsidiary to Israeli priorities. Among these priorities was ensuring that negotiations over possible Palestinian autonomy did not undermine the physical expansion of settlements in the occupied territories. One example of what this linkage enabled was revealed in a meeting between U.S. Ambassador Leibowitz and the full Israeli delegation in Jerusalem on September 2, 1980. Turning to the rapid expansion of Israeli settlements in the occupied territories, Leibowitz asked Ariel Sharon to explain the status of settlement development and the rationale of expansion in light of their sensitive role in the autonomy talks. "We are finishing the skeleton," Sharon answered, anticipating the announcement of 4 further settlements. In one of the clearest expressions of what these settlements were intended to achieve, Sharon then outlined his aims. "You have to take into consideration, and again I am saying why I believe we have to hurry, why I believe that we have to finish it before the coming elections in Israel, the facts that were created in the areas, the skeleton, the map that exists practically in the area now does not allow any more and will not enable in the future any territorial compromise. I don't see any possibility of territorial compromise. There are many possibilities of political answers or, let's say modifications, but I cannot see any territorial compromise. I don't see now any area that can be handed to anybody having the skeleton practically in the area. 186. The skeleton Sharon helped design and implement on occupied Palestinian land was a means to ensure none of the territory could ever be ceded to the Palestinian inhabitants. This framework of the settlement project, and its deployment as a prerequisite even for diplomatic discussion of autonomy, was explicitly meant to prevent any cession of territory by Israel, or the creation of a Palestinian state. Throughout the autonomy talks, PLO representatives watched these developments with biting criticism. "The Palestinian people are not in a hurry. We waited 31 years and we can wait more. They can continue building settlements with US dollars, they can set for their Judaization schemes for the Palestinian cities and towns as they are doing now in Hebron, but Palestine will remain ours." 187. Carter's defeat. Succumbing to foreign policy missteps and economic troubles at home, Carter lost the 1980 presidential election to former California Governor Ronald Reagan. 188 Clashes with the American Jewish community over Israel and the Palestinian question, which had contributed to Carter's defeat in the New York Democratic primary against Edward Kennedy, drove a larger number of Jewish voters than ever to the Republican Party. 189 Carter's campaign staff was immensely frustrated by this abandonment of the president, a reversion to the suspicions that many American Jews had harbored in 1976. 190 Events in the Middle East had also contributed to Carter's defeat, including the hostage crisis in Tehran and the outbreak of a major war between Iraq and Iran in September. Leibowitz, with the encouragement of both Carter and President-elect Reagan, returned to Israel in December 1980 for another round of talks over autonomy. He held several private meetings with Begin, imploring the Israeli Prime Minister to work harder for a resolution, but there was no progress. 191 In a final report on the state of the negotiations, Leibowitz assessed the prospects of their success in a new administration. He told Carter that much had been achieved in the talks, aside from 5 core issues: 1. Source of power, 2. Water and land rights, 3. Jewish settlements, 4. Security, and 5. East Jerusalem. 192 Given the effort that had been expended in dozens of meetings, this extensive list underscored the effectiveness of Israeli tactics in negotiating autonomy along such narrow lines. There was a slim possibility that these issues would be tackled anew in the shifting ideological context of the Reagan White House. Carter, who had sacrificed a great deal of political capital by offering limited support for some form of Palestinian self-rule during his tenure, was bitterly disappointed with the failure of the autonomy talks. During his final meeting with Israel's ambassador to the United States, Ephraim Evren, the outgoing president lamented the state of affairs. "I don't see how Israel can continue as an occupying power depriving the Palestinians of basic human rights, and I don't see how they can absorb 3 million more Arabs into Israel without letting the Jews become a minority in their own country." Begin showed courage in giving up the Sinai. He did it to keep the West Bank. 193 It was a clear-eyed assessment, borne out by the rhetoric and policies of the Israeli government throughout the negotiations, both of which had been condoned by the acquiescent mediation of Carter's own administration. The emergence of the Camp David Accords and the negotiations over peace with Egypt that followed reflected the triumph of Begin's vision for the post-1967 era. The territory captured from Egypt could plausibly be returned for peace and recognition, neutralizing the possibility of Arab aggression in the southwest and satisfying some form of Resolution 242's premise of land for peace. Even while Begin drew criticism from the more extreme elements of his government who did not want to withdraw Jewish settlements from the Sinai Peninsula, he never had to compromise on his claims to the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, East Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights. The progress toward a peace treaty with Egypt went hand in hand with settlement building elsewhere, deliberately planned and protected by legal cover provided in part by conservative American allies. Begin's visceral hostility toward the PLO, bolstered by visible attacks like the Coastal Road Massacre, further marginalized Palestinian nationalists at the very moment Arafat was seeking to improve relations with Europe and the United States. The conflicting impulses of Palestinian factions, which shifted between armed struggle and diplomacy, in part reflected the rhythm of Egypt's inroads with Israel and the recognition that a bilateral peace had emerged at the expense of Palestinian self-determination. Efforts within the Carter administration to engage the PLO were constrained by the strictures of Kissinger's 1975 ban but also by the need for a diplomatic success in the Egyptian-Israeli negotiations and the growing domestic pressures on Carter that in part guided his strategy at Camp David. The president understood the limits of Begin's willingness to negotiate beyond Egypt and Sadat's flexibility in achieving a bilateral peace at the expense of the Palestinians. Even while the accords themselves contained provisions for launching autonomy negotiations and addressing broader regional concerns, the autonomy talks that began in May 1979 reflected the Israeli interpretation of autonomy for individuals but not sovereign control over the territory itself. The exclusion of the PLO was a natural outcome of this architecture, given the elision of any provision for self-determination and the conceptual and legal limits of Israeli views on autonomy. More surprising was the American role in these talks, which shifted from mediation to effective collaboration as the talks extended into 1980. The enabling behavior of the Egyptians helped fuel this dynamic, and there was little political capital that Carter or his administration expended to reverse the drift toward Begin's favored outcome. The attempts to bring the PLO back in, as the Andrew Young affair demonstrated, only exacerbated domestic tensions in the months before Carter's critical re-election campaign. The election of Ronald Reagan solidified many of the trends already unleashed by Camp David, particularly Begin's political victory over the PLO. Like the revival of Cold War concerns already evident in American defense strategy under Carter, a growing neoconservative influence on U.S. policy in the Middle East marked the start of the 1980s. Israel was cast as a strategic ally and the PLO as a Soviet proxy, paving the way for a deadly military intervention in Lebanon. What began largely as a political battle to defeat Palestinian nationalism, one that Begin had waged successfully through the Camp David Accords and the autonomy talks, would move to the streets of wartime Beirut. The restraining role of the United States in the late 1970s, whether fitfully promoting a resolution of the Palestinian question through diplomacy or speaking against the settlement project and Begin's restrictive autonomy, gave way to a more permissive White House and a new way of thinking about the Middle East. Chapter 5. Neoconservatives Rising. Reagan and the Middle East. I've believed many things in my life, but no conviction I've ever held has been stronger than my belief that the United States must ensure the survival of Israel. When it came to the Middle East, as his memoirs reflect, President Ronald Reagan's abiding affinity was for Israel. During an early campaign meeting about the Middle East, one participant remembers the candidate talking fondly about Exodus, a wildly popular movie based on the novel by Leon Uris that celebrated the miraculous victory of Israel over the Arabs in 1948. Reagan's approach during the campaign was an extension of this worldview. Too. His speeches and the election pamphlets distributed by the newly organized pro-Israel Coalition for Reagan-Bush focused on the missteps of Jimmy Carter's Middle East policy for American Jews. 3 On September 3, 1980, Reagan addressed a Jewish American group at the B'nai B'rith Forum in Washington, D.C. His remarks that day were revealing as a harbinger of Middle East policy in the initial months of his administration. While we have since 1948 clung to the argument of a moral imperative to explain our commitment to Israel, no administration has ever deluded itself that Israel was not of permanent strategic importance to America. Until, that is, the Carter administration, which has violated this covenant with the past. For Reagan's extensive repudiation encompassed his predecessor's pursuit of a comprehensive settlement between Israel and the Arabs, the inclusion of the Soviet Union in the negotiations, and U.S. arms sales to Jordan and Saudi Arabia. He took aim at the ambiguities of the autonomy talks that followed the Camp David Accords between Egypt and Israel, suggesting that Jordan should act as a sovereign state to oversee the implementation of Security Council Resolutions 242 and 338 rather than allow for indigenous Palestinian self-determination. This criticism was reflected in the pages of the staunchly pro-Israel Commentary magazine, an intellectual home for many of Reagan's foreign policy advisors. The magazine characterized Carter's hands-on approach to resolving Israel's conflict with the Arab world as appeasement. 5. In positioning his administration's foreign policy as an antidote to his predecessor's struggle in the wider Middle East, Reagan and his advisors reverted to a Cold War vision of the region as a primary site of a global power struggle with the Soviet Union. To win this struggle, Reagan officials believed, a doctrine that combined a fight against terrorism and Soviet proxies and the bolstering of traditional allies was necessary. The intensification of a strategic alliance with Israel was at the heart of this shift, and it would be formalized with a memorandum of understanding between the two allies shortly after Reagan entered the White House. In the early months of the new administration, the PLO was cast as both a hardcore terrorist group and an agent of Soviet influence, which fit well with the suppression of nationalist movements in the Global South during Reagan's time in office. A newly permissive approach to Israeli settlements indicated a change in legal thinking that empowered the Israeli government to substantially expand building in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. This was linked with greater alignment between U.S. diplomats and the Begin government on the pursuit of restrictive autonomy for Palestinians, thereby enshrining Israel's vision for political state prevention. The Reagan Revolution. The specter of a Cold War revival was at the heart of Reagan's pro-Israel leanings, with the country seen as part of an anti-communist struggle that would keep Soviet influence in the Middle East at bay. In preparing to run for the presidency, Reagan described Israel as an asset against the Soviet Union. Without this bastion of liberal democracy in the heart of the area, the former governor of California wrote in the Washington Post in 1979, the Kremlin would be confined to supporting militant regimes against pro-American conservative governments which would not be able to divert the attention and energy of the radicals away from themselves by using the lightning rod of the Zionist state. Reagan's approach would therefore end up supporting conservative governments like Saudi Arabia, apartheid South Africa, and Latin American dictatorships, framing an initial sharp turn away from Carter's rhetoric of human rights. Explaining this policy in the Middle East, Reagan wrote that our own position would be weaker without the political and military assets Israel provides. 6. Reagan's November 1980 victory over Carter signaled a transformation in American domestic politics, one that had been roiling the Republican Party since Barry Goldwater's 1964 presidential defeat. 7 But in addition to staking out his successful campaign in staunch opposition to big government, Reagan vowed to renew the American fight against communism. 8 Conservatives had seized on the expansion of Soviet influence, especially their December 1979 invasion of Afghanistan, as proof of the Cold War's full-blown revival, targeting Jimmy Carter in the campaign and drawing committed advocates of anti-communism away from the Democratic Party. A large part of the growing unease with existing foreign policy stemmed from the heated debates over the lessons of the Vietnam War, with liberal Democrats arguing that it had been needlessly prolonged, and critics on the right seeing the American withdrawal and subsequent collapse of South Vietnam as an indication of détente's cowardice. 9. Alongside more muscular Democrats like Senator Henry Scoop Jackson and a retinue of budding neoconservatives that included Paul Wolfowitz and Richard Pearl, President Reagan transformed détente from a badge of honor to a political expletive. 10 Liberal Democrats succumbed to these charges of weakness from the right, ultimately leading to the destruction of a centrist American foreign policy and the intensification of military intervention that would soon follow. 11 This return to militarism in U.S. foreign policy, which in part grew out of Carter's defense budgeting, had implications that extended well beyond the 1980s and the end of the Cold War. 12 A rethinking of U.S. economic policy alongside deep-seated social and cultural shifts marked the 1980s as a decade of conservative resurgence at home, while Reagan's stance abroad inaugurated interventionist policies in the Middle East. The president and his advisors began to promote a global struggle against communism, recasting regional conflicts as proxies of the Cold War. Democratic hawks like Elliott Abrams and Jeane Kirkpatrick joined the new administration, disillusioned with Carter's perceived weakness when it came to foreign policy. 13 On the Israeli-Palestinian front, Israel would now be positioned as an ally in contrast to the Soviet-backed Palestinians. 14 Such an approach appealed to Reagan, especially after the humiliation of the Iranian hostage crisis, which had generated a desire for leadership that could speak out forcefully against threats to U.S. interests. Under the growing influence of these staunch anti-communists, Reagan's worldview reconstituted the Middle East as a site of contestation between the United States and the Soviet Union. Strong ideology, however, did not always make for good governance. Allies and critics alike have described Reagan's White House and his foreign policy team as dysfunctional during the first 6 years of the administration. 15 Early concerns about infighting between advisors were often papered over by Reagan's admirers, but in the view of one expert on the National Security Council, when it came to the management of the foreign policy apparatus of the U.S. government, Reagan's record is almost certainly the worst of any modern president. 16 Among the initial group of foreign policy aides appointed in 1981, Richard Allen was chosen to lead the National Security Council but was soon replaced by Judge William P. Clark, Jr., a trusted confidant of the president. General Alexander Haig, who had been Chief of Staff in the Nixon White House and Supreme Allied Commander of NATO in Europe, was chosen as the first Secretary of State, and Caspar Kapp Weinberger, a former Vice President of the Bechtel Corporation and Nixon appointee, was named Secretary of Defense. 17 Reagan preferred a backseat approach to policy making and trusted this inner circle to articulate his views on international affairs. Yet they often disagreed on questions relating to the Middle East, with Haig voicing consistent support for Israel, while Weinberger pushed for engagement with moderate Arabs and resisted the use of military force as a tool of foreign policy. 18 These divisions would prove to be a serious impediment to decision-making early on in Reagan's tenure. 19 As Secretary of State, Haig pursued a radical rethinking of American priorities in the Middle East, which he called strategic consensus. To address concerns about the Soviet Union and the fear of Islamic fundamentalism in the wake of the Iranian Revolution and the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, he argued that the United States should pursue policies with the dual aim of fighting communism and bolstering moderate Arab states, while upholding Israel's security. 20 The logic of Haig's new order necessitated that the U.S. government oppose Soviet allies like Syria and the PLO. 21 Haig's policy was a piece of the larger Reagan doctrine, an overarching statement of U.S. foreign policy aims that abetted a revival of a global Cold War struggle. Through military interventions and the arming of anti-communist resistance movements in the effort to roll back Soviet-supported government in Latin America, Africa, and Asia, the Reagan White House embarked on what one scholar of the period has called an anti-revolutionary offensive in the Third World. 22 In the Middle East, this approach played a central role in the administration's retreat from dealing with the question of Palestinian self-determination. Herman Ealds, the U.S. ambassador to Egypt at the time, explained how this different sense of priorities affected regional diplomacy. The whole idea of autonomy talks that flowed from Camp David was given short shrift, Ealds later recalled, and the Reagan administration, it seemed, really didn't care. It had strategic consensus and the Soviets on its mind. 23 For career officers in the State Department, this was troubling. Nicholas Valiades, Reagan's Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern and South Asian Affairs, remarked that there was a determination to globalize everything in the Middle East. In part, Valiades explained some years later, if your analysis of the Middle East always started from the East-West focus, you could obscure the regional roots of the problem. 24 In oversimplifying regional complexities and positioning Israel as a key asset early on in the first term, Reagan represented a clear departure from Carter's approach to comprehensive peace in the region. Israel, a strategic ally. To strengthen the U.S. Israeli relationship along Cold War lines, Alexander Haig made his first trip to Egypt and Israel as Secretary of State in April 1981. Reports had already surfaced of Reagan's plans for a military presence on the ground in the Persian Gulf and the prevailing view in Washington that subordinates the regional quarrel between Arabs and Israelis to the global rivalry between the Soviet Union and the United States. 25 At his opening meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin and senior advisors, Haig articulated such an approach in addressing the rising tensions in the Lebanese city of Zayl, close to the Syrian border. Syrian aggression against the Christians living in the town, a subset of the civil war that had been raging throughout the country since 1975, was portrayed as part of a broader Soviet struggle for increased influence in the region. 26 This worldview was not limited to regional struggles but shaped discussions over the Palestinian question as well. Begin was eager to draw on the Cold War framework as justification for enshrining his well-developed views about limited autonomy, reminding Haig that he had already spoken on several occasions of a promise of autonomy, not sovereignty. Haig agreed. Begin then reminded the Secretary of State of Israel's deep opposition to a Palestinian state, invoking Soviet influence elsewhere in the region. It would be a mortal danger to us, Begin implored. It would be a Soviet base in the Middle East, after all the Soviets achieved, Mozambique, South Yemen, Ethiopia, invading Afghanistan, the Prime Minister emphasized. Unavoidably the Judea, Samaria, and Gaza district and those settlements would be taken over by the PLO, and the PLO is a real satellite of the Soviet Union. 27 The inclusion of the PLO into the Soviet orbit solidified the link between Palestinian state prevention and shared U.S. Israeli foreign policy goals in the Cold War. Secretary Haig's official toast at a dinner that evening underscored this interdependence. Turning to his Israeli hosts at Jerusalem's King David Hotel, Haig praised the country for playing an essential role in protecting our mutual strategic concerns against the threats of the Soviet Union and against the threats of its many surrogates. 28. Such mutual interest between the United States and Israel was encapsulated by Haig's effort to initiate a strategic dialogue beyond existing military channels. The Secretary of State presented this idea during his meeting the next morning, part of an effort to develop a regional strategy in the Middle East. Haig suggested that key State Department personnel, including Robert McFarlane and General Vernon Walters, act as liaisons with the Israelis. 29 They would meet with their Israeli counterparts in Washington and Jerusalem, under the cover of relations with other local and European powers. Haig said that the interrelationship must be carefully guarded, but it must be launched with an attitude of mutual confidence between the two of us. 30 These meetings, which continued throughout the summer and fall of 1981, culminated in the formalization of a strategic alliance between the two countries. 31. The start of formal discussion about this alliance coincided with Begin's first official visit to the Reagan White House in September 1981. At the welcome ceremony on the South Lawn, Reagan delivered solicitous opening remarks that echoed the new approach of his administration. "We know Israelis live in constant peril. But Israel will have our help. She will remain strong and secure, and her special character of spirit, genius, and faith will prevail," the president assured his guest. "The security of Israel is a principal objective of this administration," Reagan concluded, telling Begin, "We regard Israel as an ally in our search for regional stability." 32 Since taking office, Reagan had also courted domestic supporters of Israel, outwardly embracing the same constituency he courted during the election. 33 The office of public liaison, led for several years by future Senator Elizabeth Dole, expended considerable energy reaching out to Jewish communal leaders and listening to their concerns. Dole outlined a Jewish strategy for the administration and sought to capitalize on the historically disproportionate number who voted for Reagan in the election. 34. Some observers cautioned Reagan not to embrace the Likud government in pursuing pro-Israel policies. In the lead editorial on the morning of Begin's visit, the Washington Post warned Reagan to be wary of an endorsement of Begin's evident goal of annexing the West Bank. 35 A New York Times editorial earlier that week spoke of the forgotten promise of the Camp David Accords to provide self-rule for Palestinians. Guaranteeing Israel's security is not the same as underwriting an annexation of the West Bank. 36 Both newspapers pushed for engagement with the Palestinian question and greater political rights in the occupied territories. The political leadership in Israel and the United States, however, was disinclined to focus on what they deemed an internal Israeli matter. Figure 5.1. President Ronald Reagan and Prime Minister Menachem Begin sharing a laugh at the White House in Washington. September 10, 1981. Saar Yaakov, courtesy of Israel's government press office. During their first extended meeting on September 9, the American and Israeli delegations agreed to launch a written document outlining strategic cooperation. The remarks by Defense Minister Ariel Sharon reflected an expansive vision of Israel's Cold War strategic value to the United States in the Middle East. "Israel can do things, Mr. President, that other countries cannot do. We have the stability of a real democracy. We are on the Mediterranean. Israel is a country positioned from which we can both act in the Mediterranean theater and in Africa. We are capable of embarking upon cooperation immediately." Sharon also invoked covert Israeli actions, including the raid on Entebbe Airport in July 1976 to free hostages and the secret June 1981 airstrike on Osirak, an Iraqi nuclear reactor that was being built near Baghdad. "We have American equipment which we can put at your disposal in the shortest time. We have the needed infrastructure, including military industry, other industries, airfields, and so forth. We have a long-arm strategic capability, as for example, Entebbe and Baghdad, Sharon added. 37. One American participant recalled seeing Secretary Weinberger blanch visibly at Sharon's presentation, which outlined Israeli military assistance as far east as Iran and as far north as Turkey. Weinberger had pushed for engagement with moderate allies in the region and was wary of any sign that the United States was turning away from key Arab states, particularly the Gulf countries. Everyone on the American side was shocked by the grandiose scope of the Sharon concept for strategic cooperation, observed U.S. Ambassador to Israel Samuel Lewis. It even included use of Israeli forces to assist the U.S. in case of uprisings in the Gulf Emirates. 38. The gap between the Israeli concept of strategic cooperation and the tempered enthusiasm of some U.S. officials was linked to competing interests across the Middle East. One of the primary beneficiaries of U.S. Cold War strategy in the region was now Saudi Arabia, a country that defense officials like Weinberger hoped would move closer toward the West as Egypt had done at Camp David. This duality bred a great deal of tension. Israeli leaders and American Jewish organizations vocally opposed the sale of F-15 fighter jets and airborne warning and control systems, AWACS, to Riyadh, threatening to undermine an emerging regional constellation of power. Reagan insisted to begin that Saudi Arabia could be brought around to the U.S. orbit, fearing that they would otherwise turn to the Soviet Union. The president promised that he had Israel's interests in mind while pursuing the arms sales. If not, he added, we will take corrective action. 39. Against the backdrop of these strategic discussions, Israeli leaders gave a great deal of thought to their presentations in Washington that dealt with autonomy. Begin's advisors encouraged those traveling to the United States to refrain from dealing with debates over sovereignty in the West Bank or Jerusalem. The United States should be urged, only for the purpose of deferring these difficult matters, to adopt positions consistent with those of Israel. 40. During a breakfast meeting between the two delegations on September 10, the Israelis followed this line precisely. Dr. Joseph Berg, the head of the Israeli autonomy delegation, told Reagan about the philosophy of the autonomy talks, which ranged between two extremes. We do not want to be absolute rulers of more than 1 million Arabs, and secondly, we cannot afford a Palestinian state. It would be a communist state, irredentist, and a danger to our lives. Berg recounted the Israeli conception of self-government and the progress on technicalities in the talks he convened with the Egyptians. We did not make progress on one important matter, and I can put that into a mathematical formula, Berg explained to the U.S. president. Autonomy is not sovereignty. Sovereignty minus X is autonomy. Our problem was to determine the size of X. For Egypt, autonomy was seen as a corridor to an Arab state, and for us, instead of an Arab state, a substitute for an Arab state. 41. In presenting the Israeli view of progress on autonomy, Berg invoked the U.S. role in facilitating an advancement of the talks. Haig remarked that he found Berg's presentation very helpful, and that what Dr. Berg has said is very close to our thinking. 42. On the PLO, Begin's advisors voiced concern about possible indirect U.S. engagement on matters relating to Lebanon and encouraged the idea that the links between the organization and the Soviet Union be emphasized. P.L.O. statements promising Soviet bases in a Palestinian state, supporting Soviet positions, and attacking the United States, cannot be repeated too often. 43. It was an opportune moment to push the line of greater Soviet-Palestinian cooperation, as the diplomatic links between the two had grown in the wake of Camp David, with the Kremlin on the verge of upgrading the PLO's diplomatic status to allow for an embassy in Moscow. 44. This alignment was framed in a manner that would highlight Israel's role as an ally in the global anti-communist struggle, which appealed to Reagan's own thinking. Concluding his talks with the Israelis, Reagan summed up the American view on the Palestinians: we will never negotiate with them until they recognize the right of Israel to exist and abandon the present position. Until then, we shall never negotiate with the Palestinians. 45. This position reflected the ascendant view at the White House, pleasing Israeli diplomats immensely. 46. On November 30, 1981, Reagan officials signed a U.S. government memorandum of understanding with Israel, promoting strategic cooperation to deal with the Soviet threat. It encompassed joint military exercises and preventative threat measures, emphasizing the importance of a unified front against communism. 47 While leading supporters of Israel like Secretary Haig were pleased to formalize a strategic relationship, conservative critics like Weinberger worked to strip it of real content. As Lewis recalls, Weinberger managed to have it signed in the basement of the Pentagon without any press present, so that it didn't get any attention. The Israeli press was fully briefed and made a big thing out of it, but there were no photographs of Weinberger signing this document with Sharon. They might have been used in the Arab world to undermine his position. 48. In forging this alliance, the Reagan administration turned a blind eye to the more troubling aspects of the Begin government's agenda, such as ongoing settlement expansion in the West Bank. They also put aside strident arguments that had emerged over Israel's bombing of Iraq's Osirak nuclear reactor that summer. 49 But not long after the signing of the memorandum, a major crisis erupted in December. Prime Minister Begin decided to extend Israeli law to the Golan Heights through implicit annexation. 50 Critics of Israel in the administration were furious, with Weinberger exclaiming, "How long do we have to go on bribing Israel? If there is no real cost to the Israelis, we'll never be able to stop any of their actions." 51 Reagan took decisive action by suspending the agreement and the millions in potential arms sales, infuriating the Israeli Prime Minister. Begin responded directly to Ambassador Lewis. "Are we a state or vassals of yours? Are we a banana republic?" he exclaimed. "You have no right to penalize Israel. The people of Israel lived without the Memorandum of Understanding for 3,700 years, and will continue to live without it for another 3,700 years. 52 This angry reaction did in fact reveal the existence of some underlying tension in the U.S.-Israeli relationship in the early Reagan years. 53 Despite these disagreements, Israel emerged in the early 1980s with a new strategic rationale to entrench its global Cold War standing and solidify its regional position in the Middle East. 54 This bilateral alliance also helped the Begin government counter Palestinian demands for self-rule by dismissing the PLO as a Soviet proxy and denying them political standing in the process. Furthermore, the relationship enabled intensified settlement building in the occupied territories, solidifying Israel's internal hold over the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Excluding the PLO. In January 1980, Jimmy Carter's national security advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, had commissioned an in-depth study titled U.S. Relations with the Radical Arabs. The top-secret document was sent to select officials in the Carter White House, including the President and Secretary of State Cyrus Vance. Written in the wake of the Iranian Revolution and at the time of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, the memo outlined the ways in which America could improve its relations with the Islamic world. The Brzezinski study pointed out that U.S. relations with the radical Arabs are in large measure a function of our attitude toward the Palestinians and their most widely recognized representative, the PLO. Carter's advisors argued that as long as we maintain our present position on the PLO and as long as the Palestinians do not see an independent state in their future, progress on these other fronts is likely to be limited. 55. The new administration was not receptive to this stance. 56 When Reagan was asked during the campaign whether he thought the PLO was a terrorist organization, he answered affirmatively while also making an important distinction: "I separate the PLO from the Palestinian refugees. None ever elected the PLO." 57 His views were connected to broader conservative antipathy toward the violence of anti-colonial movements in the 1960s and 1970s. "We live in a world in which any band of thugs clever enough to get the word liberation into its name can thereupon murder school children and have its deeds considered glamorous and glorious," Reagan had said in his B'nai B'rith speech. "Terrorists are not guerrillas, or commandos, or freedom fighters or anything else. They are terrorists and should be identified as such. If others wish to deal with them, establish diplomatic relations with them, let it be on their heads. And let them be willing to pay the price of appeasement." 58 He vowed to uphold the 1975 U.S. agreement with Israel concerning PLO non-engagement until the organization met conditions for a dialogue and became truly representative of those Arab Palestinians dedicated to peace and not to the establishment of a Soviet satellite in the heart of the Middle East. 59 Although the PLO was shifting from military resistance to a diplomatic track in the 1970s, there were still important fissures within the constituent factions of the Palestinian national movement. Several terror attacks in the early 1980s reaffirmed the administration's belief that there was no negotiating partner among the Palestinians. European governments, in contrast, saw a complex organization undergoing an internal transformation and challenged such a broad indictment by advocating engagement with the official arm of Palestinian nationalists. In one meeting with Jewish leaders, British Foreign Secretary Lord Carrington noted that he personally opposed terrorism but for the past 2 years has spent more time negotiating with so-called terrorists, or freedom fighters, depending on who is describing them, than he has with non-terrorists. 60 It was rejectionist factions and splinter groups the Europeans deemed responsible for persistent violence. One such group, the notorious Abu Nidal organization, was formed in 1974 after a split in the PLO. The faction was supported by Ba'athist Iraq in a highly visible and destructive terror campaign against Israel and Western targets, as well as PLO members who pursued a diplomatic track. Officials in the Reagan White House often blurred this distinction. 61 Richard Allen, Reagan's national security advisor, was a central figure in articulating the administration's policy toward the PLO and was vocal in dismissing countervailing influences within the organization. During an interview on the ABC News program 2020, Allen labeled the group a terrorist organization until it provides convincing evidence to the contrary. 62 According to Allen, moderate factions within the organization had little bearing on the administration's overall stance. I've heard descriptions that identified Arafat as a moderate. But we're certainly wanting in hard proof that this is the case. One man's moderate is another man's terrorist. Asked about Soviet influence in the region, Allen remarked, "It's difficult to assess the relationship with the PLO because there are various component parts. But, overall, I think it's fair to say the Soviet Union is supporting the main aims of the PLO." 63 Douglas J. Feith was another ideological opponent of the PLO working in the National Security Council. In a largely redacted memo concerning U.S. relations with the Palestinians, Feith suggested an uncompromising approach that aligned with the administration's global Cold War aims. The administration should take action that would demonstrate the coherence of 3 chief foreign policy promises and themes: 1. To combat international terrorism, 2. To counter the Soviet Union's use of subversive proxies, and 3. To bolster our friends and stand down our enemies. 64 Feith pointed to a section of Secretary of State Alexander Haig's Senate confirmation testimony, where Haig singled out the PLO as a pretty tough hardcore group of terrorists. 65 An unsigned memo appearing alongside Feith's analysis recommended a multifaceted campaign against the PLO, including diplomatic marginalization of the organization through a campaign to ostracize the group, an emphasis on the Soviet connection, and the closure of the PLO Information Office in Washington. The second suggested element of an American campaign against the PLO was labeled force, with the first recommendation suggesting a green light to Israel to destroy the PLO's military capabilities. 66 There were White House officials who understood that the situation was complex and attempted to offer more nuanced assessments. Raymond Tanter, an NSC staffer focusing on Middle East issues, wrote to Richard Allen in November, "The president should not brand all of the PLO organizations as terrorists since the PLO includes a number of social and political institutions." 67 He cited the CIA's Palestinian Handbook, which recognized non-terrorist entities like the PLO Research Center and the Palestine Red Crescent Society. Tanter composed a primer on this issue for a presidential press conference, highlighting the distinction between individual humanitarian agencies and the PLO as a whole. In it, he emphasized that there would be no negotiations until relevant UN resolutions were accepted alongside an affirmation of Israel's right to exist. 68 Congressman Paul Findley, who had pushed for engagement with the PLO under Carter, continued to argue that the long-term interests of American policy in the region necessitated a dialogue with the PLO, but officially the administration stood its ground. 69. Unofficially, there is ample evidence of direct low-level contact between the American government and moderate members of the PLO. A series of newspaper articles in the summer of 1981 revealed ongoing talks since Henry Kissinger's time in office, which Reagan's contacts primarily facilitated through the CIA and the American Embassy in Beirut. 70. The administration also had less formal contacts with PLO members through interlocutors like John Mraz, the director of Middle East Studies at the International Peace Academy in New York. Mraz's congenial relationship with Issam Sartawi, a leading Palestinian voice of engagement, is clear from letters provided directly to Jeffrey Kemp, Senior Director for Near East and South Asia Affairs at the National Security Council. Sartawi had passed along to Mraz official PLO documents distributed by Arafat, which were then given to Kemp at the White House in their original Arabic. 71. Internal executive branch discussions further reveal a more nuanced understanding of the PLO and its moderating elements than Allen's public remarks or Fitha's internal recommendations would imply. In an August memo to Kemp, Landrum Bolling outlined a more realistic view of the complicated Palestinian situation. Bolling, who was the important back-channel contact with the PLO under Carter, underscored the growing rift between Palestinians in the West Bank and the PLO in Beirut. He noted that the sense among West Bankers was that there is still no coherent, unified Palestinian strategy for ending the occupation and bringing peace. 72. They blamed a quarreling leadership in Lebanon for stunting political progress and criticized cross-border terrorism because it provided justification for the ongoing Israeli occupation. There was, however, a consensus position that backed the PLO as the legitimate voice of the Palestinian people, seeing it as the kernel of an independent state. Bolling, unlike Allen, stressed these positive developments. Palestinians accept Israel as a permanent fact in the Middle East. They know that Israel is here to stay, and they are prepared to live with it. Almost no Palestinian thinks or talks anymore about the abolition of the State of Israel. 73. Palestinian factions in Beirut took note of the hostile atmosphere in Washington, which was reflected in the active Arabic press at the time. One leading weekly, Al-Hadaf, the Target, was unrelenting in its critique of what it characterized as American neo-imperial aspirations in the Middle East, as well as the failure of Arab states that were seen as having sold out the Palestinian cause. The newspaper, founded by the acclaimed Palestinian writer Ghassan Kanafani, was the mouthpiece of the Marxist-leaning Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP. 74. The PFLP served as a strong counterweight to the dominant Fatah party of Yasser Arafat. The sentiments expressed in its official publication reflected the view of many grassroots leaders in Lebanon who remained wary of calls for engagement along U.S. dictated lines. Reagan himself, in the eyes of Al-Hadaf, was restoring the use of force as the primary tool of American foreign policy in the region. Along with Secretary of State Haig, the president was portrayed as a radical departure from Carter and the U.S. human rights agenda with his strident anti-Soviet approach. 75. From the perspective of Palestinian activists in the Global South, Reagan offered little hope for improving America's standing abroad. The reports in Al-Hadaf reflected the atmosphere of Reagan's first few months in office, when attention to regional conflict was replaced by a reinscription of Cold War strategies. By mid-February 1981, the paper was forcefully attacking the new president for ratcheting up military pressure in the region and resorting to ideological positions that situated the Soviet Union as the prime antagonist in the Middle East. 76. The brunt of Al-Hadaf's fury, however, was directed at Israel and Prime Minister Menachem Begin. Under a grotesque cartoon of Begin, face deformed, blood dripping from his hands, and a dagger at the ready, the paper attacked Israeli settlement policy in the West Bank and Begin's undermining of Palestinian national identity. 77. Enabling settlements. The linkage between Begin's settlement expansion and the Reagan administration was evident in the changing U.S. position toward the legality of ongoing building projects in the West Bank. Throughout Carter's presidency, U.S. policy on the settlements had been clear and consistent. 78 They were considered illegal under international law and detrimental to the peace process, and the administration opposed both new settlements and expansion of those already built. During the 1980 campaign, Reagan took a very different stance. In an interview with Time magazine on June 30, 1980, the California governor was asked whether he would try to persuade Israel to stop settling on the West Bank. His response underscored a clear difference with Carter. "Frankly, I don't know the answer to that. Under UN Resolution 242, the West Bank was supposed to be open to all, and then Jordan and Israel were to work out an agreement for the area. In light of these terms," Reagan argued, "I do not see how it is illegal for Israel to move in settlements." 79. In the week after his inauguration, Reagan would expand on this new position after lawmakers in Jerusalem approved 3 new West Bank settlements. When asked about the expansion during a press conference, Reagan replied, "As to the West Bank, I believe the settlements there. I disagreed when the previous administration referred to them as illegal. They're not illegal. Not under the UN resolution that leaves the West Bank open to all people, Arab and Israeli alike, Christian alike." Reagan was drawing on an argument promoted by neoconservatives within the administration who disputed the prevailing interpretation of UN Resolution 242, but the international community was in agreement that the text clearly deemed the settlements illegal. The president admitted, however, that further building was not astute. "I do think now with this rush to do it and this moving in there the way they are is ill-advised, because if we're going to continue with the spirit of Camp David to try and arrive at a peace, maybe this, at this time, is unnecessarily provocative." 80 While recognizing that settlement expansion might be detrimental to fully implementing Camp David, the president was careful not to preclude Jewish presence in the area. A congressional letter requesting clarification of Reagan's exact policy received a non-committal note of appreciation. 81 A more pointed inquiry about the policy shift from the chairman of the Palestine Congress of North America was shuffled to the office of the public liaison. 82 Egyptian officials were furious that the Israeli government was claiming to negotiate a solution to the Palestinian question while pursuing a ruinous policy of settlements and more settlements. 83 Israel's expansion into the territories in early 1981 directly affected the fate of the autonomy talks, drawing the ire of the Egyptian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kamal Hassan Ali. In a letter to Israel's Minister of Foreign Affairs and future Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, Ali invoked the understanding reached at Camp David about a settlement moratorium while negotiations were ongoing. In Ali's view, it was both illegal and inconceivable to use this illegitimate and trumped-up anachronism in the name of so-called Israeli security, as a pretext to cover up Israel's policy of annexation. As the lead Egyptian diplomat explained, this was an incitement to hatred, a provocation, and an added source of tension among the Palestinian and Arab population. 84 In such an atmosphere, the shift in the American position away from long-standing assertions of settlement illegality proved to be damaging and consequential. The Begin government pushed the Americans to endorse their expansion by asserting the settlements as part of a broader security arrangement for Israel. During Secretary Haig's April 1981 visit to Israel, Ariel Sharon laid out his conception of Israel's security needs in a series of slides. His explanation was rooted in the retention of the occupied territories for defensive purposes. "I want to emphasize that the West Bank, the Judean and Samarian Mountains and the Golan Heights are the backbone of the State of Israel as far as its defense is concerned, not only for the deployment of troops but for its early warning capability, command and control capability and anti-air defense system," Sharon told Haig. "As long as we have our military troops posted there we can adopt a defensive strategy." 85 Haig was sympathetic to this argument, and it contributed to the administration's legitimizing stance on the question of legality. At the National Security Council, Middle East advisor Raymond Tanter wrote a vigorous defense of the Reagan administration's new approach in August 1981. "The settlements are legal, but the issue is properly a political question, not a legal question. The United States government has recognized no country's sovereignty over the West Bank since Britain controlled the area under the Palestine Mandate. The issue of sovereignty is open and will not be closed until the actual parties to the conflict formally consent to a peace agreement. In the meantime, there is no law that bars Jews from settling in the West Bank. No one should be excluded from an area simply on account of nationality or religion. An ambiguous response concerning the legality of settlements inadvertently causes more press interest than either 1. A finding that settlements are legal, or 2. A statement that the legal question is irrelevant. 86. Tanter's position reflected the rationale of the earliest statements that Reagan made about settlements during the campaign. The justification was formulated several months after the president took office, by which time government officials had become fully aware of the extensive damage caused by the settlements and yet remained mute on the matter. 87. Despite mounting evidence of the settlements' detrimental effects, there was a strong neoconservative influence on the political and legal approach to the issue in the White House. Douglas Feith had previously denounced Carter's insistence that settlements were an obstacle to peace, arguing that the problem was Arab intransigence. If the Jews have a claim to Judea-Samaria at least as rightful as that of the Arabs, and if the purpose of the Israeli settlements there is to stake this claim, Feith wrote in the Heritage Foundation's journal Policy Review, then it may be that Israel's stand on the West Bank is not irrational after all. 88. Significantly, Feith deliberately used the biblical names for the occupied territories, Judea and Samaria, the default parlance of religious nationalists and Likud party politicians in Israel. This united a strategic argument with a neoconservative legal one. When it came to prevailing discourse around the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, a rightward turn had suffused the intellectual currents of American politics and foreign policy during the late 1970s and early 1980s. 89. It was a time when the Democratic senator from New York, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, publicly rejected the application of the Geneva Conventions to the settlements. In a noted article for commentary at the beginning of 1981, Moynihan lambasted the United Nations for its condemnation of Israel. Singling out U.S. support for a Security Council resolution that had reaffirmed the applicability of the Geneva Conventions to the West Bank, Moynihan argued that the treaty was intended to criminalize deportation and territorial occupation in Nazi Germany, and its invocation in this case played, of course, perfectly into the Soviet propaganda position. 90. Moynihan's formative role in emboldening neoconservatives with his activism around anti-Zionist resolutions at the United Nations in the mid-1970s set the stage for these debates in the early 1980s. 91. This rightward drift also took hold in Israeli political life. Begin narrowly won a second election on June 30, 1981, with 48 seats going to the Likud, forming the 19th government of Israel. As demonstrated in his earlier interactions with Carter and Sadat, the Israeli Prime Minister had a very clear and consistent view of continued territorial control by Israel on all the land west of the Jordan River. He never hid his views from the public, speaking about them at an annual ceremony held at the gravesite of Ze'ev Jabotinsky on the day of his second electoral victory. Western Eretz Yisrael is all under our control. She is no longer divided. No piece of territory will pass to non-Jewish control, to foreign sovereignty. 92. Begin's position on continued sovereignty and settlement expansion was bolstered by the writings of vocal defenders like Moynihan and the advice of Eugene Rostow, who had already published legal arguments along these same lines as a faculty member at Yale and was serving in the Reagan administration as the newly appointed director of the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency. The consequence of this semantic and legal shift was borne out in practical terms by the rapid pace of Israeli expansion through the 1980s. Since the Likud victory in 1977, the settler population outside of the Jerusalem area had quadrupled from about 5,000 to 20,000, and in the Gaza Strip the number of settlements had doubled. In the summer months of 1981 alone, 7,000 settlers had moved into the West Bank. 93. In February 1982, Reagan's ambassador to Israel Samuel Lewis cabled an urgent memo about these developments to Washington and more than a dozen American embassies and consulates throughout the Middle East and Europe. He wrote a detailed account explaining how settlement activity goes on at an accelerated pace, although in new and potentially more serious directions. 94 In a sober and matter-of-fact style, Lewis recounted the method of land appropriation that had taken over nearly a third of the West Bank, describing the process by which Jerusalem's municipal boundaries were being extended southward over the Green Line toward Gush Etzion, now one of the largest settlement blocks in the West Bank. He also outlined the manner in which Israel's Ministry of Defense pre-settlements were transformed into permanent civilian settlements, a process that bypassed any earlier pledge of a slowdown by begin. Lewis reported on plans by the World Zionist Organization to increase the Israeli settler population to 130,000 within 5 years by expanding existing settlements rather than building new ones from scratch. He highlighted how such an increase was being organized in a cost-effective manner to create urban communities where settlers would work in Israeli cities and live in cheap spacious homes over the Green Line. Lewis also pointed to an important demographic transformation taking place, with the newest settlers moving for economic rather than ideological reasons. 95. The most glaring section of the cable was the American ambassador's insights into the act of territorial acquisition itself, explaining how thousands of acres were being declared state-owned or Jewish-owned private land and taken over de facto for settlement purposes. Encouraged by the exorbitant demands of settlers who had recently been evacuated from the Yamit region settlements in the Sinai as part of the Israeli-Egyptian peace deal, West Bank settlers were caught in a land rush, often resorting to questionable methods in order to purchase land parcels. Few officials in Israel really knew the exact area under Israeli control, although the government had built a massive infrastructure of roads, power lines, military installations, and power systems thoroughly locked into Israeli grids that was intended to create a system of dependence on Israel proper. 96. Lewis captured the ultimate aim of this entire settlement endeavor in his cable. The goal has been to create a matrix of Israeli control in the West Bank so deeply rooted that no subsequent Israeli government would be able to relinquish substantial chunks of that territory, even in exchange for peace, the ambassador explained. Concluding with an assessment of the growing support for these settlements among Israelis, Lewis decried the lack of protest and explained how announcements of new expansion are met with virtual silence and how the majority of Israelis have come to accept the settlements in the occupied territories as a fact of life. Finally, placing these developments alongside the stalled autonomy talks, the ambassador explained how the presence of a large number of Israeli settlers undermines the possibility of a self-governing authority developing into an embryo government of an independent PLO state in the making. 97 It could not be more evident to U.S. officials that any resolution of the Palestinian question was impossible under these circumstances. Reagan himself was personally aware of the consequences of this expansion. In his diary entry on February 14, 1983, the president wrote, "Valentine's Day. Had a brief on the West Bank. There can be no question but that Israel has a well-thought-out plan to take over the WB. West Bank. 98 In his memoirs, Reagan later wrote that settlements were a continued violation of UN Security Council Resolution 242/99. This was contrary to his statements during the campaign and at odds with his actions while in office. As late as 1988, upon hearing that Israel was planning new settlements, all Reagan could muster was, "We are going to try and talk them out of that 100." In actuality, the Reagan administration played a crucial role in enabling expansion, and the Israelis were acutely aware of this permissive approach. In the course of a fact-finding meeting with Israeli officials on January 28, 1982, Secretary of State Haig raised the matter of land acquisition directly with Israeli Minister Joseph Berg and the Autonomy Committee in Jerusalem. He invoked the suspicions mounting in the Arab world and among Palestinians that what is underway is de facto annexation, proffering the possibility of thickening existing settlements rather than building new ones. Camp David does not say that annexation is the objective, just as it does not say, very clearly, that there is any hope or any objective of a Palestinian state. But you can't have it both ways. Israeli officials countered with a deep commitment to settlement building, both as a security mechanism to safeguard Israel proper and as a long-standing right inherent in the Zionist return to the land in their response. For Berg, the head of the Autonomy Committee, Israeli settlements were an insurance policy to prevent partition of this country. Limiting growth, Berg argued, would lead to a process of degeneration and national despair. He disputed Haig's characterization of Jewish settlements as annexation, invoking his own experience living in Prague during the German annexation of Sudetenland. I know what is annexation. Living in part of Eretz Israel is not annexation. 101. Other Israeli officials pushed back against Haig from alternative directions. Yitzhak Shamir, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, argued that the status of territory could be separated out from the political rights of the individual. This arrangement, in practice, yielded a reality where territorial sovereignty was transformed while the inhabitants remained disenfranchised. 102 In the fall of 1981, confronting an earlier political impasse during the autonomy talks, Shamir explained his government's position during an interview with Israeli radio. The purpose of the autonomy scheme, that we have proposed, is not to create a state for a stateless people, and not to give a home to a homeless people. Shamir was adamant that Palestinians were not entitled to self-determination. The Palestinian Arab people is not a stateless people and is not a homeless people. They already have their state, they already have their home and their country. It is called now Jordan. Jordan is a Palestinian Arab state. Its population is of Palestinian origin. Its culture, language, and its mentality are all Palestinian. 103 For Shamir, like Begin, autonomy served as a mechanism to deal with the Palestinian Arabs in the territories of the West Bank and Gaza along non-national lines. Ariel Sharon, the leading architect of the expansion, focused on conveying the importance of security to Haig by depicting the settlements as integral to Israel's defense. Settlements have been always part of our national security concept, and I am a great believer in this concept, being born myself on one of those settlements, and I can tell you that my mother, she is 82 years old, still sleeps with a gun under her pillow, and that's normal here. Everyone knows exactly his task. That is the immediate contribution of the settlements to Israel's security. Sharon also justified building across the 1967 borders as a natural outcome of displacement and migration, while linking settlements directly with Palestinian state prevention. These settlements are perhaps the strongest barrier that we have against any possibility of forming in the future a second Palestinian state, and by doing that, by having these settlements, that is the contribution, as I said, to the rest of the world. He also added his Cold War concerns about Soviet expansion in the Middle East, depicting the settlements as a solution both to the Soviet danger in the long term and in short-term confrontations with Arab states. 104. More than all his colleagues, Prime Minister Begin offered Reagan's Secretary of State the definitive Israeli response. He excitedly told Haig and his delegation that the legal debate over settlements was finished. Begin recalled the first time he met President Carter in the cabinet room, and Carter told Begin, "We consider your settlements to be illegal and an obstacle to peace." He had seen Carter more than 10 times, and at each meeting, Carter repeated the message, illegal and an obstacle to peace. But Begin disagreed. I answered, legal and not an obstacle to peace. He didn't tire, I didn't tire. As Begin asserted, Mr. Ronald Reagan put an end to that debate. He said, the settlements are not illegal. A double negative gives a positive result. In other words, they are legal or legitimate. For Begin, who had long championed the expansion of the Jewish presence beyond the 1967 borders, settlements were not an obstacle to peace with the Palestinians. On the contrary, he added, they are a great contribution to peaceful relationships between the Jews and the Arabs in Judea and Samaria and the Gaza district. Without them, PLO fighters would come down from the mountains to the plains of Israel and carry out attacks on Jews. If there are no settlements there, they can just come down. 105. Haig had been informed that the situation in the West Bank was generating paranoia among Palestinians. I can tell you the paranoia is just mind-boggling, the Secretary of State replied to his Israeli counterparts. Mostly they are fed incorrect facts and they get that from the PLO, but one thing they say they know, and one thing they fear is that this is a formula autonomy under the current arrangements, as they believe them to exist, that the land will all be gone. 106 Yet Begin painted an idealistic view of Palestinian relations with the settlers. They visit each other. They help each other. There's never been a problem. The only place in which there are clashes from time to time is in Hebron, the only place. Invoking a mythological trope about the lack of cultivation before the arrival of Zionist pioneers, the Prime Minister recalled the rocky land in which settlements were built. It was desert, untilled for so many years, but, of course, you can do something and we do something, in the pioneering spirit which you know so well from your own history, and, therefore, sometimes the gray color turned into green. Sharon deceitfully added that these areas had little or no inhabitants, the population is very small or doesn't exist at all. It was also the case, Sharon noted, that these hilltops were state-owned land. I had tremendous difficulties when I tried to expropriate private land, Sharon told the Americans, in light of the Begin's government's legal dispute over certain areas of the West Bank. 107 As for the issue of credibility around the world, Sharon concluded, if I will have to choose, I know it is a hard decision between credibility and security. I will take security. 108 In articulating their positions in such a direct and forceful manner, Israeli officials took full advantage of sympathetic American interlocutors and the forgiving attitude of the Reagan administration. The U.S. Secretary of State expressed his appreciation for the substantive talks, admitting that he spoke with uncharacteristic bluntness, a function of the mutual confidence between both Israel and the United States. 109. Autonomy's demise. Haig traveled to Jerusalem to seek a way out of the impasse around autonomy, as the United States continued to mediate successive rounds of discussions between Egypt and Israel into early 1982. After the successful implementation of the Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty, the focus on the Palestinian dimension of the Camp David talks received far less attention. This was compounded by a political transition in Cairo. Egyptian President Anwar al-Sadat was gunned down on October 6, 1981, during the annual Egyptian Victory Parade to mark the Egyptian Army's performance in the 1973 war. The assassins, led by the Egyptian Army officer Khalid al-Islam Bulli, were members of Egyptian Islamic Jihad. Their motivations grew out of domestic unrest in Egypt and disaffection over Sadat's treatment of Islamists inside the country. 110 While Sadat's passing did not jeopardize the Camp David Accords, his vice president, Hosni Mubarak, worked to safeguard them. It did highlight the increasingly deadlocked discussions over autonomy. In a final attempt to advance these discussions, Haig convened a meeting of Israeli officials in Jerusalem that January, nearly 2 years since Sol Leibowitz had made the last serious effort under Carter. Among the topics that had bedeviled the talks was the debate over sovereignty, with the Egyptians demanding the relinquishment of Israeli control and Israel asserting it should be maintained. Eliakim Rubinstein, Israel's legal advisor, offered the official view: the source of authority, legally speaking, is sort of in the shadows but is under us in the 5 years, and, of course, it would have some practical implications with the security things, with the Jewish settlements and so on. He did not want to bother with international agreements or treaties. Who needs them? This is something which just would waste the time, and there is no problem, real problem, that necessitates it. Likewise, Rubinstein argued, there should not be a separate Palestinian currency or other symbols of sovereignty. Haig, who was sympathetic to the Israeli point of view, could not see why the Egyptians raised objections. I must say, I don't feel that we have a problem with this thing, autonomy. It's sort of an airbag, the more you punch it, the less is there. 111. Although sovereignty had been at the heart of the debate over the Palestinian political future at Camp David, it was now an afterthought. Dr. David Kimchi, the Director General of the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, agreed that it was a non-issue. I mean, on no account are the Palestinian Arabs going to be represented by anybody in the UN or in foreign capitals, neither by us or anybody else. For Kimchi, the real practical issue was security, and that was worth the effort of continuing the negotiations. Without the participation of Egyptian diplomats, let alone the Palestinians affected by new arrangements in the territories, Haig expressed sympathy for securing Israeli military guarantees. He envisioned a police force that would deal with day-to-day law enforcement, while wondering about the introduction of arms into the territories. The discussion foreshadowed future debates over security control in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, which would confront Palestinian negotiators seeking an independent hold over the territory themselves. Israeli officials would not cede the right to operate freely in these areas. The fight against terrorism would be our responsibility, whatever it would include, one Israeli official explained, underscoring the commitment to maintaining full control as the security forces saw fit. We are not going to freeze things, added Rubinstein. 112. State Department and NSC officials who accompanied Haig to Jerusalem later reported to the director of the CIA that there was no give on the Israeli position, including the size of Israeli military presence in the territories. 113 There was also no substantive push by the Americans toward the baseline position of Egypt or even the minimum of what Palestinians would demand, with the Secretary of State merely gauging Israel's position without leveraging pressure in return. Just as Begin had laid out years earlier in his original autonomy plan to Carter, reiterated once again to Reagan administration officials, it was a clear vision to ensure a system of control whereby Arab inhabitants in the West Bank and Gaza Strip might accrue more individual rights, but in which sovereign control over their territory remained with the Israeli government. In concluding his discussions with Ariel Sharon, Haig voiced concern with the ultimate fate of the autonomy talks, about which he was pessimistic. There was a growing feeling in both Egypt and Israel that autonomy was unachievable, and this was a very dangerous attitude to develop. Haig again specified Egyptian criticism, namely that things are happening on the West Bank and continue to happen that are creating a de facto annexation. While the Secretary of State himself did not believe it, he told Sharon, "I think we have to be very, very sensitive to it. I would urge you to look very carefully on whether or not you could take some additional steps." These steps related to free transit in the West Bank, particularly with mayors and journalists. The Egyptians were hearing concerns from local Palestinians about a deterioration, and Haig wanted Sharon to alleviate the pressure. "I think you ought to have a look and see what you could do in good conscience, without unacceptable risks, that will improve the climate. I am offering this advice as good offices, not claiming to know better than you do." But at the same time, Haig assured Sharon that the Israeli model would succeed in the end. "I must tell you that my discussion in Cairo on the subjects of security led me to believe they are very comfortable with what I think your own thinking is," Haig remarked to Sharon, "and I don't think it will be a problem in the autonomy category 114. Sharon understood the favorable environment in which autonomy was being negotiated. He assured Haig he was ready to present the Israeli view and was impatient to secure a deal. "I believe one can achieve autonomy," Sharon asserted. "To every American representative who came here to this country, I have repeated again and again that we could have achieved that already." Sharon was eager to see the autonomy talks advance on Israeli terms and told Haig he had taken steps to enable implementation, including the replacement of military personnel in the territories with a more amenable civilian administration. The primary concern, as Israeli officials had long warned, was anything resembling statehood. "We will not allow a situation that in Judea, Samaria, and Gaza there will be a second Palestinian state or a corridor to a second Palestinian state, and we will not accept terrorist activity," Sharon emphasized. "If I could have advocated to the Arabs, I would have told them, 'People, take this autonomy, you have never been offered anything better than that.'" He underscored the benevolent advantage of Begin's concept: "You were under first Iraqi occupation, then Jordanian and Egyptian, for 19 years. You were never offered anything like that, take it, you are going to run your own lives." To bolster his argument, Sharon even pointed to dissenters who sought cooperation with Israel, suggesting that autonomy was a wedge to break the PLO's hold over the territories. 115 In the Israeli view, reiterated throughout Haig's visit, autonomy was a means both to accommodate alternatives to the PLO and to avoid self-determination. On the morning of his departure from Jerusalem, the U.S. Secretary of State attempted to summarize the status of the negotiations and reach a conclusive end before the imposed April 1982 deadline. While the discussions were restricted to U.S. and Israeli officials without any Arab participation, they clearly reflect the trajectory of diplomatic efforts in the wake of Camp David and the triumph of Israel's political vision for the occupied territories. "I recognize that this is the real autonomy group," Haig humorously said to the large room of participants, "and as somebody said when we came in, it appears to be becoming the largest industry in Israel." He reviewed the status of the talks since the departure of Carter's envoy Sol Linowitz, and the stops and starts that followed on the heels of Sadat's assassination. Egypt had hardened its position, Haig explained, demanding that any agreement be acceptable to the Palestinians and the Arab world. In practice, this signaled a return to the principle of self-determination, which Sadat had first presented when the discussion of the Palestinian question was raised in 1977. Haig told the Israelis that he had rejected this, since Camp David and the peace treaty were not arrived at under such a conception. Sadat's successor, Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak, eventually agreed to abandon his position in practice and renew efforts on the talks. 116. Haig shared Israel's desire to keep the autonomy talks in motion and conclude an agreement, while cognizant of the regression that had set in after Sadat's death. There were practical reasons that the issue had come to a stalemate, but also deep-seated cultural differences between the two parties that had made it difficult to see eye to eye. He urged his Israeli hosts to remember the differences in society between Israel and Egypt. "You have a very sophisticated, educated, enlightened, communicative society. Everybody knows and understands what is going on. They may not draw the same conclusions from this fact. But that is not true in Egypt, never has been, never will be." Haig's was a derisive view of the Egyptians, reflecting the Secretary of State's internal biases and greater comfort with the Israelis, but also the natural manifestation of a U.S.-Israeli relationship under Reagan that was rooted in perceived shared interests and a sense of common values. The Secretary of State hoped the Israel would adapt accordingly, even with the reservations that had been expressed. "We are not looking for concessions. What we are looking for is ingenuity, to enable us to settle questions," Haig explained. "We have been at this for years. There isn't an awful lot that is mysterious, and I basically believe it is doable." 117. Such an approach captured the prevailing atmosphere of permissiveness and mutuality that shaped American engagement with autonomy under the new administration. In a follow-up letter to Reagan after Haig had departed, Begin stressed his compliance with the Camp David Accords but rejected any possibility that self-determination for Palestinians would be on the table. He recalled Sadat's contravening attempts during the Camp David negotiations and again invoked Carter's acquiescence that it would be totally unacceptable to the United States. "There is no self-determination there, there is no Palestinian state there, there is no participation of the PLO there. There is autonomy, full autonomy, for the Arab inhabitants of Judea, Samaria, generally but mistakenly called West Bank, and the Gaza District." The Egyptians were trying to return to the pre-Camp David model, and this was impossible for Begin. If such a position had succeeded, he told Reagan, there would not have been a Camp David Accord. 118. Begin's view derived from his clear understanding of the agreement signed with Sadat in September 1978, which remained constant and had been reiterated to all U.S. officials who had attempted to negotiate on the Palestinian question since that time. There were clear limits to the Israeli position, which even Middle East analysts at the CIA understood. Prime Minister Begin asserts that the CDA Camp David agreements rule out the emergence of a Palestinian state. In Begin's view, the agreements guarantee that under no condition can a Palestinian state be created. In practice, Begin effectively rules out any exercise of Palestinian self-determination except one that continues Israel's permanent position in the West Bank. Begin's view is that the SGA self-governing authority should be a solely administrative authority regulating the affairs of the Arab inhabitants and leaving control of the territory and all key security issues with Israel. In sum, Autonomy is for people, not territory, and therefore does not prejudice Israel's territorial claims to the West Bank. 119. This distinction between autonomy for people as opposed to territory undergirded the entire Israeli approach to the Palestinian question in the late 1970s and early 1980s, whether in discussions with Robert Strauss, Sol Leibowitz, or Alexander Haig. The autonomy talks did not represent a diplomatic dead end for Israel but rather served as an integral means of enshrining the Camp David Accords along Begin's lines. In Egypt's feeble response and explicit countenancing of the Israeli notion that autonomy would preclude rather than facilitate Palestinian statehood, Cairo had enabled the breakthrough on bilateral peace at Camp David to thwart a political solution for the Palestinians. U.S. diplomats understood that the autonomy negotiations they were tasked with mediating had buried the possibility of meaningful Arab sovereignty in the occupied territories. In his memoirs, Sol Leibowitz reflected on how Begin's rationale drove the underlying logic of the negotiations. Part of the problem with the concept of full autonomy, which was the fact that it was only a concept, a large and principal gesture that would have to be limited, of course, by the reality of Israeli interests. In Leinowitz's account, those interests were predicated on the distinction between Palestinian inhabitants and the sovereign status of the territories. The philosophical roots of the concept, Leibowitz explained, lay tangled in Begin's distinction between autonomy for inhabitants of the land, which was what he claimed he meant, and autonomy on the land itself. 120. These inconsistencies were immediately apparent, yet they inhered in the U.S. approach to successive rounds of negotiations. Fully aware of Israeli intentions on settlements, security, and other key aspects of life in the occupied territories, American diplomats went into the autonomy talks thinking they might be able to mediate between the parties. But instead, U.S. involvement served to legitimize a profoundly consequential political discussion about the fate of Palestinian self-rule in the territories, while the possibility of their territorial rights and sovereignty had already been ruled out by Israel. Reagan's victory over Carter heralded a new alignment between U.S. neoconservatives and the Likud government in Israel. The tenor of the presidential campaign and the ideological influences on the new administration's foreign policy underscored that an alternative framing of events in the Middle East was ascendant. After repeated confrontations over the possibility of a comprehensive peace and the meaning of a political solution to Palestinian demands in the late 1970s, the revival of a Cold War footing in the early 1980s was a boon to the Begin government. It led directly to the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding to formalize the strategic alliance between the United States and Israel, while Palestinian nationalists were marginalized as agents of Soviet influence. In the fight against communism, Israel could position itself as providing necessary assistance to the United States while the Palestinians were seen as an impediment, abetting terror, and threatening the strategic consensus that Secretary Haig sought to implement. Some defense officials understood the risks of such an approach to wider U.S. regional strategy, especially in the Gulf, recoiling at contentious decisions like Israel's 1981 Golan Heights Law and the bombing of Iraq's As-Iraq nuclear reactor. But Reagan grafted his global view onto local events, eager in these early months to accommodate a stalwart friend in the region. At this decisive juncture in the international history of the Middle East, following the Iranian Revolution in 1979 and the outbreak of the Iran-Iraq War in 1980, Reagan's policies aggravated Arab attitudes toward the United States and further underscored the troubling consequences of Camp David for the Palestinians. The stinging critique of the accords among neoconservatives within the new administration inaugurated a new U.S. approach to international law with regard to settlement building in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. For Israeli leaders in Jerusalem, this welcome shift enabled the continuation of a robust expansion plan in the occupied territories, while also empowering Israel to assert sovereignty in the context of the autonomy talks. As the final series of those discussions in 1981 and early 1982 made clear, the transition from Carter to Reagan had accelerated the erosion of a diplomatic solution to the Palestinian question. By rejecting Carter's approach to self-determination and acquiescing to the restrictive interpretations of Israel, the new U.S. administration sealed the fate of the Palestinian autonomy talks in Begin's favor. While Egyptian diplomats protested this pattern, they had in fact legitimated the discussions, serving as rather poor and undesignated agents of Palestinian demands while countenancing an outcome that precluded statehood and further marginalized the PLO. Collectively, these developments fit with a broader ideological shift away from the human rights emphasis of the late 1970s toward the global Cold War revival of the early 1980s. In practical terms, the link between Reagan's worldview and the intentions of the Begin government served to deny the Palestinians substantive political standing. It also presaged more explicit support for Israel's military aims across its northern border. There were already murmurings of a large-scale military operation against the PLO in Lebanon. The means of Palestinian state prevention were moving swiftly to a military track, and a deadly battle to destroy Palestinian nationalism was now headed for Beirut. Chapter 6. The Limits of Lebanon. On Friday, September 17, 1982, 4 Israeli soldiers in full battle dress knocked on the door of the Beirut home of Shafiq al-Hout, the PLO's official representative in Lebanon. Al-Hout was in hiding, a target of several assassination attempts for his leadership of the Palestinian resistance inside the country. The soldiers forced their way into the residence and began questioning Shafiq's wife, Bayan, while searching for valuable documents. One officer found al-Hout's old Palestinian passport, from his childhood in Jaffa, where he was born and raised during the British Mandate. The soldiers were amazed as they looked through its pages. "Your reaction is no surprise to me. I am sure you have never seen such a document," Bayan told them. "As you can see, the text is written in all 3 languages, Arabic, English, and Hebrew. It comes from the time when Palestine had enough room for everyone, regardless of his religion or section." The soldiers confiscated the cherished passport, despite Bayan's attempts to get it back, as she recounted tearfully to her husband when they were reunited some days later. In his memoirs, al-Hout recounts the incident with obvious pain, conveying a message from the story, that the Zionists' perpetual objective is the elimination of Palestinian national identity. Why else would they insist on continuing to eradicate all physical, spiritual, and cultural trace of our presence in Palestine? 1. Coming on the heels of political efforts to prevent Palestinian self-determination in the autonomy negotiations with Egypt, the 1982 Israeli war against the PLO in Lebanon was understood by Palestinians as an outright assault on their national identity. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Menachem Begin and Minister of Defense Ariel Sharon, the Israeli government launched an invasion in June under the pretext of stopping militant rocket fire on the Galilee region. The PLO had relocated to Lebanon from Jordan after armed confrontation with King Hussein's army in 1970. This shifted the center of nationalist politics to the Palestinian refugee camps in Lebanon. Israeli leaders were increasingly anxious about the power of the PLO and the growing links between Palestinians inside the occupied territories and in the Arab diaspora. By targeting the PLO inside Lebanon and forcing its withdrawal, strategic thinkers in Israel believed Palestinian national aspirations for a homeland could be quashed and a pliant Maronite state could be established as an ally to the North. 2. Surveying the plausible outcomes of the Israeli invasion soon after it began, American intelligence suggested that the fighting would likely weaken the PLO. At the same time, the war would undermine U.S. relations with moderate Arab states and strengthen Begin's hand in the autonomy negotiations. Egypt had temporarily withdrawn from these discussions after the invasion, removing the pressure on Begin to be more conciliatory to the Palestinians. If autonomy talks were restarted, U.S. analysts wrote, Begin will press hard for the resumption of the talks on his terms, in part because he believes that the demise of the PLO as a military force in Lebanon will reduce pressures on West Bank and Gaza Palestinians to refuse to cooperate with the Israeli administration there. 3. Israel's hope that newly sympathetic figures in the West Bank and Gaza Strip would materialize was misplaced. Instead, events in Lebanon strengthened the call for self-determination in the occupied territories. As it turned out, internal divisions in Lebanon were far more complex than Israeli leaders grasped, and the decision to intervene militarily led to a large-scale war that quickly drew in the United States. The ensuing violence resulted in the death of at least 5,000 Lebanese and Palestinian civilians in the midst of a brutal civil war. 4 Even after the heaviest fighting ended, a prolonged Israeli occupation of the south of the country lasted until 2000, reshaping regional politics well into the 21st century. The fighting in Lebanon fundamentally undercut Israeli and American influence in the Middle East, while transforming perceptions of both Zionism and Palestinian nationalism around the globe. Despite the war's longevity and broader impact, historical treatment of it remains sparse. Most of the extant writing has been left to journalists and the partisan memoirs of participants. 5 Scholarly accounts of the war are largely sequestered within national or quasi-national frames, alternating between a critique of Israeli overreach. 6 A focus on PLO actions during the summer siege of 1982. 7 The Phalange-led massacre in the Sabra and Shatila Palestinian refugee camps. 8 And the shattering of American naivete with the bombings of the U.S. Embassy and Marine barracks in Lebanon's seaside capital. 9 Few studies have managed to synthesize these various perspectives by situating the war in its local, regional, and international contexts. Part of the reason these disparate elements have not easily been drawn together is a wider legacy of willful amnesia. For the Lebanese, the events of 1982 are a subset of a broader civil war that extended from 1975 to 1990. The lack of a unified narrative about this period stems from an aversion to implicating segments of the ruling political class in the violence or in facilitating the Israeli invasion. We should recognize the traumas that we experienced and inflicted upon each other during the war, explained one scholar of contemporary Lebanon, and the traumas that we continue to experience through the imposed silence of the post-Civil War era. It is largely to the credit of an entire generation of post-war Lebanese artists and filmmakers rather than historians that the silence has been challenged. 11 Among Israeli scholars, the 1982 war is also described in traumatic terms, with one historian noting that many of his fellow citizens prefer to deal with it by suppressing and forgetting it. 12 The Lebanon War exists as a cultural touchstone but also a historical black box, lacking the sustained scholarly attention that marks other aspects of the Israeli past. 13 This view was somewhat altered during the 30th anniversary, as newspapers, conferences, and TV coverage offered more critical examinations of the war. But there exists a deep silence and denial around the events in Lebanon. It is an exonerated war, and for some who selectively remember a formative military experience of early youth, it has even become a war of pride. 14 With the availability of new sources on 1982, it is possible to challenge this amnesia by examining the important linkages between diplomatic efforts at preventing Palestinian sovereignty and the impact of the war itself. While the Camp David Accords had obstructed the quest for Palestinian statehood in political terms, they helped pave the way for a military intervention after Reagan took office. Against the backdrop of PLO marginalization and the deepening U.S. alliance with Israel, Lebanon emerged as a nexus of Cold War contestation in the Middle East. The convergence would challenge U.S. Israeli relations and dominant regional politics, leaving the Palestinians vulnerable in dramatic new ways. The Palestinians in Lebanon. After the 1967 war, Palestinian nationalists had used Jordan as a base for attacks against Israel, threatening the stability of the Hashemite kingdom and leading to the outbreak of the Jordanian Civil War in 1970.15. In the wake of the violence, the PLO leadership sought to regroup under more favorable circumstances. Lebanon was an obvious choice. Yasser Arafat and the Lebanese army had brokered the Cairo Agreement in November 1969, which authorized actions on behalf of the Palestinian national liberation struggle and guaranteed Palestinian civic rights in Lebanon. 16 Through mass mobilization, paramilitary training, and the control of services, the PLO bolstered its local standing in their new host country and effectively created a state within a state. 17 It was not a welcome development among many Lebanese factions, who were balancing demographic and political considerations to maintain control in a young and weak confessional democracy. External powers had long sought influence inside the country, from French colonial rulers to neighbors like Syria. The United States was also heavily invested in the country, and a brief but formative intervention by President Eisenhower in 1958 had demonstrated the precarious nature of local Lebanese control. 18. Growing PLO influence on the ground in the 1970s encroached upon Lebanese sovereignty, and a weak Lebanese army was eventually forced to renounce its control of certain areas in the country. These developments increased tension between the Lebanese and the Palestinians, with the PLO solidifying its hold in South Lebanon, venturing outside refugee camp strongholds and creating alliances with various Muslim groups. In 1975, open clashes with Lebanese Christian forces broke out in the southern city of Sidon and quickly spread all over Lebanon, helping to ignite a 15-year civil war. 19 The fighting involved an array of factions that pitted Christians against Muslims, Palestinians, and Lebanese leftists against right-wing Christian Falangist militias, and various Christian and Muslim factions against one another. There was also a crucial external role played by Syria, which first intervened militarily in 1976. For the Shia Muslim population in the south of Lebanon, the dual impact of the PLO presence and the rise of cross-border skirmishes with Israel was profoundly dislocating. Many had borne the brunt of the earlier 1978 incursion by Israel up to the Litani River in South Lebanon, fleeing the countryside to cities farther north. Long impoverished and politically disenfranchised, the Shia found their land appropriated by Palestinian refugees and the entire region transformed into a land bridge for the reconquest of Arab Palestine as the Palestinian liberation struggle swiftly took precedence over local concerns. 20 Unable to cope with the Palestinian presence, growing Shia discontent fomented the rapid rise of the Amal movement, which formed the basis for the subsequent emergence of Hezbollah. 21 The violence in the south also affected border towns in northern Israel, with the exchange of rocket fire from PLO members leaving residents in Israel's Galilee region exposed. UN mediation in 1978 had led to the establishment of the UN Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, which acted as a peacekeeping entity to restrain these cross-border skirmishes. 22 Violence broke out again 1981, and a ceasefire was put in place via the mediation of President Reagan's special envoy in Lebanon, Ambassador Philip Habib. 23 Prime Minister Begin and Defense Minister Sharon both sought to take advantage of the new Cold War mindset in Washington. An emerging decision to militarily target the PLO grew out of the stalled Palestinian autonomy talks that had been ongoing since the spring of 1979. In Sharon's view, the lack of a diplomatic solution to the Palestinian question after the Camp David Accords invited a display of force that would somehow defeat Palestinians in their Lebanese stronghold. More ambitious than Begin, the defense minister aimed to destroy the PLO military infrastructure throughout Lebanon and undermine the organization as a political entity in order to break the backbone of Palestinian nationalism and facilitate the absorption of the West Bank by Israel. 24 With members of the Reagan administration viewing the PLO as a Soviet proxy, there was greater support for Israeli desires to target the Palestinian national movement militarily than had existed under Carter. To garner Reagan's support in reviving Israel's military agenda in the border area, Prime Minister Begin promoted a strategic Cold War argument while emphasizing humanitarian dimensions as well. Drawing on decades of a close Zionist alliance with the Maronite Christian community of Mount Lebanon, Begin saw himself as the savior of a besieged minority and promoted the view that the Maronites were the Jews of the 1980s. As he told the Israeli cabinet in April 1981, Israel will not allow genocide to happen. 25 In his sweeping presentation, Begin was referring to accounts of Christians killed and threatened by Palestinian groups, like the notorious 1976 massacre in Damour. He promised to act as a protector to his Maronite interlocutors. In a meeting with Ambassador to Israel Samuel Lewis, Begin expanded on his approach to Lebanon. Under no circumstances will Israel allow the Christians of Lebanon in the 80s to become the Jews of Europe in the 40s. We cannot countenance it because we are a Jewish state. Appealing to the protection of religious freedoms, Begin stressed, the Maronites are one of the most ancient Christian groups in the Middle East. It is inconceivable that we would stand by and allow the Christians to be destroyed. Asserting his own leadership role against a historical backdrop of Jewish persecution, Begin remarked, Today I am a proud Jew. We were once helpless and massacred, and now by divine providence we have the means to help other people whose destruction is being connived by a brutal enemy. 26. A U.S. green light. As defense minister, Ariel Sharon was eager to move beyond Begin's rhetoric with substantive action and develop the plans needed to implement Israeli war aims. Convinced of Lebanese Christian political strength, based on Israel's Mossad intelligence, Sharon sought to establish a Maronite-led government in Lebanon, headed by the Lebanese Phalange Party leader Bashir Gemayel. 27 Sharon envisioned the eventual signing of a peace treaty between the two countries, as well as the expulsion of the Syrian army from Lebanon. 28 To achieve these aims, Sharon conceived two military plans with the code names of Little Pines and Big Pines. The former, intended for the Israeli army to go up to 40 kilometers inside Lebanon, would target PLO installations. The latter was predicated on an invasion up to the Beirut-Damascus highway, just outside the capital, linking Israel's troops with Maronite forces. Prime Minister Begin first presented Big Pines to the Israeli cabinet on December 20, 1981, but the majority of ministers rejected it. Sharon and the Army's Chief of Staff, Raphael Eitan, realized that there was no chance of persuading the cabinet to approve a large-scale operation. Instead, they adopted a tactic to implement an operation in stages by securing a smaller incursion first. 29 This avoided the need to persuade lawmakers, whom Begin and Sharon felt were weak-kneed, lily-livered faint hearts, as Ambassador Samuel Lewis later recounted. Instead, Sharon reframed the operation, convincing Begin that the Israelis needed only to project their force 50 kilometers into Lebanon to clean out the PLO artillery and Katyusha rockets. This led the cabinet to discuss a much smaller and less frightening operation, Lewis explained, appearing merely as an incursion, slightly larger than the one that took place in 1978-30. Sharon did not hide his broader ambitions in conversation with American allies. The Israeli defense minister first revealed the extent of his military plans during a meeting with Ambassador Habib in December 1981 at the Israeli Foreign Ministry. Habib's assistant, Morris Draper, recalled this meeting during a 10-year retrospective on American involvement in Lebanon. U.S. officials hoped to solidify a de facto ceasefire in the south, but Sharon rather lost his temper and threw cold water over the plans. He described a much wider incursion, alarming the Americans, who warned President Reagan when they returned to Washington. Habib described in graphic detail to Secretary of State Haig and other State Department officials what would happen. We were going to see American-made munitions being dropped from American-made aircraft over Lebanon, and civilians were going to be killed. There was going to be a hell of a big uproar, and the United States, which didn't look very good in the Middle East anyway at the time, for being so inactive, was going to take a full charge of blame, Draper recalled. 31. Samuel Lewis corroborated Draper's recollections, adding that Habib and everybody else was thunderstruck by Sharon's plan, although I think our embassy staff were not quite as surprised, except for the fact that Sharon was being so open about his views. 32 Habib reportedly asked Sharon what Israel would do with the thousands of Palestinians in the country, and Sharon allegedly replied, "We'll hand them over to the Lebanese. In any case, we expect to be in Lebanon only for a few days. The Lebanese Christians will take care of them." 33. Sharon's revelation of expansive war aims, as Lewis noted, was intended to prepare the Reagan administration for a large Israeli operation in Lebanon which was likely to occur. 34. It did not take much convincing. A few days before the invasion, Sharon came to Washington and explained in greater detail to Secretary Haig what he was planning. The notebooks of Charles Hill, a top State Department aide who attended the meeting, clearly indicate that an American green light was given for Israel's actions. 35. Tuesday, May 25. Ariel Sharon, Lebanon. We see no alternative to entering and destroying terrorist bases. Don't want war with Syria. Don't want you to be taken by surprise. Tomorrow or 3 weeks, we just don't know. I see no alternative. Alexander Haig, on Lebanon, we understand your difficulties. I thought you intended deep, lasting attack. Now I sense a departure from that. We can't tell you not to defend your interests. But we are living with perception. Must be a recognizable provocation. Once a resort to force, everything changes. Like the Falklands. Hope you'll be sensitive to the need for provocation to be understood internationally. So we have to work this Lebanon problem. Make every effort to avoid it. We want Syria out of Lebanon more than you. It is a Soviet proxy. Sharon, we are aware of your concern about size. Our intent is not a large operation. Try to be as small and efficient as possible. Hague, like a lobotomy. CH notation, a green light from Hague on limited Operation 36. While Israel waited for a recognizable provocation to begin a military incursion, Charles Hill noted that Hague had given a green light for a limited operation, denoting clear American support for such action before the war began. 37. Operation Peace for Galilee. Leaving the side door of the Dorchester Hotel across from London's Hyde Park on the evening of June 3, 1982, Israeli Ambassador Shlomo Argov strolled down Park Lane toward his waiting car. As he bent to enter the back seat, an assassin's bullet hit him in the head. The attack, which would leave him brain damaged and confined to a hospital bed for the remaining 21 years of his life, provided the final pretext for Israel's invasion of Lebanon 3 days later. 38. Israeli intelligence had information that the violently anti-PLO Abu Nidal group was behind the attack, but this distinction was inconsequential as Prime Minister Begin proceeded to order an attack on the PLO in Beirut. 39. The Argov assassination attempt provided the internationally recognized provocation that Hague had insisted Sharon needed to initiate military action against the organization. Even before Israeli troops crossed the border, the Israeli Air Force had attacked PLO targets in Beirut and southern Lebanon. After securing Israeli cabinet approval for Operation Little Pines on June 5, Israeli troops moved into Lebanon across the northern border and made sea landings near the southern coastal city of Sidon. 40. Operation Peace for Galilee formally began on Sunday, June 6, 1982. The Begin government's official war aim was to ensure the immediate cessation of cross-border violence. 41. But the invasion quickly expanded well beyond the 40-kilometer line Sharon had suggested in his Operation Little Pines, as Israeli troops headed toward Beirut, linking up with Maronite forces. The Israelis promised the Americans that they had no intention of staying in Lebanon and occupying the country, simply asserting they would not tolerate a return to the status quo of PLO shelling in the Galilee region. 42. While condoned by Hague, Israeli actions were not fully accepted by the U.S. administration. On June 8, 2 days after the invasion, Prime Minister Begin and Ambassador Habib met to discuss Israeli war aims. Habib was one of the U.S. diplomats most concerned with Israel's mounting bombing campaign in Beirut. Along with Ambassador Samuel Lewis, the Americans argued with Begin that the PLO was not responsible for the assassination attempt against Argov and that the Israelis were exceeding the promise to stop at the 40-kilometer mark of the invasion. Habib, I have received a message from our embassy in Beirut. The city has no electric power, no gas. Men without uniforms are moving about with arms. It is a city of 2 million people. What I wish to ask is, can you stop the bombing of Beirut? Begin, did we bomb Beirut? Habib, yesterday. Begin, we bombed the PLO headquarters and we do not know if Arafat survived it. He is a little Hitler. Those days are gone forever. Now we rely on our own strength. Habib, what I am suggesting is that the bombing in that area be stopped. I know you bombed the headquarters, but people get hurt and damage to property is inflicted. I know how you feel about hurting civilians. 43. Begin's rhetoric, invoking comparisons between the PLO and the Nazis, isolated the Palestinian question in a larger historical frame of global anti-Semitism. This conflation, an inaccuracy that the Israeli Prime Minister would repeat throughout his time in office, served to exclude Palestinian lives as a dehumanized entity only capable of evil toward Jews. By targeting the Palestinian question in this way as a problem to be solved militarily, the Israeli government dismissed any viable claim the Palestinians might have to national self-determination. Yet, as Habib's protestations made clear, some officials were beginning to recognize that their close alignment with Israel posed problems for U.S. Middle East policy more broadly. There was a growing fear in Washington that the Arab world would view American silence as a sign of complicity, or even a signal that the United States had helped initiate the Israeli violence. 44. Restraining an ally. In the days immediately following the invasion, American officials continued to debate the extent to which the administration should endorse Israel's lobotomy. Secretary Haig and Reagan's ambassador to the United Nations, Jeane Kirkpatrick, felt that Israel should be left to destroy the PLO, which they saw as a proxy of the Soviet Union. The more cautious trio of Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, White House Chief of Staff James Baker, and National Security Advisor William Clark favored holding Israel to a more limited operation. 45 Despite Begin's assurances in the Knesset that Israel was not seeking a war with Syrian troops inside Lebanon, a major clash erupted on June 9. More than 100 Israeli jets swept over the Bekaa Valley, attacking surface-to-air missile installations and shooting down Syrian MiGs. The conflict had grown considerably. 46. The Israeli Prime Minister was fully aware that U.S. support for his country's actions was subject to internal debate, and the disagreements intensified on the eve of Begin's pre-planned visit to Washington in June 1982. 47 President Reagan's first meeting with Begin about Lebanon was a tense 45 minutes in the White House on June 21 with just the two leaders and their note-takers present. The meeting opened with the U.S. President's assertion that the invasion, with its incursion toward Beirut, had exceeded its stated goals of responding to PLO attacks. America, Reagan implored, could not offer unconditional support to a military operation which was not clearly justified in the eyes of the international community. Even in light of the terrible attack on the Israeli ambassador in London, Reagan argued, Israel has lost ground to a great extent among our people. They cannot believe that this vile attack nor even the accumulation of losses that Israel has suffered from PLO terrorist activity since last summer justified the death and destruction that the IDF brought to so many innocent people over the past 2 weeks. 48. Within his overarching anti-Soviet agenda, Reagan believed correctly or mistakenly that the United States could simultaneously manage its long-standing friendship with Israel and its important alliances with wealthy anti-communist Arab states. But to succeed, Reagan and his advisers needed Israel's cooperation. Your actions in Lebanon have seriously undermined our relationship with those Arab governments whose cooperation is essential to protect the Middle East from external threats and to counter forces of Soviet-sponsored radicalism and Islamic fundamentalism now growing in the region, Reagan told Begin. U.S. influence in the Arab world, our ability to achieve our strategic objectives, has been seriously damaged by Israel's actions. 49. Begin, using the same Cold War logic he deployed before the invasion, responded that America would benefit if Israel drove the PLO out of Lebanon. Detailing the stockpiles of Soviet weaponry found in the south of the country, Begin told Reagan, we now realize that this area has been turned into a Soviet base, the principal center of Soviet activities in the Middle East. It was a true international terrorist base. Reagan, however, pushed Begin to account for the civilian casualties, which Begin replied were an exaggeration by a media biased against Israel. The meeting between the leaders ended abruptly, a clear signal that the two countries' interests were diverging and that America would not remain silent in the face of Israeli aggression. 50. The Israelis soon lost a close ally after Alexander Haig was forced to resign in the midst of the June fighting in Lebanon. 51 The Secretary of State had overextended his reach inside the administration, undercutting Reagan. George Shultz, a former Nixon cabinet official and executive at the Bechtel Corporation, replaced Haig on July 16. Growing tension in the U.S.-Israeli relationship increased markedly in late June and July 1982. 52 As Ambassador Samuel Lewis explained, the sympathy of the administration, which up to early July, had been strongly pro-Israel, increasingly shifted towards the Palestinians. 53 Primarily, The shift was a response to the Israeli siege on Beirut, intended to eradicate the PLO quasi-government from the capital. Combining powerful military force and psychological warfare, Israeli forces inflicted heavy casualties in the city, bombarding Palestinian positions from land, sea, and air, while occupying the international airport. 54. Reagan was intensely disturbed by the barrage of TV images coming from Beirut as the Israeli army heavily shelled the Lebanese capital. As he wrote in his diary one evening in late July, calls and cables back and forth with Lebanon. UN with us supporting voted 15-0 for a ceasefire and UN observers on the scene. Israel will scream about the latter, but so be it. The slaughter must stop. 55. Despite the president's personal revulsion and mounting international criticism, the Israelis ignored the ceasefire and the bombardment of Beirut intensified during the first week of August. Secretary Shultz sent Philip Habib to Beirut to negotiate an end to the fighting and facilitate a peaceful evacuation of PLO fighters from the city to neighboring Arab states. Yasser Arafat had signaled that he and his men were willing to withdraw with requisite guarantees of security for Palestinian civilians and Lebanese supporters who remained behind. 56. Habib worked on an arrangement whereby Palestinian and Syrian forces would withdraw and the Lebanese government would take back control of Beirut. Throughout the summer of 1982, the PLO leader had stood his ground in Lebanon, longer than was expected. In early July, as he shared with his close colleague Shafiq al-Houth the letter he had drafted for the PLO's exit, Arafat sounded a wistful note about the departure. Beirut has given Palestine what no other Arab capital has. It has given and given, without asking for anything in return. And it never would ask. Nor should we make it ask. We should pay it back of our own free will. 57. On Wednesday morning, August 4, the entire U.S. National Security Council convened in the White House Situation Room. Present at the meeting were Reagan, Vice President Bush, Shultz, Secretary of Defense Weinberger, CIA Director William Casey, the members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, UN Ambassador Kirkpatrick, Ambassador to Israel Samuel Lewis, Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs Nicholas Valiades, and a retinue of West Wing advisors. 58. An all-out Israeli assault on West Beirut had begun the night before, and Shultz was concerned with the claim of de-escalation being made publicly by the Israelis in comparison to what Special Envoy Philip Habib was actually witnessing on the ground. Shultz recommended drafting a Security Council resolution that might condemn Israel, while developing a strongly worded letter to Prime Minister Begin expressing anger over the lack of cooperation, possibly suspending arms shipments and enacting unilateral sanctions. Weinberger clarified that Israel had acted first against the PLO, and Lewis reported that the air assault was even worse than the ground incursion in terms of damage. But Kirkpatrick dissented sharply. The group should not lose sight of the fact that the PLO is not a bunch of agrarian reformers. They are international terrorists who are working against U.S. interests and committing acts of violence throughout the world, supported by the Soviet Union. We want them out, and the U.S. should not throw away the possibility of getting rid of the PLO by taking measures against Israel which will inhibit, if not eliminate, the prospects of achieving our objectives. Clearly, once we have removed the PLO from Lebanon, we can make fast progress in the peace process. 59. Kirkpatrick's impassioned views resonated partially with the president, who was inclined to see events in the Middle East through such a Cold War lens, but at the same time he was viscerally affected by the impact of the violence. Weinberger was a cautious realist, and he agreed with Ambassador Kirkpatrick regarding just who the PLO is. But, he argued, the U.S. must let Israel know of the cost to Israel of its nightly activities. In recounting the meeting, Nicholas Valiades remembered how Jeane Kirkpatrick said to President Reagan that the Israeli victory in Lebanon represented the greatest strategic turnaround in the West since the fall of Vietnam. And the meeting broke up shortly after because she had successfully pressed Ronald Reagan's buttons. 60. As the meeting ended, a decision was nevertheless made to draft a strongly worded letter to Begin, which the president worked on for several minutes. Reluctantly agreeing to change the language from his customary "Dear Menachem" to "Dear Mr. Prime Minister," Reagan concluded, there must be an end to the unnecessary bloodshed, particularly among innocent civilians. I insist that a ceasefire in place be re-established and maintained until the PLO has left Beirut. The relationship between our two nations is at stake. The President instructed his assembled advisers that the PLO should receive equal emphasis in public statements of blame and implored them not to tee off only on Israel. At 10:02, Reagan closed the meeting, stating that he was extremely tired of a war whose symbol had become a burn baby sick with no arms. As Nicholas Valiades recalls, Reagan wasn't a simpleton. Reagan was going to defend Israel's right to defend itself. Reagan was violently anti-terrorist. He was very sympathetic to Israel. But he also abhorred senseless bloodshed. 61. On August 10, Israel received a draft agreement from Habib signaling that American and multinational forces would help supervise the PLO evacuation. Sharon had grander plans for a political agreement in Lebanon and was fearful that American soldiers would get in his way. He therefore ordered a saturation bombing of Beirut. 62 On August 12, an intense day-long bombing of West Beirut by the Israelis inflicted over 500 casualties in what would be the last day of the summer siege on the Lebanese capital. 63 Reagan's diary reveals the depth of his anger and a growing rift between two stalwart Cold War allies. Met with the news, the Israelis delivered the most devastating bomb and artillery attack on Beirut lasting 14 hours. Habib cabled desperate has basic agreement from all parties but can't arrange details of PLO withdrawal because of the barrage. King Fahd called begging me to do something. I told him I was calling PM begin immediately. And I did. I was angry. I told him it had to stop or our entire future relationship was endangered. I used the word Holocaust deliberately and said the symbol of his war was becoming a picture of a 7-month-old baby with its arms blown off. He told me he had ordered the bombing stopped. I asked about the artillery fire. He claimed the PLO had started that and Israeli forces had taken casualties. End of call. 20 minutes. Later he called to tell me he'd ordered an end to the barrage and pled for our continued friendship. 64. Alongside the growing strain between the American and Israeli leaders, Begin's trust in Sharon eroded significantly as a result of the escalation, and the Israeli cabinet stripped the defense minister of key powers. 65. Ambassador Habib eventually negotiated a ceasefire, and PLO leader Yasser Arafat agreed to the withdrawal of PLO combatants from Lebanon. 66. The first contingent of men left on August 21, and Arafat and leading PLO officials departed on a Greek shipping vessel to Tunisia on August 30. Over 10,000 fighters departed Lebanon by sea and land routes, launching the PLO into exile once more. 67 Israeli troops remained in Beirut, with Sharon determined to forge a peace treaty with the Lebanese government. In side letters to Arafat during the arduous negotiation, Habib had guaranteed the protection of Palestinian civilians remaining behind after the armed PLO guerrilla fighters were evacuated. 68 But these promises were blatantly ignored with calamitous results in the weeks that followed.